The Ghost Specialist. By Incarnated Wisp. Genre: FanFiction. Completed. Strategy. Action. Adventure. Chapter 111. With the spirits passing, the aggressive Pokémon dispersed, and Trevenant no longer had a reason to attack. Even if Price's march passed near this place, neither Trevenant nor the gym leader would need to go after one another. So, Sam and everyone else left. Porygon flashed to bring them away. And Sam was hit with intense nausea when they landed in the Pokémon Center. Yes, landed, as something about Porygon's use of teleport was off with transporting 3 people. Xavier also stumbled, but Reedy looked completely fine. Sam knew Porygon still struggled to make decisions on its own, but it seemed to have no problem prioritizing Reedy's comfort over that of everyone else. Urg. He pushed up from his hands and knees, sitting on his feet as he did his best to will that dizzying feeling away. Thankfully, they had managed to gather up all of their Pokémon before they left, and the ghastly in Sam's shadow had gathered and been counted. Okay, sure, Sam's shadow might have now contained a few extra heads, but the ghastly that desired to stay had stayed. A sparse few had left to explore and live in Route 42's forest, but even more had decided to tag along because what else was Sam if not public transportation for ghost types? Yes, a note on my page. If you look at what's written under Porygon. Reedy, able to move, did her best to explain the need for discretion to the local nurse. New species weren't discovered every day, and she was trying to set up a similar situation to what had happened with Porygon back in Goldenrod City. Right now, however, as Sam knelt on the Pokeball patterned tiles of the Pokémon Center floor, the other trainers around the room watched him nervously. Likely, they had been waiting for news from Price's expedition. 3 trainers landing on the Pokémon Center floor should have meant something, but Sam just shook his head, disappointing them, while Xavier stood completely still next to him. Yet, for some reason, the dismissal didn't cause the other trainers to look away. Sam, Xavier said cautiously. Xavier spoke with an unexpected level of control and concern. Turning his head, Sam glanced over to where Xavier was looking, finding a Jengar leaning over him to inspect Quill Typhlosion's Pokeball at his waist. Oh, go away, Sam grumbled. Get back to haunting the Pokémon Center. He waved a hand at it, and the Jengar let out an echoing laugh. It bounced back into the air to fade away into nothing, and several of the other trainers in the room became extraordinarily pale. Samuel, the nurse finally said, her voice a mixture of uncomfortable and confused. We're ready to take your Pokémon. So, if you'll just follow me. Sam pushed to his feet, stumbling as his balance failed to return to him. He sent a questioning look to Xavier, but Xavier declined. I'll wait outside. And then the other boy left through the Pokémon Center's entrance, moving to its side to stop, stand, and stare up at the growing black of the night sky. It took a few seconds for Sam to reach the nurse as he had to fight to maintain his balance before he was able to walk normally again. Once he reached the counter, she directed him to move around its side to follow her into the hallway with the Pokémon Center's treatment rooms. I'm coming too. Reedy said. Both of them chased after Nurse Joy inside. Moving ahead of them, this younger nurse held her head high, but she sent frequent glances back to Sam and Reedy. Her arms were held stiff at her sides. This room should be available, she said. On the way in, they passed a Chansey carrying a roll of paper that would cover an examination table. Once it had left, Nurse Joy let them step inside first, where she closed the door behind them and took a moment to breathe. All right. Ignoring everything else that's going on, you said you have a new Pokémon? Something undiscovered? Now, of all times. It's technically been discovered, it just used to be extinct, Sam said. It's a variant of Typhlosion from Hisui. She managed to evolve into it after months of effort. The nurse slowly nodded and gestured to an empty space on the floor. Send her out, she said. Sam paused. But she's injured. The nurse took several seconds to process Sam's words before sighing and rubbing her brow. Sorry. It's been a stressful few days. Please, hand me her Pokeball so I can scan her into our system. Sam passed over Typhlosion's Pokeball to let the nurse slot it into the nearby computer. Reedy let herself fall into a metal chair pressed against the wall. She looked exhausted after today's constant running and battling, but Sam didn't feel the same need to sit as her. He was still high off of that second wind that had come from witnessing Typhlosion's successful evolution. The computer whirred and sent a beam of light passing over Typhlosion's Pokeball. Above it, a monitor on the wall flashed to ready its display. As the nurse typed, the device finished scanning, and Sam almost laughed at the banner that passed over the screen. New Pokémon. It was almost like a congratulations or an announcement. The nurse went completely still. You weren't kidding, she mumbled. After wiping her forehead, the nurse began to type even more so than before. Sam looked at Reedy, who returned his smile with an even brighter one, and they both waited for the nurse to finish her preparations. A few of Typhlosion's ribs are cracked, but that's nothing serious for a Pokémon. It'll take a week or two for them to heal naturally, but we'll get her right as rain in the next few days, the nurse said, still focusing on her computer. Everything else seems to be in order, but... But what? Sam asked. She's a new species, the nurse replied, turning around on her stool. We can compare her readings to that of a normal Typhlosion a Jotunian Typhlosion, but she's some kind of ghost type now. He nodded. That was the plan. The nurse bit her lip and returned her gaze to the computer's monitor, reading through the data and its many nearly unparseable lines. If you'll excuse me for a moment, I think I need to make a call, the nurse mumbled. Okay. Sam said. The nurse briskly stood up from her stool to walk out of the room, but once she opened the door, she paused to lean against its edge. You can send out your Pokémon if you want to talk to her, she said, only half paying attention while looking back at Sam. Just make sure to not put pressure on her side and try to avoid having her do anything too intensive. She left after that, closing the door to give them some privacy. Alone, Sam and Reedy exchanged a single look before Sam hurriedly snatched Typhlosion's Pokeball away from the machine and released his friend and starter into the center of the room. Typhlosion was big. She was no longer the small, little ferret-like Pokémon she had been as a Cyndaquil and a Quilava. Now, standing on her hind legs, the top of her head reached above Sam's own when she didn't fall into a slouch. Sam looked her over, almost having trouble believing what he was seeing, and Typhlosion shook herself awake as if just coming out of a nap. Her ears weren't the largest ears among Pokémon, but they still slapped the sides of her head when she shook. She only realized Sam was there after taking a moment to rub her eyes. Noticing him, Typhlosion greeted him with a proud smile. You did it, Sam said again. Grinning, Typhlosion brought back her head to cry out her name, once more declaring her victory to the world. A Jotunian member of her species possessed light-colored stomach fur with dark, heat-proof fur on its back. For Typhlosion, a Hisuian Typhlosion, her dark fur stretched around the front of her neck, almost resembling a collar or some sort of plated necklace. At regular intervals in a circle just above her shoulders were dark purple divots. Each of those holes could ignite with fire, and from what Sam had seen in the grove, he knew they could burn with a red-purple flame unique to her variant species, making it seem as though she wore some sort of grand, flowing scarf. Seeing just what Typhlosion had become, Sam had to rub the blurriness out of his eyes. It had taken months to reach this point, and they never once had a guarantee. Typhlosion was an impossible Pokémon, yet here she was. She stood before him, staring back with just the biggest smile on her face. She really evolved. Before he realized it, Sam had already thrown himself forward for a hug. Typhlosion's fur was coarse on his arms but became soft as soon as he pressed past that exterior layer. Temperature-wise, the immediate surface of her body was cold, but she was comfortably warm like a heated blanket directly underneath. As Sam squeezed, Typhlosion said her name, her voice deeper and lacking the squeak it used to carry. She hugged him back, able to do so now that she was around his height. He shoved his face into her fur, his entire being filled with both relief and joy. However, he had to pull back pretty quickly when he felt Typhlosion wince. Sorry, Sam said while wiping his eyes. Your ribs are cracked. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm so happy, you know? You're amazing. You really know that, right? Typhlosion replied with a chuff, sticking her chin into the air out of pride. The squeak of rubber on tile brought Sam's attention away, and he looked over to Reedy who leaned back and watched this all take place. So what's next? She asked. Sam grinned as he once again took in the fully evolved form of Typhlosion. I have to call my mom. She needs to know everything that happened. Morty, too, but he already knew we were going to succeed. I'm not really sure who else. Violet City's Nurse Joy? Oh, Quilava's, Typhlosion's grandfather. And maybe I should also. He stopped. Reedy sent Sam a flat stare, and he knew that hadn't been the answer she was looking for. Specifically, Reedy wanted to know what Sam had planned for his team. And to that, his grin only deepened. Ghost-type moves, Sam said. So many ghost-type moves. Evolution always means a dramatic increase in strength, and after all of Typhlosion's practice with Curse and Will-O-Wisp, learning more moves to match her new type should come super fast. Sam swung his backpack around to his front and reached in. Typhlosion was able to watch him dig through from a completely different angle than before. She tilted her head to the side as he retrieved the new Pokédex and flipped to a certain, extremely familiar entry that they had never directly used before. Never directly used until now. There we go. Typhlosion. Hisuian Typhlosion. Sam laughed to himself as he saw the familiar sketch that started this all. I'm thinking we pick up everything. Your new moves don't even seem that difficult for you, Typhlosion. You can get Confuse Ray. Hex. Shadow Ball. Nightshade. Maybe even a physical attack like Shadow Claw. He paused to let Typhlosion consider her options. I mean, from here, the possibilities might as well be endless. I can't even imagine what you'll be capable of now. Well, I absolutely can, but what I'm trying to say is that you're going to be even more amazing. There's so much we can do, but before then. He stopped himself before he got distracted. There was something else he wanted Typhlosion to try, first. Hey, Sam said, slowing down before he could fall into a lecture. That move you used to illuminate the tree. It wasn't just a Will-O-Wisp, was it? I bet it was something more Infernal Parade, Hisuian Typhlosion's signature move. That was it, right? As Sam named the brand new move, Typhlosion furrowed her brow in thought. The new Pokédex said her species instinctively understood how to use Infernal Parade, but it seemed she hadn't even realized that possibility until now. Slowly, as if to test the idea, Typhlosion held up a paw and cupped the air in front of her chest. Carefully pulling it away from her, a single, flaming wisp sparked up above her palm. The move resembled a Will-O-Wisp, but it didn't carry the usual shade of red Sam had come to expect. Instead, it was made of that same, flickering purple that could burn around Typhlosion's neck. Sam realized he recognized it. Partially, at least. Whenever Quilava had used Will-O-Wisp while under the effects of Curse, the edges of her motes had been tinted with hints of that same purple. Infernal Parade is similar to Hex but slightly weaker, he said quietly, staring at the flames of Typhlosion's new attack. Its damage potential is ever so slightly lower, but like Hex, it doubles in power when damaging a target with a status condition. However, its real strength comes from a combination with that trait. What I mean is, Infernal Parade can inflict a burn all on its own. Typhlosion suddenly breathed out of her nose, causing the flames to vibrate from the rush of air. Lowering her paw, she controlled the wisp to keep it hovering in place. All it took was the slightest bit of her focus to have it move around the room. Sam watched her control it with ease before continuing his explanation. Even though Infernal Parade deals less damage than Hex, it's a better move all around, Sam continued, whispering as he watched Typhlosion practice. Instead of needing to use Will-O-Wisp and then an attack to take advantage of that, you can just use Infernal Parade twice to deal more damage overall. Really? Sam winced at Reedy's question, breaking out of his trance. Reedy was still watching the moving flame, looking almost enthralled by the fire. Kind of, Sam said, shrugging, nonchalant. Infernal Parade is a ghost-type attack, so its fires aren't as strong as Will-O-Wisps. Burns are common but not guaranteed. Still, I think the damage more than makes up for that. Typhlosion's ears stood straight up as she focused on moving around the single mote. It built up speed as she grew in confidence, and it zipped back and forth, side to side, and eventually, up and down. That was a mistake. As soon as her mote neared the ceiling, a blaring, beeping noise shook the very air. The smoke detector blasted out its warning, and Typhlosion had only seconds to put out her attack before the sprinkler system activated. She did so, but she didn't snuff it out the way Sam expected. Rather than dropping the control of her move and letting it dissipate, Typhlosion acted on some unknown instinct, snapping out at the mote with her mouth. She chomped down on the fire, consuming her attack. The beeping stopped. Everyone in the room froze. Typhlosion burped, smoke coming out of her mouth. Gross. Reedy said, waving her hand in front of her face and bursting into laughter. Sam couldn't hold back his laughter, and he teased Typhlosion until a Chansey carrying a fire extinguisher rushed into the room. The next few minutes were spent frantically apologizing and assuring the nurse Pokémon that everything was okay. So how long till you're able to take on Price? Reedy asked, sliding back onto her metal chair once the Chansey had calmed and left. As soon as we can? Typhlosion's super strong now, and she's already so familiar with ghost-type energy that she'll pick up new moves in no time at all, Sam said, walking around his newly evolved friend while she wiggled under the attention. We'll need to spend a few days healing and then a few more days after that just getting her used to her new body. Past that, practice. This is going to be a great time to spar with the rest of the team, so I see us winning against Price in, let's say, 2 weeks. He stopped walking to smirk at Reedy, who replied with a roll of her eyes. 2 weeks was the exact amount of time until Sam's scheduled gym battle would take place. You know, Reedy started, Price is still out there, isn't he? He's hunting for Trevenant with the rest of the trainers under him. Trevenant's not going to attack not now, so Price isn't going to do anything, but what's going to happen to it after everything else? When Sam didn't immediately respond, Reedy dropped her gaze to the floor, and the mood fell into a solemn silence. Sam had no reason to believe Price would do anything to Trevenant after everything that happened, but he was worried. Primarily, even though Trevenant had calmed down, he just hoped the wild Pokémon would be okay. Lost to his thoughts, Sam only looked up when he felt something hit his shoulder. Glancing over, he saw Typhlosion staring at him with a paw on his arm. With her new evolution and new body, she did her best to send him the best approximation of a thumbs up she could. She looked goofy, especially since her paws didn't quite match the digits of a human hand and because of the way her sharp teeth messed with her smile. Sam laughed, despite everything that had gone on. For the first time in a while, he felt as though everything would be okay. I'm glad you could help it, he said. She nodded and let herself drop to the ground. While Typhlosion could walk on their hind legs, they were faster when running on all fours. She hadn't yet had much time to get used to her new size, so Typhlosion went through a few stretches, basic ones, given the status of her ribs, and tried to familiarize herself with her longer limbs. With her on the ground, Sam could see a clear resemblance to how she looked as a Quilava. He'd been worried about changes that had come from a change in type, but Typhlosion was still herself. She was just bigger. Nurse Joy's been gone for a while, but Xavier's still outside. Sam leaned against the room's examination table. I know she's probably going to be back soon, but I don't want to make him wait. I'll check on him once the nurse returns and Typhlosion starts getting healed. Reedy nodded, and they waited. Minutes passed. Their room continued to go undisturbed. Typhlosion went through all the stretches she could without disturbing her ribs. Click. A single noise came from the hallway. Did you hear that? Reedy sat up in her chair, and Typhlosion jumped to her feet. Her eyes locked onto the room's door, the sole entrance and exit to this enclosed space. Click, the noise rang out. Click, the noise came again. Click, and the room was dead silent save for the regular sound of something hard hitting the Pokémon Center's floor. What is that? Every time the noise repeated, Sam's heart skipped in his chest. A cold sweat formed on the back of his neck, but he felt none of the chill that would have signaled this as coming from a ghost type. Click. Reedy was out of her chair. She positioned herself under a small, box-sized window at the top of the wall. She looked ready to climb out the moment anything went wrong. Click. And Typhlosion joined her, fur standing on its ends. As thin tendrils of smoke began to trickle out from her neck, she was just as ready to scramble out even with her current injuries. Click. I don't know what that is, Sam whispered. Click. The noise continued at a constant, regular pace. Each tap was louder. Each tap was closer. Each time the tap came, Sam was ready to jump. His instincts screamed that he needed to leave. Click. Reedy, Sam stammered. Send out Porygon. Now. Please. Before it gets here. We can't let it get to us. We can't let it get in here. We can't let it get to us before we. Click. The noise stopped. Whatever had been causing it was now right outside their door. The room fell into an impossible silence as everyone refused to breathe. No one let themselves twitch even an inch or make the slightest of sounds. Reedy's hand was frozen halfway to Porygon's Pokeball at her belt, and Sam's shadow looked completely normal. It was as if every ghost type inside had drawn itself back to hide from whatever was out there. An eternity passed. A metallic squeak pierced the air. As the door's handle slowly turned, whatever it was began making its way in. Sam had never been so sure of something in his life. Whenever the source of that noise stepped inside, his entire existence would end. Oh, that's enough out of you, a voice said, and the feeling drew itself back. Sam suddenly found himself able to breathe. There we go. Is that a dramatic enough entrance for you? I've seen your battles and assumed you might find something like this amusing. There, as the door opened up, Sam was met with the sight of a short woman resting her hands on a wooden cane that had likely been the source of those clicks. The woman wore an almost frumpy, lavender dress that had a short apron tied to its front, and her hair had grayed into an impossibly light blonde. Her eyes, however, were still sharp and full of energy despite the wrinkles that decorated her face. Reedy gulped as she attempted to gather herself now that that terrifying aura had disappeared. Who's this old? You won't finish that sentence if you know what's good for you, the woman said, and Reedy snapped her mouth shut. Sam finally let himself exhale as he realized who, exactly, he was staring at. Agatha, he said, naming the woman standing before him. You're Agatha, Ghost-type Master and the longest-standing member of Indigo's Elite Four. Indeed. I am she, Agatha said, stepping into the room as the door closed itself behind her. Now then. I was told my presence was required, and I can already see why. She hummed, looking over Typhlosion. Typhlosion tried to avoid the old woman's stare, but no matter how much she shrunk in on herself, she was unable to hide from the elite trainer's discerning gaze. Oh ho, a new species? No, a variant. That's it. Humph. How droll. The strongest ghost-type trainer in the world shook her head. Amusing, but disappointing. I understand why I was contacted, but I didn't expect it to be over something so utterly mundane. Chapter 112. Mundane. Mundane. Sam threw his hands into the air while Agatha watched him with an even expression. We spent months trying to achieve her evolution. We traveled all over the region to figure out how it worked. We went to researchers. Climbed a mountain. Faced real ghosts and so many battles just for you come here and call her. Bonk. Quiet. Sam fell into a crouch, rubbing at the bump forming on his head. Satisfied, Agatha pulled her cane back to wait for him to calm down. And to think, I came here to assist you and you haven't given me even a word of thanks in return. Do you think I arrived due to some mere, idle curiosity? Just so I could see some unknown, new Pokémon? No, my presence was requested. Not just anyone can ascertain the status of a ghost type with a single glance. Agatha clicked her tongue as Sam leered at her, but he soon brought his gaze to the floor. In the future, you should know better than to let yourself be so influenced by the ghost type. How often are you struck by hypocritical views? How often do you feel a desire for revenge? She hummed. That hateful glare of yours is an answer enough. Word of advice, boy, create a core set of beliefs and stick to them no matter what. Then, when you feel at risk of losing control, you have something to fall back on. The member of Indigo's Elite Four then walked past Sam, her cane clicking against the floor with every step. Typhlosion pressed herself against the wall as Agatha approached. That terrifying aura from before was gone, but each sharp ting of Agatha's cane still caused Typhlosion's fur to stand on its ends. Uncharacteristically, Typhlosion looked ready to lash out, but all Agatha had to do was narrow her eyes, and Typhlosion was immediately cowed. Why do you think Typhlosion is mundane? Sam grumbled. He stood up, still rubbing his forehead, but he had no plans to give thanks or apologize. Agatha didn't seem to, either. Humph. Why wouldn't she be? She replied. Sam's eye twitched at Agatha's non-answer. He watched her grab Typhlosion's wrist to lift her arm, and Typhlosion shivered as Agatha inspected her fur. While she was distracted, Sam tried to search Agatha's shadow, but he couldn't tell if she had ghost types with her or not. It looked as basic as the shadow under Reedy's feet, but he knew it couldn't be empty. How could she cause that terrifying aura, otherwise? At this point, all new discoveries are mundane, Agatha eventually said, letting Typhlosion's arm drop as she pulled back to look over all of Typhlosion at once. Do you realize how many new species are discovered each week? You have that fool Oak to thank for that. Pokémon are for fighting, yet he wastes his time in that excuse of a ranch of his. I would even say that he... Her words drifted off as she paced to the other side of Typhlosion. Doing so let her catch sight of Sam's face, and her expression changed to something that wasn't passive disdain. Mild surprise. Oh. Agatha cocked an eyebrow. Not a fan. Sam looked at Reedy for help, but all she did was furiously shake her head. She wanted nothing more than for Sam to not bring her into this conversation. Agatha was considered the most intimidating member of Indigo's Elite Four for a reason. Fine. Yet. I don't like Oak, Sam said. His words almost came out like a hiss, but he wasn't sure if that was in reaction to Agatha or to the topic of conversation. We already had perfectly fine Pokédexes. Written ones. And now he's spreading the electronic Pokédex all over the world without even blinking an eye. Sam crossed his arms with a huff. Didn't even blink at how that would step on others' businesses. Didn't even matter that bookstores relied on that kind of income to stay afloat. Did he ever think about that? I doubt it. I bet, in his eyes, he thinks that any kind of progress is worth the sacrifice. I bet he's just fine with the money that's lining his pockets, too. But he was friends with my grandfather. Sam tried not to frown and failed. He believed the words he said at least, he was pretty sure did, but he still didn't know what he was supposed to think. Professor Oak hadn't been there when his grandfather passed. Professor Oak hadn't been there when his mother struggled to make ends meet. He hadn't been there to see Sam's mom sitting at the kitchen table late at night, scattered papers before her, furiously trying to juggle what income they had left now that both Sam's father and grandfather had passed away. There were nights when Sam would go downstairs for a glass of water after staying up to read. He'd see his mother at the table, and she'd look up in surprise. Yet, no matter how many times he asked, she'd just smile and say everything was okay. But it never felt like the truth. And he hated that. The only time he didn't see his mother stress was at the beginning of the year. The new version of the Pokédex sold enough copies to keep them above board for months. Running a bookstore was never meant to be profitable, but it was his mother's dream. It was just that she didn't expect to suddenly lose almost her entire immediate family and be forced to take care of a boy and 2 Pokémon all by herself. Oh ho! I see. No longer paying attention to Typhlosion, Agatha's cane clicked across as she moved to stop in front of Sam. The old woman looked up at him, her head only coming up to a height that was slightly under his chin. She was silent. She did nothing but stare. Not sure what else to do, Sam stared right back. Eventually, Agatha exhaled with a slight chuckle and shook her head. Sam wasn't able to figure out the expression that crossed her face, especially since she now looked so amused. Annoyance sourced from a time before catching a ghost type. Something that has festered, rather than grown on its own. Does he truly carry that hate in his heart, or is it just a cover for something else? Excuse me. A ghost-type trainer, indeed, Agatha said with a laugh. What better person to train ghosts than someone haunted by his past? She walked past him to reach the door of the room. There, she turned on her heel to face everyone here. Typhlosion drew back and Reedy tried to pretend that she didn't exist, but Sam met Agatha's stare, ignoring the continued smirk on the elite's face. Typhlosion is indeed a ghost type, but it's her secondary type rather than her first. Expect her behavior to be that of a normal Typhlosion, just influenced by a partial ghost-type mindset, Agatha explained. If her primary type was ghost, there would be more to worry about, but as she is now, she's just a slightly more ethereal yet completely physical Pokémon. Expect no changes to any treatment. She's still herself a Typhlosion. Be thankful for that. Despite her words, Sam didn't like the implication that evolution could cause those changes. Primeape was still due to evolve, but his evolution was also a secondary ghost type. Given what Agatha had said, nothing should happen with that. But Primeape's evolution requires a certain mindset. How worried do we need to be? Unaware of his thoughts, Agatha kept speaking. As for some personal advice, I recommend keeping this evolution quiet until you're in a better spot. You don't need to commit yourself to secrecy, but don't spread the news around. People are used to new discoveries, just not from random trainers. You can never be sure how the wrong people might react. So I say it's best to wait until the conference, she continued, thumping her cane against the ground. There, publicity will be your safety. At your level of strength, a bold, region-wide reveal will serve perfectly to ward the wrong kind of folk off. She nodded at her own words before staring at Sam, unerringly meeting his eyes. There was a seriousness to her gaze, this wasn't just an idle suggestion. She genuinely believed it was in his best interest to not spread news of Typhlosion's evolution too far around. Okay, sure, but isn't this just you trying to hurt Johto? Reedy suddenly blurted out. Typhlosion's one of Johto's starters. Learning that her species can become a variant would bring a lot of money and investments to her region. Agatha glared at Reedy, and Reedy shrunk in on herself. She squeaked something about hearing similar thoughts from Mr. Pokémon, but Agatha just closed her eyes and turned away. As if I need to concern myself with the beliefs of others. Yes, I do not care for Johto, but I will never act to harm this region. My advice is advice for you alone, and it do you best to listen to it. She looked over her shoulder for one last glance through the room before chuckling to herself and exiting into the hallway. She mumbled something about kids these days as the door shut behind her. Sam realized he'd never once seen her put her hand on the handle of the door. It had opened and closed all on its own. And now she's gone? Just like that? She's really not a person to waste her time, is she? Man. She and Price would get along if it wasn't for everything about Johto and Kanto's issues. Sam waited to see if that terrifying presence would return or if Agatha would come and say anything else. However, the clicks of her cane lacked the pressure from before, and the sounds faded away until she was gone. Then, and only then, Sam could begin to hear the hustle and bustle of the rest of the Pokémon Center. However, despite the presence of so many others here, he had a feeling in his stomach that only he, Reedy, and Nurse Joy knew that Agatha had been here at all. It's over? She's gone? Reedy asked hopefully. Yeah. She's gone, Sam answered. Reedy let herself collapse back into her chair. The bags under her eyes were somehow even deeper than before. Similarly, Sam's shadow darkened once again as all the ghosts inside finally let themselves breathe. Haunter's eyes opened up to look around before he hid himself once again, just in case. I don't like her, Sam grumbled. He sat on the nurse's stool as Typhlosion slid down the wall to come to a rest on the floor. You don't like anyone who's not immediately nice to you, Reedy said. No. I don't like anyone who goes out of their way to be rude, and Agatha. You like Xavier. He doesn't do it intentionally. Yeah? You sure about that? Shut up. Sam rubbed his head, and Reedy laughed, but the two of them were too exhausted to do anything more than that. For a while, the room was silent. They were still waiting on whatever Nurse Joy was doing to prepare Typhlosion's treatment. Sam wasn't sure why it was Agatha who came here instead of Morty. The importance of a new evolution, maybe? But they were in Johto, not Kanto, and Agatha was decidedly not a fan of the region. You know, Reedy started. She went quiet as she bit her lip, unsure. What? There's something I don't get, she said slowly. Agatha came here for Typhlosion, right? Nurse Joy called the League for help, except. Sam looked up at Reedy. He could tell she was struggling to find her words. Except, how did Agatha know to bother with that pressure at the beginning? Sam, she said she watched your battles. She said you'd think it'd be amusing. So? I fought in the Violet City tournament. The League's archives have recordings of every match, he huffed. It was your idea to make me seem so edgy back then. Why wouldn't she think I'd like something like that? Okay, sure, but, well. Reedy grimaced and sat up to better focus. Leaning forward, she looked Sam in the eye. What I'm trying to say is. When did Agatha watch your battles? Nurse Joy hasn't been gone for longer than half a match. Between being called and showing up, Agatha couldn't have had time to watch anything. And Sam went silent. To Reedy's question, he didn't have an answer. Price never discovered what had happened. The expedition returned late in the night, with many of its participants practically collapsing once they reached the Pokémon Center lobby. There was no mention of Trevenant. There were only a handful of comments about a few sporadic attacks. At most, one group had been knocked out. Sam did his best to keep a straight face when he heard that, but after a certain point, no further Pokémon bothered the group. Price's line of trainers never encountered who or what was responsible. It was as if all of the aggression had vanished out of nowhere, and Price was somehow both annoyed and satisfied with that result. Sam stayed up just long enough to make sure nothing would go wrong, and then he promptly went to bed and slept until early afternoon. He stayed in his and Reedy's rooms for most of the next day, just hanging out and relaxing to give everyone plenty of privacy and rest. But once night fell again, everyone went downstairs to make a pair of calls and send the messages that needed to be sent. Morty was delighted to find out about Typhlosion's successful evolution. He spoke loudly when he offered his congratulations, forcing Reedy and Ursaring to lift a blanket even higher to keep Typhlosion's new form unseen. However, when Morty spoke, he also had a strange look in his eyes. It was as if he had somehow known they'd already succeeded. Unfortunately, though he had the time for a short chat, Morty couldn't come to visit as he had already spent too much time away from his gym thanks to the events in Violet City and the favor Sam had cashed in within Blackthorn. Since Sam and Reedy already planned to return to Ecruteak as their next stop, Morty promised he would celebrate Typhlosion's evolution when they arrived. He also mentioned he had a surprise for Sam, but he didn't give any hints as to what that would be. Sam called his mother for the second of the two calls since he knew that one would last significantly longer than the first. When the screen flashed on to show her face, her eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and even Sabai didn't bother to try for a scare when he saw the newly evolved Typhlosion on the screen. It was nice to catch up, and it was pretty funny, too. Typhlosion wiggled and squirmed as Sam's mom gushed over how pretty her purple flames were. She tried to slink away out of embarrassment, but Sam wrestled her to keep her nearby. There, Typhlosion was subjected to minutes upon minutes of genuine compliments. Honestly, listening to Sam's mother spend so long heaping on praise was harder on Typhlosion than most battles. Her face was completely flush through her fur by the end of it. After that call, Sam also sent quick messages informing Dr. Hale and Professor Carolina about Typhlosion's evolution as a thank you. He wasn't close enough to those two to call them, but he knew that without them, Typhlosion would have never reached her current form. Thankfully, neither seemed like the type of person to spread the discovery around. Finally, Shin was informed as well, though they weren't able to visit him until the next day. The mushroom forager had managed to escape thanks to Parasect waking him up, and the pair had escaped before any other trainer arrived. He had enough plausible deniability that he wouldn't get in trouble, but he was staying out of town for a few days just in case he'd get recognized. Still, he was amazed at Typhlosion's evolution, a complete surprise to him, and he was filled with relief when he heard that his actions had helped them make sure Trevenant could find peace. When Sam left Shin's home after their chat, Shin promised to root for him and everyone else when the time for the conference finally arrived. But that comment brought up another question. What am I supposed to do about the news of Typhlosion's evolution and this technical discovery? In the Pokémon Center, Agatha had been rather dismissive, but she had a point that these kinds of discoveries rarely came from random trainers. Usually, they only came after years of dedicated research, not months, and Sam didn't even have a sponsor backing him as Reedy had with Mr. Pokémon. Typhlosion's evolution was a big deal, as mundane as it was. She was proof of a long-lost evolution, and this success implied that other long-lost evolutions might be possible, too. For now, Sam wanted to talk to Morty in person before coming to a decision. While he planned to keep things quiet in Mahogany Town, he didn't plan on hiding Typhlosion once they left, but he didn't plan on showing her off, either. Their journey would continue as is, and those who would be surprised by her existence would be surprised. Rumors would spread, but nothing would be confirmed. Nothing would be confirmed until the conference, that is. There, Typhlosion would make her worldwide debut alongside Primeape's evolved form hopefully. By the time that came around, Sam's team would be strong enough to defend themselves no matter their opponent, and since everyone would know it was Sam who had these otherwise unique Pokémon, thievery wouldn't be possible unless they wanted to make an enemy out of the entire region. Mr. Pokémon would have loved to hear about this earlier than that, however, but Sam wasn't sure if he liked the idea of encouraging other trainers to go out and hunt dangerous ghosts by themselves. But with Morty and his mother called, messages sent, Shin visited, and a decision made, there was only one other person Sam hadn't talked to. Xavier. Except, he had talked to him, but it was only during the same night they had just returned. Their conversation had taken place after Typhlosion had been taken for healing but before the other trainers had come back. Sam stepped outside to meet with Xavier, and their chat had mostly just been a discussion about what happened that day and how Xavier would deal with the consequences of splitting off from Price's line. There, Xavier said something at the very end that stuck with Sam. He could remember that moment clearly, even now. You know more about Pokémon than me, the older boy had said, still staring up at the stars. I don't. Not really. I've just been lucky with my sources, and I've spent a lot of time on research. Xavier went silent. It took a full minute for him to speak up next. It looked as though he wanted to say something else, but he didn't. He didn't ask about Hisuian Typhlosion or how Sam knew Yanma could evolve or why Sam had been so willing to bypass Price's plan. No, Xavier had said only one thing. I will defeat you in the conference. And Sam didn't know how to respond to that. He had always seen Xavier as some impossible wall to overcome, someone to defeat, but somehow, after today, it was as if those roles had been reversed. Unfortunately, Xavier vanished before morning came, leaving in search of that Hon Crow. He disappeared before everyone had truly settled down, and when a gym trainer entered the Pokémon Center in search of him, she left a message containing harsh words about his desertion but did nothing else. He just wouldn't receive any payment or a recommendation for his help during these events. The only other thing Sam had to take care of was to pay a fee for losing the borrowed Everstone, and then there was nothing keeping him in town. Once everyone was properly rested and Typhlosion healed, Sam left. Not to permanently leave Mahogany Town and move on to the next town, but he left with just himself and his team to find a spot on the eastern Route 44 and camp out for a while. There, his goals were simple. Train Typhlosion. Make her stronger. Have her learn the ghost-type moves she'd need. And prepare the rest of the team to take on Price's Ice-type gym. Within only a few days, Typhlosion picked up every move Sam had mentioned before. She learned Confuse Ray, Hex, Shadow Ball, Nightshade. Even Shadow Claw was added to her expanded repertoire. She'd spent so long working with Curse that her familiarity with the ghost type made learning these new attacks an ease. But Curse itself was different. Its energies enhanced the capabilities of non-ghost type Pokémon, but when a ghost type used it, it traded vitality for damage over time. Typhlosion struggled to master its sudden change in effect, and Sam didn't want to risk her getting hurt. So, they decided to put the move to the side for now and practice something else. They trained, and they sparred, and they stayed hidden in the forested hills of Route 44. Their campsite was far enough to the side that no travelers found them, and Reedy occasionally visited just to check in and bring supplies. However, it was during a period when Reedy wasn't there, a few days into their practice, that Sam started to notice something strange. When focusing on his team, out of the corner of his eye, it was as if the forest moved. Shadows watched them from within nearby trees. Sam had no intention of repeating the same mistake he made in the past. He did not want a repeat of what happened with Misdreavus, where a ghost type was forced to unfairly stalk them for far too long. So Sam turned. He stared into the shadows. "Come on out," he shouted. And a soft, red glow sparked up within the shade. Hidden from the midday sun, a certain ghost type became visible at the edge of these shrouded woods. The last Sam had seen Trevenant, the Pokémon had been kneeling in its burned grove. Its tears watered a sprout poking through the ash, and the tree that had once been both its home and its parent had disappeared, moving on after seeing Trevenant had accepted that it didn't need to seek out revenge. However, when Trevenant appeared before Sam right now, it still looked angry. It clenched its claws, balling them into fists, and the pressed-together lips of its wooden maw cracked from the pressure. "I thought you'd be protecting your grove," Sam said. Trevenant did nothing but stare. Yet, Sam did not feel the same malice as before. The more he looked at it, the more he saw the clues. It was angry, but its anger lacked that same hatred it used to possess. It was as if it were angry because it was confused. It was angry at the world, it was angry at its situation, and, specifically, it was angry at itself. "I see. You don't need to protect your grove, do you?" Sam said quietly. "Just as other Pokémon came to your call, other Pokémon came to the final call of that tree. They're already tied to that area. They can protect it for you. So you aren't needed, not necessarily. You want to help, but..." Briefly, Sam closed his eyes. "In a way, by leaving, this is you trying to move on." The Trevenant took a step closer, exiting the shade of the forest. It shook, small bits of ash falling from the leaves that grew on its body, leaving it a perfectly clean combination of black, brown, and green. Seeing Sam stare, it scowled, but its singular, red eye lacked the burning edge that had once been so prevalent. "Typhlosion," Sam said. She had already been at his side, but she now stepped forward. She and Trevenant faced each other once again. She rolled her shoulder as Trevenant flexed its claws, both of them ready for a fight. A beat passed. Trevenant lunged. A wave of purple flames encompassed its form. "Here we go!" Sam yelled. With practiced ease, he reached into his pack, tossing forward the first object he could find, a moon ball. It was one of the several Reedy had obtained in Azalea Town, and it was one of the only empty Pokeballs on his person. Though the moon ball's properties weren't relevant here, it was still a Pokeball, and it flew through the air, chasing Typhlosion's infernal parade and hitting Trevenant in the forehead. The move dissipated, and Trevenant began to fall backward before being sucked up in a flash of light. The tossed object hit the ground, where it shook. It rocked back and forth before a click pierced through the air. Then, silence. The ball laid still. Nothing burst out. With that single toss, Trevenant was caught. Chapter 113. At times, Typhlosion had trouble believing she was no longer a Quilava. It wasn't that nothing had changed, it was just her sheer amazement at how her evolution had happened at all. Evolving from a Cyndaquil had been a change in form, but the difference between a Cyndaquil and a Quilava had been minor at best. Looking back at it, she had stayed small. Both forms had been weak. As a Cyndaquil, she had been more liable to produce smoke than flame, and her attacks as a Quilava had only seemed impressive due to fire's tendency to spread. But now that she was a Typhlosion? As she stood in the field of tall, swaying grass, she could feel the fire burning inside her. A furnace of energy swirled with heat and shadows, all of it completely under her control. Before, she had to focus to use her moves, but now, when she held up a paw, it took only the barest application of will to conjure a wisp within it. From there, darkness coiled around her held-out limb, shaping itself into a nasty-looking shadow claw. Flames wrapped around her neck like a warm hug, enhanced to a greater temperature by the charcoal she kept hidden within her fur. With a mere thought, her blaze increased, and she knew she could conjure a swarm of wisps through sheer instinct alone. Sam had warned her that other Typhlosion could move faster and better sustain hits, but those were only marginal differences at best. As a Hisuian Typhlosion, she was capable of more powerful special attacks. She had also gained an improved understanding of a second type, the Ghost type, the same type to be shared by every member of the team. But she was still growing. She needed to get used to her new senses if she wanted to maximize her strength. Miss. Case in point, she hadn't expected a haunting voice to speak up beside her, and she looked over to see Misdreavus sitting in the air. Typhlosion grinned at her friend, smiling and exposing her sharper teeth in what was a light taunt. Misdreavus just rolled her eyes. She didn't quite care that Typhlosion was so much larger than her now. Still, Typhlosion snickered as Misdreavus drifted out to wait roughly a dozen feet ahead. Her quick comment hadn't been a simple hello. No, Misdreavus had been reminding Typhlosion that they were out here for a reason. To spar. To practice. To battle. To get stronger. There was no sense in waiting, so as soon as the two of them were ready, they began. Typhlosion's feet blurred across the grassy earth, launching her forward with the energy of a quick attack. Misdreavus, used to her tricks, replied with an angry mean look that challenged Typhlosion to not escape. She was forced to skid to a halt, and Typhlosion's plans to circle around were now blocked before they could even start. She swerved to change her approach and rushed directly at Misdreavus with that same normal-type energy converted into something else. Quickly, Typhlosion's double team became a false squadron of herself that faced Misdreavus in an intimidating line. Misdreavus just laughed. Though surrounded, she wasn't one to be trapped. Rather than attack from range, Misdreavus went on to surprise Typhlosion by flying forth to meet that mass charge. Her shadow sneak allowed her to dive down and race right beneath those false shadows, disrupting them one by one like stars winking out in the night sky. Typhlosion knew Misdreavus was about to find her within her line of copies, so she stopped bothering to hide and lunged. She dug a shadow claw through the ground to wind up her attack, catching and peeling away Misdreavus's shadow sneak like removing an out-of-place sticker from the cover of a book. Misdreavus tried to reply with a psybeam. Typhlosion didn't dodge, she took the attack head-on. Unlike how she had been as a Quilava, Typhlosion now had the power of a fully evolved Pokémon at her side. She felt the psybeam smash into her stomach, but she kept running, and she jumped right through Misdreavus without using any move in particular. She didn't unleash an attack because she didn't need to. This was only a spar, after all. That fake, final hit was victory enough, and as Typhlosion landed and turned to face her friend, Misdreavus breathed out in a sigh to accept her defeat. Typhlosion snorted again, grinning at her friend after a match well fought. Misdreavus rolled her eyes, but she was smiling, too. The exchange had been quick, but they were both ready to spar one another several times more. They'd get stronger. They'd keep training. Typhlosion felt as though she could run for miles. But she also knew it was better to pace herself. They hadn't been out here for long. They still had plenty of time to battle throughout the coming days. Still, it was fun to let loose. It was even better to try out her new power against a friend. Later, when they'd both battled themselves out and had practiced all their moves, Misdreavus let herself settle onto the ground as Typhlosion fell back next to her. Truthfully, Misdreavus knew she'd lose their battles before any spar had started. She'd been familiar with ghost-type energy for much longer than Typhlosion, but she hadn't dedicated herself to reaching that same mastery like Typhlosion had. There were times that Misdreavus thought she was falling behind, but she knew in her heart that she wasn't. She was still expanding her moveset, and Typhlosion had the benefit of evolution. The gap between them was only temporary, she'd catch up with enough effort, and it'd be sooner rather than later that Sam would procure her a dusk stone to give her the chance to evolve. But right now, she was tired. She could feel the movement of her body slow. Misdreavus didn't have the stamina of Primeape or the boisterous energy of Haunter. She was a single Pokémon, one more used to hiding and searching rather than battling, but it was nice to have the chance to do whatever she wanted now that she had joined up. Above, the sun hadn't quite set, but the sky was already turning shades of red and orange. Similar colors came from the lingering embers on Typhlosion's neck, yet her flames never once spread to the grass thanks to her exceptional control. Misdreavus said. She told Typhlosion that they had a good battle. Typhlosion chuffed in response, almost self-defeating. She might have won, but she hadn't won enough to her liking. As timid as she could be sometimes, that girl always sought to outdo herself. She would have fought more if it wasn't for where they were. If there was anything that Sam had ensured they understood, it was that they should always find time to rest. Although, Misdreavus was pretty sure he just said that as an excuse to read his books. She chuckled to herself and floated a bit higher, drifting closer to her friend. Ghost-type Pokémon didn't always get to experience warmth, but Typhlosion's flames were different. They made the air around them comfortable in a different way from the cool comfort of darkness. It was nice to linger and relax, feeling the heated breeze pass through her ethereal flesh. She closed her eyes. It was times like these that Misdreavus remembered some of her fondest moments. Her first and most important scare. Her time spent traveling between and through enormous trees. A night spent at a campsite set at the edge of a lake so impossibly clear that she could see thousands of sunken stones just beneath its surface. Come on, I know you can do it. Just one more try. You already know Astonish, so Shadow Claw shouldn't be that hard, right? A cry echoed out. Misdreavus opened her eyes at the sound of Sam's voice, and Typhlosion lifted her head. Sam's words were encouraging, but in a way, each one also carried concern. Misdreavus and Typhlosion both glanced over to where Sam was desperately gesturing with his arms. Trevenant sat before him, root-like legs stabbed into the earth, otherwise not giving a response. The tree Pokémon wasn't attacking, and he wasn't leaving, either. However, he wasn't listening to Sam. He rarely did. At best, he used a handful of moves to practice before calling it for the day. Typhlosion, Typhlosion whispered. Misdreavus replied. Misdreavus would have thought Typhlosion would be more annoyed, but she sounded just as concerned as Sam. Even after everything that happened, she was worried for Trevenant. She was worried for her Sam. She was worried about what the two of them must be feeling and how neither had yet to properly get along. But if Misdreavus knew anything, she knew Sam. It was easy for her to place her faith in him, even if he was dealing with quite the obstinate Pokémon. She did her best to reassure Typhlosion. Misdreavus knew in her heart that Sam would figure something out. Trevenant just needed time to adapt. He'd come around once he realized how nice it was to have friends. Typhlosion voiced her concerns, but Misdreavus closed her eyes once more. She didn't feel a need to worry, as it was Trevenant who came here on his own. If he hadn't wanted to be captured, he wouldn't have left his ball. He just needed to get used to the change, as obviously, he wanted to stick around. Misdreavus was glad that she did. From a nearby shadow, something else watched the same situation with narrowed eyes. Haunter pressed himself deeper into his pool of darkness, staring out as Sam released a frustrated sigh and walked away. Haunter's trainer ended up setting up a pot above the campfire as yet another day of training came to a close. Typhlosion and Primeape needed to eat, but Misdreavus and Haunter only needed snacks at most. Trevenant would get his sustenance through his roots sucking up nutrients and other stuff from the earth. Gas. Gas. Ghastly. As Haunter sat and observed, many voices whispered out from all around him. Each one encouraged him, sharing the plans they thought he should follow. Honestly, Haunter cackled at a few of them. These guys were really great. With his careful tutoring, he knew they'd become even more cleverer. But for this, Haunter already had a plan of his own. When he was confident no one but the ghastly were watching, Haunter slipped out of the shadow to move through the darkness, phasing into etherealness to the point of becoming nearly invisible. He was a mist, one easily mistakable for a real ghost. However, he knew no one would make that mistake here, so he stayed to the side at the edge of the forest where he'd certainly go unnoticed. Unfortunately, as he slunk past and through the nearby trees, one of Typhlosion's ears flicked his way. He ignored the stare she sent at him, only responding with a single wink. He slipped deeper into the shadows from there, carefully staying silent as he slunk toward their shared campsite from the other side. His target, Trevenant, didn't move and didn't react. The glow in the tree Pokémon's red eye had vanished in the equivalent of being closed. Trevenant wasn't paying attention to any potential approach, and he certainly paid no attention to the shadows reaching out like fingers poised to grab. Those shadows were Haunter's red carpet. They were his unseen path that guided him to his target. He moved slowly, and all the while, the campsite went unchanging. Trevenant rested, Primeape trained, Misdreavus relaxed next to her friend, and Sam cooked. Only Typhlosion and the mass of Ghastly watched him leave the floor, unseen. Haunter's plan was simple, Trevenant needed a chance to lighten up. If their newest potential friend was going to be so stubborn, then Haunter needed to show him he could relax. Carefully, he floated a hand up and out to tap on Trevenant's shoulder before immediately dropping into the floor and zipping away. Trevenant's eye slowly regained its glow in the equivalent of it opening up, and the Pokémon looked behind him. No one was there. It was only when Trevenant turned back around that Haunter let himself be seen. Using his speed, he could pass through the shadows just fast enough to get to the other side of Trevenant, where he jumped out with a wide grin and hands splayed out to his sides. "Haunter!" he shouted. His voice shook Trevenant's leaves. The entire clearing went still. Haunter could already picture all of the Ghastly laughing in the shadow. A good scare like this always provoked a reaction. Once Trevenant got over his shock, he'd realize it was okay to laugh, and then the Pokémon would feel way more comfortable with everyone here. Haunter was sure of it. But there was nothing. Not even a peep. Trevenant just stared at where Haunter maintained his dramatic pose before letting his eye fizzle out to return to his torpor. Grumbling, Haunter slumped. From a nearby shadow, a few Ghastly called out their names, telling Haunter that he'd get him next time. "It's all right, Haunter," Sam said. "Trevenant just needs space. He was willing to work on a few of his moves today, so please let him rest." Haunter met Sam's gaze. The boy tried to smile. Unfortunately, Haunter wasn't able to return that cheerful look and quickly turned away. "Misdreavus." Haunter responded to that quip with a far too wet raspberry and slunk off into a shadow before his reaction could be seen. Several Ghastly joined him to start chatting rather excitedly, giving him so many ideas on how he could go about it next time, which did help somewhat. This scare might have failed, but he just needed to be patient. All the Ghastly speaking to him right now were right. This attempt might not have succeeded, but eventually, Trevenant would lighten up. There, Haunter would be waiting, absolutely prepared to make the Pokémon laugh. But between all of the ghost types and all of the concern and all of the attempts to get Trevenant to do something, one Pokémon didn't bother. He didn't see the point. Primeape threw a punch. And then another. And another. His fur became dampened by the sweat built from the attacks thrown into the air. A heat grew in his chest with every subsequent fist. He watched each motion carefully to search for ways he could still improve. That one punch could have been stronger. The next could have been faster. Primeape's imaginary opponent moved limberly, and Primeape knew he needed to work on his aim. Honestly, at times, Primeape was almost jealous of Ursaring. Reedy pushed the bear more than Sam pushed him, but Primeape would never accept a trade of trainers. Sam might not have had the physical expertise needed to train a fighting type, but Primeape didn't care. Sam had given him the support he needed, and Sam had a dedication that few trainers ever had. No, if Primeape failed to get stronger, it would be his fault, not Sam's. It would be Primeape's fault if he fell behind. It would be Primeape's fault if he failed to stay in line with the rest of the team. He was weak. He knew that he was weak. Primeape knew that he'd always been weak. If there had been one thing that had reminded him of that fact, it had been witnessing Typhlosion's drastic increase in power that came from her evolution. That infernal parade of hers was a move he'd never be able to avoid. Even Rage Fist, his ultimate attack, was nothing in the face of those overwhelming flames. Feeling the pressure rise in his chest, Primeape threw even more punches, trying to get that feeling out of his head. He could feel the heat building inside him. He could feel his anger growing. It burned, knowing that no matter how clever he'd been, knowing that no matter how many Mankey had looked up to him, that all of it had been taken away the moment he failed to defeat Primeape! He roared as an image of a certain Pokémon flashed before his eyes. It looked too much like his own visage for him to ever feel comfortable with the sight of that face. His glove smashed through the illusion and carried him forward. He fell, huffing and puffing as he landed in the dirt. He felt eyes on him. Judging eyes. Concerned eyes as Sam glanced up from the campfire, but Primeape just shook his head. Not now. Not yet. Primeape knew they needed to talk, but he had no plans to talk until they were closer. So Sam went back to preparing their meal, quietly acknowledging Primeape's wishes. Primeape stood up to shake the dirt and sweat off his body. Practically all of his training so far had been to let him master his anger, but he couldn't do that right now with all these infuriating thoughts swarming his head. He recognized he could have kept practicing. He recognized he could have kept trying to ignore the pain in his chest. But he wasn't going to bother. There was no point. He was getting too caught up in his thoughts, and he knew Sam wouldn't approve. Primeape marched away from his groove in the earth to deposit himself on a short, nearby hillside. He breathed, attempting to calm down, but an ember of rage lingered in his chest. That smoldering anger would never go away. For his species, it would always be there. Primeape could still try to get it under control, which he'd been doing every night and day since Sam first showed him that sketch in his book. Closing his eyes, Primeape focused on feeling the cool grass press against his legs. The setting sun warmed his fur and evaporated the lingering moisture. He used the lazy wind as a tool to find his center, and he let the smell of a good dinner give him something to look forward to. It was easy to distract himself and to stop thinking, but it was harder to acknowledge his thoughts without being consumed by his rage. Typhlosion. The voice that came toward Primeape was barely a whisper, carried to him by the same breeze he was using to relax. He peeked open an eye to see Typhlosion staring at him, but faced with her commanding gaze, Primeape looked away. Typhlosion didn't. Her stare seared into his back, its burn almost as strong as one of her fire-type moves. Not once did she let up, even through a whisper from Misdreavus next to her, and it eventually became too much. Annoyed, Primeape grunted and stood up. Doing that let him see what she had been trying to point out. Trevenant was also staring. Ever since Sam had caught that tree Pokémon, Trevenant barely listened. At best, he'd train a few moves for a short period but withdraw almost immediately after. Trevenant's capture hadn't been like any other team member's capture. There had been no heartfelt moment. No proper battle to earn the right to train him. Well, there had, but fighting Typhlosion didn't count. Not as a grass type against those flames. No, Trevenant had come here on his own and had decided to stick around on his own, but to Primeape, it was likely Trevenant was only here because he was confused. It was pretty obvious that the tree Pokémon came because he felt a need to follow, to move on and grow stronger by leaving his home, but it was also pretty obvious that the Pokémon didn't understand why it felt that way in the first place. When Primeape looked back to the other Pokémon, Trevenant looked away as fast as he could. Though he had only a single eye, Trevenant's expression was more than familiar enough to Primeape. They both wanted revenge, but there was a difference between them. In a way, Trevenant was here for guidance, but he didn't even know the questions he needed to seek. Did he need to know what that difference was? Did he need to know what his actions had meant? Or was it that Trevenant wanted to know why he had fallen into such a dark place? Meanwhile, Primeape hadn't. They wanted the same thing, but Primeape wasn't letting his desires control him. Not yet. Rolling his eyes, Primeape grumbled as he understood why Typhlosion had been nagging him so much. She'd already helped out other Pokémon in the past, but she didn't quite yet have the confidence to fully take on the role of a guide. Recognizing she wanted him to help Trevenant, Primeape stood up. Really, some Pokémon were just too dumb. The answers Trevenant wanted were pretty obvious as far as he was concerned. Grunting, Primeape stomped over to where Trevenant sat, moving over to deposit himself at the Pokémon's side. They tried to hide it, but everyone here watched him walk over and sit down. It wasn't until he snorted that they were told off and hurriedly turned away. A silence fell over the clearing. A few tense moments passed. Annoyed, Primeape kept his arms crossed. He didn't want to help until Trevenant asked for help, but the stupid Pokémon was instead trying to pretend to not care. He was fine with that, and Primeape let the nothing pass between them for several minutes longer. Mostly. Eventually, he had enough of this. This situation was exhausting. He looked up at Trevenant and spoke his thought. Trevenant was braver than him, but Trevenant was also very dumb. And he brought his gaze back down to earth, trying to re-enter his meditative state regardless of the surprised stare coming from the single, red eye above his head. There were layers to Primeape's statement that Trevenant actually dared to stand up for himself instead of running away, that Trevenant had the right to do what he had done but not in such an aggressive manner, and that the reason Trevenant came here was because he needed support. Having Pokémon listen to him was one thing, but having friends help him find a better path was entirely something else. Really, Primeape was the wise one between all of these ignoramuses, and he sniffed while peeking an eye open toward Typhlosion, asking if that was enough. She looked annoyed with him for some reason, but she didn't have anything to say. She did, in fact, look away, finally giving Primeape the chance to rest. He let himself linger there even though he could feel Trevenant tensing next to him, waiting for more. But Primeape said nothing, and in the end, Trevenant settled down into that same torpor from before. However, for some reason, it felt different, as if Trevenant did understand at least one part of what Primeape had tried to imply. "Food's ready." When Sam's voice eventually echoed out around the campsite, Ghastly crowded around to try to steal away cut pieces from a plate forgotten at Sam's side. Typhlosion and Misdreavus both got up to walk over, and Haunter left his hiding spot to snag a spoon from Sam's personal plate. Primeape waited for everyone else to gather before rolling forward to stand up. Trevenant watched him go. When Primeape finished inhaling the soup from his bowl, he noticed that Trevenant had joined their group for the first time. Silently, Sam handed the quiet Pokémon a fresh berry with a hopeful smile on his face. Chapter 114. "I'm back," Reedy called out. "And I brought sandwiches." Appearing in a flash of light, Reedy popped into existence alongside Porygon in the middle of Sam's campsite. Seeing her there, he immediately knew that any further attempts at training would be pointless. Typhlosion almost immediately snapped her head toward Reedy. Her nose twitched with excitement as she sniffed at the scents coming from a plastic bag Reedy held. Haunter zipped out of a shadow, and even Primeape looked over with interest. All practice effectively ceased as almost everyone gathered to eat the offered meal. "You're really bringing food every time you come here, hey?" Sam said as he walked over as well. "Yup." Reedy patted Porygon's head and dug through the bag to hand sandwiches to everyone asking for them. "Why wouldn't I? I have the money and you've basically been living in the woods these past 2 weeks. Don't you miss the luxuries of civilization? Don't you miss eating something not made over a campfire?" She tauntingly held a sandwich toward Sam, and he leered at it before snatching it away, tearing its paper and ripping off a bite in the same way he had done every other time Reedy came bearing gifts. She laughed as he fumed and enjoyed the unfortunately delicious food. Once everyone had a meal of their own, she went ahead and released her own Pokémon, too. Ursaring chomped down and ate half a sandwich in a single bite, and Dragonair brought her head high into the air, proudly holding it up before her super special horde of 2. "So how's your training been?" Sam asked as he slid down into a chair next to his camp's unlit fire. Reedy shrugged as she found her own seat next to him. At this point, she'd been showing up via Porygon's teleport often enough that he had a chair permanently reserved for her. "It's been going all right," Reedy said as she bit into a sandwich of her own. "I'm trying to make as many different plans as possible for Porygon since I'm hoping that will help them get better at making decisions. For everyone else, Dragonair's already picked up a bunch of new moves, and Ursaring is a brick, same as always." "A brick," Sam repeated. "Yup. A brick," Reedy said with a smile. "He's hard to damage but extremely effective on impact. We'll be ready for our gym battle soon enough, well, I think I am just going to fight a gym trainer." Sam raised an eyebrow questioningly as he made his way through the rest of his sandwich. Reedy shifted around in her chair before setting her sandwich in her lap. She tried to shrug again, but Sam could tell her nonchalance was forced. "I don't like Price," Reedy outright admitted. "I mean, I was thinking I'd just come back later with teleport and challenge him another time, but screw that guy. I don't care about fighting him. Word around town is that he doesn't even think people and Pokémon can be friends. So I'm just battling a gym trainer and getting out of here. We'll be taking on Morty next, and that's a match I'm actually looking forward to." Sam laughed, easily agreeing. "Nothing you said is wrong," he replied. "For us, we only have a few days left until our match, but I have to face Price since I don't really have a choice. Honestly, I'm a bit nervous about him recognizing us, because when it comes to Haunter's hypnosis—" "Oh, please," Reedy interrupted. "Price wasn't there. How's he supposed to know it was your Haunter that put all those trainers to sleep?" "You'll be fine," Sam. Him recognizing Haunter is so unlikely that I promise that I'll eat a shoe if he does. That way it's a win for you no matter what. Because I'll get to watch you eat a shoe. Because you'll get to watch me eat a shoe, she replied cheekily. Sam rolled his eyes as Reedy smirked at him, and the conversation briefly went on pause and they both tore bites away from their sandwiches. Off to the side, Miss Drevis floated next to Tiflosion and chewed on a treat Reedy brought just for her. Rather than a full-fledged sandwich, Miss Drevis had a thin, pastry-like bread covered in strong-smelling spreads that let her enjoy a variety of flavors without the need for sustenance like with everyone else's meals. Anyway, I don't think Price deserves more focus than that. How's your own training going? Reedy asked. Fine. Same answer as to every other time you've asked this question, Sam said. Reedy stuck her tongue out at him. Tiflosion's better than ever. Miss Drevis has picked up a few new tricks. Primeape's still working on mastering Rage Fist, but we're really just trying to expand everyone's current moves into new ideas and strategies. I see. I see. Reedy nodded along. And Trevenant? Sam paused mid-bite, staring into the layers of veggies and substitute meat. Trevenant hadn't joined with the rest of the group to get food, having chosen to stay back and sit with his roots stabbed into the earth. Though a ghost type, he wasn't as ethereal as the others and still needed some form of sustenance. However, he could feed himself by absorbing nutrients from the soil and the sun, but there was still a small container of chopped berries for him sitting in the bag at Reedy's side. He's improving, Sam said quietly. He put his sandwich down, not wanting to eat. Reedy silently watched Sam, continuing to chew her food. She glanced over to where Trevenant sat under a tree with his eye having vanished in a state of torpor. When Sam didn't speak, someone eventually interrupted. Grunting out of annoyance, Primeape stood up from where he'd been eating next to Ursaring. Grumbling to himself, he walked over to snatch the bag at Reedy's side and march up to Trevenant. The tree Pokémon's single eye appeared once more as he looked down at Primeape, and Primeape plopped down next to him while holding up the bag. After a moment of silence, Trevenant did take out the container, and he began to slowly place the chopped berries into his mouth. See? Improvement, Sam said weakly. Reedy stared at him until he let out a sigh. The best way I can put it is that Trevenant is still healing, he said, keeping his voice quiet in almost a whisper. I'm pretty sure he came here because he didn't know where else to go. After seeing that tree's spirit pass, he seems to want to move on, but even though I'm trying to help him, it's like he doesn't want to be helped. He doesn't have any desires. It's like he's just going through the motions. He's sad. Sam could see the subtle signs on Trevenant's face. Though a visage of pure wood and shadows was hard to read, the occasional slow glances and the general listlessness was far too familiar for Sam to not recognize. Trevenant was in mourning, and he didn't know what to do about that. It was as if Trevenant recognized he needed to move on, but his very nature meant doing so was impossible. I also think Trevenant is young, Sam added, though he still spoke quietly. I think he evolved in response to a traumatic experience before he would have otherwise. Don't get me wrong, he's strong, but he doesn't have the battle experience most Pokémon would have at his level. Sam had prepared for a fight against a skilled Trevenant, but against Quilava, Trevenant had only really attacked with Horn Leech. He used no strategy other than straight offense, save for a single Forest's Curse born of Rage as well as a failed attempt at a Leech Seed during a chase. The battle had been nothing more than a mix of him lashing out and a desperate attempt to defend his home. Now that he was here, Sam had been trying to help him get used to a wider variety of strategies, but all Trevenant was working with was raw, unpolished strength. PFT. A sudden snort from Reedy saw Sam look up from his sandwich to glare at her. Yeah, I don't know what I expected, she said, not bothering to lower her voice. You're overthinking things again. Just talk to him. Have a proper discussion with him now that he's on your team. Okay, sure, I know that I should, but... No excuses. He let himself be caught by you and then stuck around, yeah? Trevenant's on your team, which means he's your friend. If you, my friend, were in a funk, I'd try to snap you out of it, which is what I'm doing right now. Reedy proudly thumped her chest. Sam groaned. Why does she always have to be right? If any of his other Pokémon had been feeling as down as Trevenant, he would have gone out of his way to cheer them up, but he hadn't helped Trevenant. Not yet, at least. He might have been trying to train Trevenant, but Sam was yet to have a proper conversation with him. He would have liked to lie to himself and say he didn't know why he'd been putting it off, but he knew exactly why no such talk had happened. It's because Trevenant reminds me too much of myself. I don't want to have to go through all of that again. But he needed to, and Sam unfortunately recognized that. Ugh. He pinched his nose. I've been a bad trainer. You haven't. You're just dumb, Reedy replied. Off to the side, Tiflosion looked up to voice her disagreement to both of them. She didn't think Sam was a bad trainer, and she didn't think he was dumb, either. So what are you going to do? Reedy asked. We've been in this campsite for long enough, and our gym battle is pretty soon, Sam said. Ugh. Yeah, Trevenant and I need to talk. No sense in waiting, so please excuse me. I need to have a proper discussion with him, you know. Go ahead. Reedy replied to Sam's cautious look with an encouraging nod, and then she bit into her sandwich and waved him off. He took a deep breath before standing up, and while everyone else ate and while Haunter darted over to steal Sam's remaining food, Sam cautiously walked over to meet with Trevenant. Hey, Sam said to greet the resting Pokémon once he arrived. Trevenant held a half-full container of berry chunks in one hand, and Primeape looked between both of them before walking away with a grumble. Can we talk? Trevenant's red eye bore into Sam. The average person would have balked with a stare that strong, but at this point, Sam was just glad to see that the eye's burning edges and mad hatred had faded away. We're planning to leave this campsite soon, Sam said. We're heading back to Mahogany Town to take on the gym leader there and earn our 7th gym badge. All of our training so far has been for that purpose, earning gym badges, I mean. We're traveling the region to face each and every gym to earn the right to battle in the conference and demonstrate our strength to the world. But a lot of that is just details. We're training to become strong. Long story short is, do you actually want to leave with us? Or do you want to stay here? I know that you let me catch you, but I don't want to bring you away without making sure you understand, first. Trevenant's eye flickered in surprise. Since Trevenant had been captured and wasn't leaving, most trainers would have simply left with him. But Sam couldn't do that. He wanted Trevenant to be happy and fully understand the implications of his choice. We'd be traveling far, far away from this forest, but this is supposed to be your home, Sam continued. You deserve to have the choice instead of just being carried away because you don't know what else to do. He paused. You know, making sure you have the choice instead of being forced away was actually a big part of why my team searched you out in the first place. The rest of the forest is still here, and you should know that Reedy's already talked to the local rangers for you. We might not be doing anything ourselves, but they know someone burned part of it down. If you want to stay, I can pull some strings to give you the chance to help out. Trevenant froze. Sam had asked Reedy to pass a note to the local rangers, and they now knew that humans were responsible for that destruction, though they weren't aware of who sent them that information in the first place. Although, Sam would have to admit to what he had done to get through Price's line of trainers if he wanted to give Trevenant the chance he'd offered. He'd need to explain how he'd captured Trevenant, and Sam would personally get in deep trouble, but he could lean on Morty to give Trevenant the chance to hunt down those who had caused all of these problems in the first place. He breathed in, bracing himself for Trevenant's reply. He couldn't blame the Pokémon if he jumped at this option, and Trevenant genuinely looked like he was considering it. However, no such response came, and Trevenant's eye seemed to unfocus in thought. I'll give you time. You don't have to come to a decision right away. We won't be leaving for a few days, so until then, I'll just be over. Trevenant, the Pokémon interrupted. He looked up to meet Sam's gaze with a firm look of his own. His voice, a mixture of a rumble and cracking wood, was resolute. Though Sam had trouble reading Trevenant, he still understood the message. Trevenant would stay with Sam. He already had time to think. He already made the decision to be caught. At this point, there was no going back now. As much as it pained him to leave the opportunity behind, he would leave the search for the arsonists to the experts, and he'd travel with Sam with that shared dream to become strong. Are you sure? Sam asked. Trevenant huffed a strange noise to come from a tree and the Pokémon glared at Sam as if annoyed he needed to ask. Yeah. Thank you, Trevenant. You didn't need to trust me, but you did anyway. I promise to you that you won't regret it, and I promise to you that we'll get strong together, Sam said. Trevenant nodded again, and this time around, Sam could see the slightest of smiles at the corner of the Pokémon's mouth. Trevenant flicked his eye over to Primeape. who grunted as if annoyed it had taken Trevenant this long to make the decision in the first place. "I'm not going to say anything about it just yet, but if we can keep our current lead on this season, there's something else I want to do at the end of the season. Visiting Ilex Forest again should help a few different members of the team. I want to learn more about Miss Drevis's old home. I want to see if we can set everything up to get an evolution out of Haunter. And for Trevenant, if we go deep enough in, we might be able to find other members of his species. Doing so might help him learn more about himself and what being a Trevenant means." Sam breathed out and smiled at his Pokémon. "Oh, and by the way, you should know that I have a book filled with information on Pokémon far more detailed than anything else, so sticking with me also means you have an advantage no other Trevenant has." Trevenant blinked. Sam glanced back to where everyone else was still eating. They chatted happily and munched on the last few bites of their food. Haunter tore off pieces of Sam's abandoned sandwich to toss into shadows, where many ghastly jumped out to snap up the chunks like a school of hungry Carvanha. When Sam started to move to return to his team's side, he heard Trevenant pull his roots out of the earth. The Pokémon took a step closer to follow. "So, Trevenant," Sam said, recognizing the opportunity for what it was. "We're facing an Ice-type gym leader pretty soon, which means that you'll be fighting at a pretty extreme disadvantage. However, you have the strength and are incredible at recovery, but those won't be important just yet. Instead of a direct fight, I have this idea for a strategy you might like. In fact, if you're willing, there's this certain move you know." When Sam re-entered Price's gym, the room was just as crowded as before. This time around, however, he knew what to expect thanks to Reedy filling him in with the information she'd gathered around town. For a 7th gym badge battle, Price always used 5 Pokémon, as that was the minimum required by the league's standards for a trainer's first-year gym challenge. Of course, gym leaders were always allowed to make personal exceptions, but Price wasn't the kind of person to do anything but the bare requirements. He might have been a gym leader, but he wasn't fond of the league. Thankfully, since the match would only follow the most generic of rules, Sam would have 4 switches for the match, the standard number that was 1 less than the size of the competing teams. He didn't plan to just battle Price, he planned to put everything his team had been recently working on to use. In the past, their strategy had been all about inflicting status conditions. Now, based on the advice of a few more experienced trainers, they'd be relying on a far more aggressive strategy that utilized moves in new ways. Talking to the trainer behind the front desk, Sam confirmed his battle and was brought through a door into a long hallway. The air slowly became colder the deeper he moved within. It eventually reached the point where metal sections of the walls had a layer of frost over them, but Sam had spent weeks at the top of a freezing mountain. This wasn't as bad as anything he had felt up there. Passing through one last door, he entered the gym's interior battlefield, stepping into a room that was basically a giant refrigerator. Enormous vents on the walls pumped in freezing air, and the field itself was covered in a thin layer of ice that'd make ground-based movement difficult, unless the Pokémon in question was an ice type. Price was already in position on his side of the field, and he didn't bother to greet Sam as Sam moved to the challenger's trainer box. No, the gym leader merely stood in silence and looked vaguely annoyed that he was there at all. "Good. You're on time. Let's get this over with," Price said with a grunt. He wore a coat but no gloves, something that felt insane to Sam. Sam had brought his ugly yet warm jacket for this, and even the gym trainer off to the side that'd serve as the referee was all bundled up. "Trainers," she called out, speaking after going over all of the expected rules. "Please, send out your first Pokémon." Price stiffly tossed forward a white Pokeball, releasing a large, horned, seal-like Pokémon. Seeing the dugong released onto the field, Sam smiled. Price used the same Pokémon as his lead for every match, which was perfect for Sam's plan. Trevenant, Sam named. His latest capture and newest friend appeared on the field. As a grass type, Trevenant was vulnerable to the cold, and his leaves immediately wilted in the freezing temperatures. However, he fought through it, stabbing his sharp legs into the field as he glowered at the serious-looking dugong leaning before him. And just to check, Price didn't react. The gym leader was totally and utterly unaware that the target of his failed march north was now standing before him. The 2 Pokémon faced off, ready to begin their fight. The referee in her thick, icy blue sweatshirt glanced between them before nodding to herself and throwing her arms into the air. "Begin," she shouted. Price gave no commands. He merely nodded to his Pokémon, and a wall of water grew behind his dugong as it prepared a serve. Yet, Unfortunately for Price, Sam expected that very start. Price always started this way, calling for a water-type move to spread water across the field and make it even more treacherous for ground-based Pokémon. Though Trevenant resisted the incoming attack, moving around would be impossible. If Price had bothered to open up with an Ice-type move, Trevenant would have been a bad choice. However, Price started his matches the same way every time. To him, gym battles were more of an obligation than a privilege, and he rarely ever changed his usual plans. Thanks, Reedy. The information you gathered means we'll win. As the wall of water grew and grew, Sam remained unworried. Trevenant only needed to land a single attack to secure their victory. Recognizing that and not wanting to delay by even a moment, Sam pointed forward to call out the move that was the first step of his plan. Forest's Curse. Chapter 115. Price was an Ice-type master who knew how to best test trainers in his gym battle. His Pokémon's overwhelming moves would force opponents to fight in freezing conditions and on top of treacherous terrain. However, the man had been doing this for years and had settled into habit. Either out of carelessness or as an intended opening, certain facts about Price's chosen team always remained the same. He always led with a water type. He never brought more than 2 water types. He rarely bothered to use weather conditions. At least half of his team were local species. His final Pokémon was always a surprise. Reedy frequently chatted with other trainers to exchange information, and she had given Sam a list of Price's potential team members. The man could draw from only so many species, and Sam knew his team's priority was to take out the water types. Sam didn't plan to just win this battle, he planned to sweep through this battle, and the Pokémon he wanted to use to do so needed to not be at risk of such wide-ranging attacks. Although, technically, Blizzard would always be a threat, but after training on the Sinjar Ruins' mountain, Sam was confident his planned Pokémon could withstand at least one such attack and retaliate with a stronger move of her own. Forest's Curse. Dugong and its surf were the threats Sam was most worried about. Price's other water type would be either a Cloyster or a Lapras, and Sam really hoped it'd be a Cloyster. He still had plans for either of them, but to start this battle, Trevenant's Forest Curse would create the perfect opening for a different member of his team. Across from Trevenant, Price's Dugong brought up its fins, and its seal-like body was carried along in a chilling tidal wave that rushed over the field from behind it. As a water-type move, Surf didn't pose much of a threat to the grass-type Trevenant, but it would cover the already slippery field of ice with water, leaving dangerous puddles and an even smoother surface than before. But, with Sam's shouted order, Trevenant ignored that incoming wave. His red eye bore into Dugong and only Dugong, and he stabbed his claws into the ground to send forth a line of roots that churned up the ice-covered floor. They burst from the field, piercing through the wave to lash out and wrap around Dugong. But the surf was not interrupted, in fact, it slammed into Trevenant and continued until it hit the psychic barrier that surrounded the field. However, Trevenant's move squeezed Dugong, inflicting it with a bandolier of stabbing roots that cursed it into gaining a temporary, additional grass type. Return, Sam said, bringing back Trevenant in a flash of light. Dugong slid to a halt where the grass type once stood, wincing from the thorns that now jabbed into its chest. Perfect job for your first battle, Trevenant. Thank you. For the rest of this, watch closely to see what your new friends can do, alright. Price rocked his jaw back and forth while narrowing his eyes. Forest's Curse didn't deal damage, but it was a constant presence that would remind Dugong of that ongoing effect. Recalling Trevenant so early probably put a pin in Price's plans to get this over with quickly, too. After all, Sam had no plans to leave out a grass-type weak to ice-type moves. But he did plan to send out someone weak to water-type moves. Typhlosion. Sam called out next, and his starter announced herself with a roar. Flashing onto the field, Typhlosion appeared only a few feet away from Sam, almost on top of where Dugong had come to a rest after its surf. The dual water and ice type should have been all but guaranteed a victory here given that it was a water type with no special weakness to fire, but Trevenant's curse gave Typhlosion the perfect opportunity to take it out as fast as she could. We can't underestimate even one of Price's Pokémon. I don't want to deal with Surf. It covers too much area. Haunter and Misdreavus won't be able to avoid it with how it can flood and drown out any shadows on the ground. Sam was ready to have Typhlosion resume the match, but the battle didn't continue as expected. What is that? What? Typhlosion's flames burned around her neck, causing the freezing air to turn to mist in a cloud drifting up around her. Purple light flickered slightly as she glanced over to the referee, and the referee stared agog right back. It's a Typhlosion. A variant. Clearly, Price said. Now stop gawking and continue the match. Blushing slightly, the referee laughed awkwardly while rubbing her head. Momentarily, Sam realized that he somehow hadn't expected this. He'd spent so long worrying about Trevenant and trying to plan for this match that he'd almost forgotten that Typhlosion's appearance would be a surprise for most people. 2 weeks can go by fast, hey? Yes, yes. Of course. The referee uncomfortably adjusted her thick, icy blue sweatshirt before bringing up her arms. Apologies for the interruption. Resume the match. Icy wind. Flamethrower. Dugong reared its head back at the same moment that Typhlosion's flames grew even brighter than before. When it came to the current state of the field, double team and quick attack weren't viable as sudden movements would only see a Pokémon trip. Price's shout for Icy Wind told Sam that the gym leader planned to win this battle by restricting movement alone. He didn't care about damage if he was using an Ice-type move against a Fire-type, but he clearly cared about the speed-lowering effect of Icy Wind. If Typhlosion's movement became so limited, then she'd be easy pickings for any move of Dugong's choice. For this exchange, Dugong showed its experience by releasing its attack first. Even through Typhlosion's fire, the subsequent Icy Wind hit and left frost on her body, chilling her, weighing her down, and reducing her speed. Still, Typhlosion easily exhaled her flamethrower, and the licking flames chased Dugong as it used the ice to slip and slide around Typhlosion in a tight circle, a perfect dodge. Mines! Sam shouted. Typhlosion sucked in a breath to stop her flamethrower and change her onslaught. Quickly, many purple wisps sparked up in the air and spread out similar to how Typhlosion had once revealed a certain tree's spirit. Stop, Price ordered, his voice clear and calm. Despite the lack of friction, Dugong came to an immediate halt, stopping a mere inch away from where a few flaming motes floated in the air. As Sam had ordered, her move created a minefield. Since Dugong was using the slippery ice to its advantage, Typhlosion instead used that speed to her advantage. If it had chosen to keep circling her, it would have crashed right through most of her attack without her needing to aim. The infernal parade mines forced the Dugong to stop, but more importantly, without the chance to slide, Dugong could no longer dodge. And Price has never seen an infernal parade before. He can't order his Pokémon to do anything if he doesn't know what Typhlosion's move can do. Flamethrower! Sam shouted again. Typhlosion had created the perfect situation, and Sam planned to take advantage of it. Price frowned slightly more than usual as he was always frowning and tilted his head before giving another command. Ice Beam! Cut through! Pinned by Typhlosion's floating field of fire, Dugong's short horn glowed before unleashing cracking blue energy that froze the air around it. Typhlosion unleashed her flamethrower, but just like Icy Wind before it, the ice beam pierced right through as if not bothered by the super effective energy. Typhlosion was struck, and Sam had to wonder why Price would call for a resisted move here instead of one of Dugong's super effective water-type attacks. However, his answer came in the form of the hardened ice spreading across Typhlosion's arms. Price planned to freeze her. Damage didn't matter if he had his own way of eliminating her from this match. Ignore it. Keep going. Sam yelled. He had faith in his Pokémon, even as the ice beam's freezing effect caused more and more of Typhlosion's body to become locked up. Dugong didn't bother to dodge because it didn't need to. Not only did its water-type negate its ice-type weakness to fire, but its ability was also thick fat, which reduced the damage of Typhlosion's move even further. Forest Curse technically helped offset that, but like Price, Sam wasn't going for damage here. Typhlosion's attacks all only carried a chance to burn, but if her targets just happened to be wrapped in dry, flammable wood. Now! Trevenant's grass-type curse ignited. The stabbing roots caught aflame and burnt Dugong's side, causing it to jolt from the unexpected and unfamiliar pain. Immediately, Typhlosion changed her attack. Though half her body was now frozen, she still had a single paw free, and she brought it up and clenched it to finish Dugong with a previous move. Every mote of her infernal parade minefield collapsed inward at once. Surrounding Dugong, they joined with the fires to sear into the Pokémon, doubling their potency when combined with the burn and causing Price's first team member to finally collapse. Phew, Sam breathed. The flames turned to smoke as Dugong fell unconscious, the forest's curse withering away. Dugong is unable to battle, the referee said. I can see that. Price grunted and returned his Pokémon. With Dugong disappearing into red light, Typhlosion closed her eyes as she smiled, though a shiver passed through her from the ice that kept half of her body completely still. Dugong was by far the largest threat in this match, and as predictable as Price was, Sam didn't want to underestimate him. Forest's curse was necessary to inflict a burn, as Will-O-Wisp would have been too easily snuffed out by practically any water-type move. The ghost-type Infernal Parade was their best solution, but Sam had needed Price to not figure out that move if he wanted to create the lead they needed. "Haven't seen a strategy like that in a few years," Price commented. "Better than the pure heat strategy most fire types try." "Thank you," Sam said. Typhlosion's flames seemed to burn brighter out of pride. "Humph! I wasn't complimenting you." One of Sam's eyes twitched as Price threw his next Pokeball forward. When the second Pokémon appeared on the field, Sam had to fight against pumping a fist. Forming out of the Pokeball's light was a small, spherical Pokémon protected by a massive, spiked shell. Sam's biggest worry had been Price's Lapras, but if Cloyster was coming out as Price's second water type, he no longer had worries about the rest of the match. He had won. "Return, Typhlosion!" Sam shouted. Price pressed his lips together. Sam struggled to not smile. "Come on out, Haunter." As Haunter appeared, he stretched a grin with his fingers to blow a wet raspberry toward Cloyster before glancing back at Sam. "You know the move you've been helping Misdreavus with?" Sam whispered. Haunter paused for a second before nodding excitedly. "Yeah, he knows the plan." The referee called for the battle to continue immediately after. "Withdraw. Rapid Spin. Icicle Spear." Price listed off moves as if detailing a grocery list. There was no lack of confidence in his voice that his Pokémon would follow. "You already know what to do, Haunter," Sam said. "I'm not going to nitpick." He didn't need to, Haunter was trained. And, for this match, since Haunter levitated, he didn't walk. The slippery field beneath him meant nothing as he shot forward right through the air. Cloyster tracked Haunter and slammed its shell closed to protect itself with a withdraw before Haunter could even get that far. To meet him in the center, it then fell onto its side and exploded into a rapid spin that sent it skipping across the field. The two Pokémon met in the exact middle, where Cloyster peeked open its shell to fire out a spear made out of pure ice. This move was its specialty, with some Cloyster being known for consistently landing every single icicle they ever fired. However, though skilled with icicle spears, it clearly didn't expect Haunter to rush in. Haunter were supposed to be special attackers, and they were rather frail, too. It was genuine insanity for Haunter to dash right up to its face. It was even greater insanity for him to slip in when Cloyster attempted to slam its shell shut for protection once more. "Attack, you fool!" Price shouted. Cloyster didn't open up. In an attempt to defend itself, all it had done was seal Haunter within. The field fell silent, and Cloyster didn't move. Neither Pokémon were visible inside of its shell. "Fine, then," Price said, scowling. "Return." Unfortunately for Price, the light of Cloyster's Pokeball failed to bring back his Pokémon. The red glow broke, and Cloyster was left unmoving on the ice. "Sorry, Price, but Haunter's mean looks isn't going to let your Pokémon escape that easily." Silence lingered for a bit longer until a knocking sound echoed out. Cloyster's shell slowly creaked open, allowing Haunter to squeeze through and slip out. He was wet, dripping with salt water, and even as a ghost type, he rubbed himself to warm up in an attempt to fight off shivers. Beneath him, however, Cloyster wasn't moving, but it hadn't fainted. Now open, it was pretty obvious that Cloyster was sound asleep. "Sleeping?" Price grumbled. "You don't plan to finish the job?" "This works better for us," Sam replied. As quick as he could, he recalled Haunter while whispering praise, sending out his next Pokémon without even a moment's delay. Misdreavus needed only a single glance to recognize the situation and subject Price's Pokémon to one more mean look. Though Cloyster was currently too unconscious to see her glare, her move still contained enough energy to prevent it from escaping. From there, Misdreavus proceeded to use the very move that would let her fulfill her role as the sweeper on Sam's team. Since Cloyster was asleep, it couldn't attack, which meant she was free to use Nasty Plot as much as she wanted before her opponent woke up. "Price," Sam said as Misdreavus empowered herself with her move. "My Pokémon is using Nasty Plot. All of her attacks are going to do maximum damage. I'm telling you now, this battle is over. It doesn't make sense to hurt your Pokémon if they don't need to be hurt. We should end the match here." Sam spoke genuinely. He wasn't a fan of Price, but Price's Pokémon didn't deserve to get hurt if they didn't need to. Nasty Plot filled Misdreavus with dark-type energy that maximized her special attack. Every special move she used with it in effect would be perfectly aimed to cause the most harm, multiplying her damage and turning her into a dangerous combatant that could easily punch upwards. Also, Price's main strategy was to limit the movement of grounded Pokémon, and Misdreavus was immune to that given she could float. Currently, nothing about the field did anything to slow her down. But Price seemed unbothered by Sam's current plan. That soft-heartedness will get you nowhere in life. Price shouted, immediately dismissing Sam's concerns. You think too highly of your strategy and your Pokémon. You really think my team has no counter? Misdreavus managed to finish setting up with nasty plot by the time Cloyster woke. The shelled Pokémon attempted a surprise attack by suddenly snapping itself open, but the cruel cleverness imbued in Misdreavus meant its icicle spear never hit. A single, quickly made shadow ball shot out from in front of Misdreavus's mouth. Cloyster's frozen projectiles shattered from the attack's force, and the move slammed right into its now exposed face to take it out. Cloyster is unable to battle, the referee shouted. She looked to Price expectantly, but he was already reaching for his next Pokémon. Sneasel, he named once Cloyster had been returned, use feint attack. Price's Sneasel appeared in the middle of a dash, and its clawed feet let it charge across the ice without slipping even once. Feint attack cloaks its user in darkness to allow it to land a near-guaranteed hit. Misdreavus is already charging a shadow ball to take it out before it reaches her, so even though Sneasel can probably feint her in one hit, I don't see why he thinks this is a counter. Sam paused. Unless... Stop, Misdreavus! Sam shouted, yelling as fast as he could. Use confusion. Hurry! Her eyes widened as she snapped her mouth shut, the shadow ball fading to smoke right in front of her face. Price's Sneasel carried a cloud of dark mist around it, the shadows hiding the exact origin of its impending feint attack. However, it wasn't feint attack that it was using. Sneasel jumped into the air to reach Misdreavus, and her eyes glowed blue at the same moment it tried for a jab. Sucker Punch would always land before any attacking move hit. That strong, dark-type attack took advantage of a Pokémon's need to build and aim damaging moves. Thankfully, Misdreavus wasn't using a damaging move here. Just like how the shout for a feint attack had been a misdirection, the same was true for Sam's command. Misdreavus might have known confusion, but the psychic-type move would have been useless against a dark-type Pokémon and she had correctly recognized that. Instead, she used a status move, pulling back without the same wind-up a direct attack would entail. The Sucker Punch failed when Sneasel struck nothing at all, and as it fell back to the earth, Misdreavus used Confuse Ray, inflicting confusion instead of using an attack called Confusion, leaving Sneasel trapped within a confounding world of illusions. Price grumbled to himself as Sneasel landed and slid forward. Unable to find Misdreavus, it tried to look around, but it couldn't find where Misdreavus was hiding directly above it. A single shadow ball was all that was needed to send it crumpling to the ground. I see, Price grumbled. Sneasel was even more fragile than Misdreavus. It was no longer able to battle. Seeing the fallen body of her opponent, Misdreavus cackled as she took in the fainted Sneasel with obvious glee. Nasty plot is affecting her more than I thought. Man, she's going to be so embarrassed about this later. Price unhappily returned his Pokémon, unceremoniously releasing the next member of his team right after. Jinx, the gym leader said. Shadow Ball, Sam replied. Thanks to Will, Sam's team already knew how a Jinx might fight. Price returned that fainted Pokémon, too. If you sent out a psychic type against us, I'm guessing you don't have a better answer, Sam quipped. Don't get ahead of yourself. This battle isn't over, Price growled. Glolly. Double team. A flash of light saw a horned ball of ice appear in the air. Price's fifth and final Pokémon was one not native to the region. Glolly was Price's surprise final team member like Sam expected. Morty had mentioned gym trainers were allowed to branch out to different species in high-level matches, and Price frequently rotated between ice types foreign to Johto for the final member of his team. As Glolly appeared, it scowled with an expression that wasn't unlike the one on Price's face. Following his command, it shook in the air, a dozen illusory duplicates spreading out to its sides. Blizzard, Price ordered next. Then, Pin and Crunch. Sam wasn't able to tell which Glolly was the real one, and when it used Blizzard, it looked as though every duplicate was sending out that freezing wind at once. Misdreavus, catch it out with Psychic. The gale of ice and snow almost immediately consumed Misdreavus, pushing her back in the air to ice her over. She bent to try to resist the wind, but the chill was worse than even what they had experienced back when trying to reach the Sinjar ruins. Her eyes glowed for a proper psychic type move this time around, and her telekinetic grip did manage to disrupt a few of the illusions charging her way. Unfortunately, 6 Glolly at once managed to reach her, and their large mouths opened up in preparation for a devastating bite. On the left, Sam yelled. Only one Glolly was using a real move, its smooth and solid teeth flickered with visible dark-type energy. Misdreavus turned, but she was covered in ice. Even with the benefit of nasty plot, her psychic wasn't able to come out before Glolly tore her right out of the air with its crunch. Return, Sam grumbled. The super effective move was too much for her to handle. Sam returned her, hating how smug Price currently looked. Challenger Samuel, please send out your next Pokémon, the referee called out. I know. Just need a few seconds, he said. Sam had his whole team remaining, but Typhlosion was half frozen and no one else was a great counter to Glolly. Trevenant was weak to ice-type moves. Haunter could get caught out by double team and crunch just like Misdreavus had. Primeape might have been healthy, but he could be countered solely by Glolly harassing him at range. The whole point of setting up with Misdreavus was to take out Price's team members before they could take her out. Ice types weren't known to be the sturdiest Pokémon around, but they were great at dishing out strong attacks. Many trainers taught their Pokémon ice-type moves for that very purpose. Well? Are you going to send out your next Pokémon, or are you going to surrender here because you don't want your Pokémon to be hurt? Price said, almost mockingly. Pokémon battle. They take hits. Combat is where they thrive. Telling your opponent to give up early is nothing more than an insult to their pride. Sam forced his expression to stay level as he grabbed his next Pokeball. Out of all of his team members, one had the greatest chance to win, but it'd be a risk no matter what. Appearing for the second time in this match, Typhlosion returned to the field. Predictable, Price said with the expected frown on his face. Above Typhlosion, images of Price's Glolly spread through the air as it used double team several times over. Typhlosion. You just need one solid hit. Glolly might be strong, but you're fully evolved now. A single fire-type move will be enough. Sam heard Price scoff across from him. But you're already hurt. You can't let yourself get hit even once, either. I know you deserve to rest, but you're also our best chance to win. Ignoring the ice that covered part of her chest and one of her arms, she nodded firmly. She brought her eyes up to the sky, taking in the dozens of Glolly that filled the air. The fire on her back burned. She had at least one advantage when it came to her injuries in this fight. Her ability was still Blaze, unchanged from her previous forms. Her fire-type moves were stronger than ever thanks to the adrenaline coursing through her. Sam's speech might have given Glolly a chance to repeatedly use double team, but he knew Typhlosion could do it. Somewhat similarly, Price looked confident, though that confidence came from experience rather than anything simple like mere faith in his Pokémon. Between Glolly's dark horns, lightning crackled, and both Sam and Typhlosion knew it was readying an ice beam. Darkness! Sam shouted. Pitch-black shadows erupted in a circle around Typhlosion, her nightshade sealing her off from the battlefield's light. All around her, Glolly and its duplicates fired off their ice beams. When they struck, the impact saw the smoke from a hidden smokescreen be pushed out all over the field. Blizzard! Blow it away, Price ordered. Glolly shouted, its voice echoing in a cracking rumble. From Glolly's body, a freezing wind blew, but more and more smoke left Typhlosion's nightshade to spread even further around the field. Even though the psychic barriers sealed the battlefield away, Sam still shivered. He couldn't imagine how cold it must have been within the battle space, but he also knew that Typhlosion was completely prepared to use her fires to keep her warm. There! Sam shouted. Since Blizzard pushed around the smokescreen, the air was filled with smoke. Double Team conjured illusory duplicates and not physical duplicates, so it became blatantly obvious which Glolly was the real one given the gap that formed beneath it. The nightshade fell. Purple embers glowed from within the smokescreen. Leaping out was a spinning wheel encased in red-purple flame. Adjust, Price ordered calmly. The sole real Glolly changed the direction its blizzard blew. Unexpectedly, Typhlosion's flame wheel served as an unintentional counter. She couldn't run across the floor, no. Too much ice weighed her down, and the slippery ground would just cause her to fall. Jumping with Flame Wheel avoided that risky form of movement, but it carried the downside of exposing her in the air to Glolly's powerful ice-type attack. But Flame Wheel wasn't just a mad charge forward. It was a fast-paced spin of heat and flame that churned up the air around it. Instead of the blizzard striking Typhlosion and sending her flying back, her flame wheel almost grabbed Glawly's move, spinning it around her and giving her an open path to bounce her attack right off of Glawly's face. It cried out, allowing Typhlosion the chance to uncurl herself in the air. Both Pokémon readied their moves, but Typhlosion was faster. It was a simple ember that took Glawly out in the end. When Typhlosion landed, she was breathing heavily. The amount of damage she'd taken was nothing she could have withstood as a Quilava. Her evolution had seen a drastic increase in power that had been on display for practically this entire match. As she leaned back to take a deep breath, Glawly crashed into the ice just ahead of her. The field became silent. The only noise was that of Typhlosion's breathing. Before the referee said anything, Typhlosion reared back to roar out her name to declare her victory. The referee finally spoke in the second after. Gym Leader Price has no more usable Pokémon. Challenger Samuel wins. Sam let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. While he was pretty sure his team would have eventually worn down Price's last Pokémon, that final strike with Flame Wheel had all come down to luck. Misdreavus took out almost all of Price's team thanks to nasty plot. But she didn't. I wasn't fast enough with my commands, and we only won at the end thanks to how Blizzard and Flame Wheel interacted. At this point, the smokescreen had all but dissipated thanks to Blizzard spreading it out to become so thin. Typhlosion looked back at Sam, and she sent him a thumbs up. He laughed. Yeah, okay, sure, the end was left up to chance, but Typhlosion still managed to take out the two biggest threats on Price's team. She's even stronger than I thought. Flame Wheel cancelling Blizzard might not have been intentional, but I can't ignore just how much effort she put in for this win. Nor could he ignore Haunter's efforts or Misdreavus's efforts or even Trevenant's key use of Forest's Curse. Even Primeape had been important, as having a perfectly healthy Pokémon in pocket let him more confidently take risks. Smiling at his Pokémon, Sam returned Typhlosion to her Pokeball and whispered a thanks. He looked down at his belt, where he knew all of his team was listening, and felt himself be filled with relief. Thank you, everyone. You all did an incredible job, he said quietly. We couldn't have won without working together. Even you, Primeape. You might not have directly fought, but just knowing you were there let me call for risks I wouldn't have otherwise taken. On the opposite side of the field, Price just shook his head and returned his Pokémon. He put the ball in his pocket without even a word and began walking over, crossing the ice-covered floor without losing his balance in the slightest. Here. The Glacier Badge. Once Price reached Sam, he pulled out a small, cloth-covered item from a different coat pocket. Within the cloth, Sam found a metal pin shaped like a hexagonal snowflake. It shone in the battlefield's bright lights, and he moved to pluck it out and put it away, but... Are you daft? Leave it in its cloth. Don't touch freezing metal in the middle of a refrigerated room. Oh. Right. Sorry. Price just scoffed. Sam pocketed the badge, cloth and all, claiming the physical proof that his team had bested Price in his gym. He waited to see if Price had anything else to say, but all the man did was look him up and down. Usually, gym leaders traded words of advice or compliments after a battle, but Price didn't seem to be one to do such a thing. So, Sam just turned around and began walking away. Price stayed where he stood, and Sam got halfway to the door before he heard Price's voice call out behind him. Boy! Sam froze. The sudden, icy tone shook him to the core. I knew it. I shouldn't have had Haunter put Cloyster to sleep. Price knows what we did. He probably recognized Trevenant, too. He's put 2 and 2 together to figure out it was us who messed with his plans, and now he's going to. You're Typhlosion. How long have you had her? Price asked. Cautiously, Sam checked over his shoulder to see that Price was staring at him. The gym leader was frowning, like usual, but it felt different for some strange reason. Years, Sam said after taking a second to recover. We've been together since she was a Cyndaquil, but she only evolved recently. Sam stood with his back straight and at attention as Price refused to look anywhere but his way. The old gym leader's gaze was sharp, but there was also something else there. For a single instant, Sam could have sworn he saw Price's expression soften. So you evolved her yourself, did you? Impressive, but be careful with new evolutions. There are those out there who'd do anything to claim a rare Pokémon for themselves. You never know how the wrong person might react if they find out. Why yes sir. Sam said. He wasn't sure why he saluted. And? No, forget it. Price turned and shook his head, but he stopped before stepping away, speaking just above a whisper. But, a final word of advice. Try not to get too attached. All it takes is a single loss for a Pokémon to think they'll be better off elsewhere. Sam frowned. He couldn't see the gym leader's face. Even the gym trainer referee looked away as if she recognized that Price didn't want anyone seeing him right now. Typhlosion would never leave. What? Wait, is that why he's so surly? Because a Pokémon ran out on him? But Sam knew now wasn't the time to ask further questions. He just nodded once, pretended to heed Price's advice, and he quickly left the room. He stayed silent as he parted from the gym, but he brought his thoughts to the future. Once Reedy won her match here, they could finally leave Mahogany Town and leave the entire place behind them. There was nothing for them here, but there was everything for them still ahead. There was the conference. Learning more about the new Pokédex. A new team member, probably. And, in the near future, Morty was waiting for them in Ecruteak City. Alongside the promise of a ghost-type related talk, the gym leader had outright said he was preparing a surprise. Chapter 115.5, Price Interlude. Price watched the kid leave the room. It wasn't every day that so many of his Pokémon were swept like that, but after experiencing as many battles as he had, there were hardly any surprises left. There was always some newcomer who knew how to order their Pokémon in just the right way. Always someone who knew when to call out the necessary commands and how to chain together the correct knockouts to secure a victory. Not every outcome was as clean as that no-knockout match, but sometimes, knowing when to trade one feint for another was all that was needed to eke out a win. But a new Typhlosion, It was another new discovery by another new trainer. One more species in the ongoing flood of new ones coming from, well, everywhere. Things were so different from how they used to be. Clans no longer had the influence to hoard their knowledge. Johto and Kanto were no longer at one another's throats. There was no Cold War going on that pushed its combatants to be as strong as they could be. No, information was being shared. Trainers no longer started with nothing. They didn't have to scrape together every scrap of knowledge just to maybe be considered competent. They stood on the shoulders of every Pokémon and trainer that came before them. They could strive for new developments instead of struggling to figure out what others had already learned. The world was growing larger and larger by the day, yet. Bah! Everything Price needed was already in this gym. He turned from the door, scowling. Trainers might have been flush with opportunity nowadays, but they didn't have the same determination or the necessary drive. Price was yet to see someone with the desperation that came from fighting tooth and nail to bring even the slightest of wins their way. P. Price. That was your second CH challenger for today. You still have your afternoon free, so if you're willing. Keep my schedule clear, he grunted, shutting down the gym trainer's request before she could even finish. In return, the assigned member of Price's gym bowed her head as he marched out of the room. He strode through the gym's air-conditioned hallways and back to his office. The cold temperature helped keep his senses sharp along the way. His office itself was a bit warmer once he reached it on the second floor. Out of everywhere in the building, this was the one place he was willing to put an effort to claim as his. He walked past the trophies that lined the walls. The medals and ribbons that marked him as the victor of tournaments across Johto. Next to them were pictures of people and Pokémon he'd met along the way, and in each and every one, Price wore the same scowl he wore on his face right now. Any photo that might have shown something different wasn't on the wall. He didn't need a reminder of how he used to be. He didn't need to remember just how foolish he was back then. Once he reached his desk, Price let himself fall into his high-backed chair, its thick cushions and padded armrests giving his aching body a rest. Unfortunately, he couldn't exactly rest right now. He had reports to get through and messages to write. He also had plenty of letters passed to him by the League that each politely discussed why he should have never begun that Route 43 operation in the first place. None of them get it. They never do. They don't see how humans and Pokémon can't be friends. As he fell into the repetitive cycle of drivel that was his work, Price grew distracted. His focus slipped, and in an instant, he was right back to that night. The memory was all too clear in his head. He sat in his home, a small log cabin located on a mountain with a freezing blizzard blowing outside. Next to him, something he thought had been his friend tried to rest. Tournaments didn't have the same regulations back then, and the two of them had been burned by a Magmars attack that had been launched a little too wide. He had promised the thing next to him that they'd get through it, and he had spoken of finding healing herbs for them once the blizzard died down. But when he woke the next morning, the snow had disappeared, and with it, his Pokémon had vanished, too. Price knew why it had left him because it was disappointed. After all, it was a Pokémon. Pokémon thrived in battle. Why would a Pokémon ever want to stay with a trainer that had lost and let it get hurt? Bah! Price pushed away the document he'd been working on. It was some kind of request for approval, something about wanting to support a perceptive kid from the Forest March. However, Price couldn't care less about who his gym trainers chose to support. They were allowed to do what they wanted. It was only through a false sense of duty demanded onto them by the league that they bothered to stick around. Briskly standing up, Price left his comfortable chair and walked over to his office's window. Its tilted blinds let him peer outside, unseen, to where many trainers practiced out back. There, almost every member of his gym was actively training their Pokémon. They behaved far too fondly with one another, unaware of how quickly loyalties could turn the second something went wrong. Also, they kept making mistakes. Some Ice-type moves went too undirected, and other Ice-type moves weren't undirected enough. The whole point of the type was that its freezing conditions made dealing with Ice-type Pokémon nearly impossible. These fools were treating their Pokémon like any other Pokémon, but Ice-types carried so many weaknesses that they only ever truly shined if their trainer leaned into their bone-chilling frost. "I'll slip in a few words of advice tomorrow," Price mumbled to himself. "Make them pick out tips from between everything else I say. All it would take is a few short grumbles. A few sharp insults. The foolish among them would back away. The smart among them would recognize his advice for what it was. If these trainers planned to pry away his knowledge, Price planned to make them earn every iota of wisdom. They wouldn't become strong merely by reading books. No, trainers needed to constantly fight if they were to ever gain power. Such was a fact that had held true for Price's entire life, and he had no plans to change his mindset now. Yet, the more he watched the field, the more he felt the edges of his lips tug down on his face. Beneath him, there was too much laughter. And far too much praise. Still scowling, Price slammed the shutters closed and stormed away, falling back into his chair at his desk. "I know what's going on. It's that Typhlosion. Its appearance is making me think." Surprises were rare to him nowadays, but seeing a species otherwise thought to be extinct was almost making him hope. He'd heard rumors of long-lost Pokémon being discovered. Not rumors involving Typhlosion, but rumors involving a certain, ancient evolution. Apparently, a Pokémon from ancient times had been thawed out from impossibly thick ice, and it was somehow still alive. Through the power of a specific rock-type move, it had managed to evolve and survive. Some said that any ice-type Pokémon could enter a form of stasis when encased in ice. The rumors of that evolution seemed to support the claim, but Price had never given those theories any thought. Until now, at least. Seeing a previously thought to be extinct Hisuian Typhlosion with his own eyes was making him reconsider. He could honestly believe that those rumors might have been true. But what would that even mean, he grumbled to himself. Mamoswine exist. So what? He still left, Price. There's no need to get emotional in your old age. He sat there, rotating a pen in a hand, a practice that kept him fit for throwing pokeballs without his arthritis acting up. But the more he sat, the more he thought. Maybe his friend hadn't left him. Maybe the snow had been too strong that night. Maybe they had gotten stuck somewhere and had been frozen over. And then, only then, maybe that meant they hadn't actually. Bah! Price threw his pen onto his desk. It bounced onto the surface with a clatter. But why would they leave in the first place? They abandoned you. They left you. But it's not their fault. It's on you for trusting a Pokémon in the first place. Price was comfortable where he was. He was the gym leader of Mahogany Town. A master ice-type specialist. One of the foremost experts on the type. He would never see any of that change, but he did, at least, chuckle. If the mere sight of a Hisuian Typhlosion was making him think this much, then he couldn't even imagine the reaction from the rest of Johto once that variant was revealed. There were always new species and evolutions, but each one tended to have been recorded or hinted at in the past. Hisuian Typhlosion were so extinct that few even knew they existed. To have a brand new Pokémon, a variant of one of Johto's starters, suddenly show up out of nowhere? He chuckled once again. Well, Price said to himself. The reactions will certainly be worth keeping an eye on. He didn't think about the topic again until a few months later, when Johto's Silver Conference finally began. Chapter 116 Reedy took 2 attempts to win her gym battle, not because she was outpowered, but because a single, luckily placed ice beam saw Ursaring freeze over. An entire side of his body became encased in a block of ice, and with him being her heaviest hitter, she wasn't able to get farther from there, especially with Dragonair being so vulnerable to the cold. While frustrating, the loss didn't bother Reedy as much as her other losses in the past. She spent hours working on a counter that night before taking on another gym trainer the very next day. She utterly crushed her opponent that time around. Turns out, Hyper Beam is pretty great at de-icing its user, Reedy later told Sam. And Dragonair might get hit pretty hard by even just an icy wind, but a single smack of her tail is enough to take out anything set up for her. With their gym badges won, Sam and Reedy had no reason to stick around. They left the same morning that Reedy's Pokémon became fully healed. To the west of Mahogany Town were Route 42 and Mount Mortar, 2 locations defined by their difficult and hilly terrain. A large lake at the mountain's base forced most trainers to brave Mount Mortar if they wanted to pass through, but the only people who came this way for the sake of training were fighting-type specialists, the crazed trainers who constantly sought harder and harder conditions to push their teams. Mount Mortar was full of them, and Sam knew that if he and Reedy braved the mountain's tunnels, they'd quickly become bogged down by battle after battle. No, Sam wanted to reach Ecruteak City as fast as possible, if not to figure out Morty's surprise, then to have a talk with the gym leader about Typhlosion's evolution. Not wanting to waste any time, he opted for the fastest path forward, a boat. The only time they wasted was the time it took to purchase a ticket and board the daily ferry before it left. "I've been thinking about my 6th Pokémon," Sam said as the boat cruised over the lake. He stared out at the water, churned into foam, rushing by underneath them. "Really? I'd have thought you'd want to wait longer." "Trevenant just joined you," Reedy said as she moved up next to Sam, leaning on the railing. "Yes and no. Kind of." Sam wiggled a hand, unsure how to phrase it. "Trevenant's joined up and is improving, but there's only one gym left between us and the conference. I need time to train whoever we add, and there are some really hard fights coming up. At least I know I'm not behind yet, since I'm basically in line with Xavier, who's also trying to capture a 6th. A 5th, actually," Reedy interrupted. Sam blinked. "He mentioned it in the woods? One of his Pokémon doesn't battle," Reedy offered. "I guess he technically has a team of 5, but he beat Price with only 4 fighting Pokémon, which means he's heading out to catch whatever's going to be his 5th. Sam went quiet. He couldn't believe he had missed that. In a way, Xavier's team structure was similar to both Sam's and Reedy's, but Sam couldn't help but worry that the difference meant Xavier's Pokémon were stronger individually. "Wait, but we also beat Price with only 4 Pokémon. Primeape didn't need to take on any ice types, himself. All this means is that Xavier has slightly more of an edge than I thought. We just need to train even harder if we're going to win." Sam paused. "Also, I really need to catch a 6th team member as soon as I can so they have enough time to be caught up." "Well, whatever I catch, I've been thinking that I need a team member that can help with transportation," Sam said after mulling it over for a bit. "I don't mind walking, but we can't really cross water without a boat. Something that can fly or swim is probably the best, or maybe we can get a Pokémon that can teleport." "You have a specific species in mind?" Reedy asked. He shrugged. "Not really. I can think of a few species, but we're pretty limited. Ghost types aren't known to carry passengers. Not like Dragonair, or Ursaring, or Stantler once you meet back up." Sam paused. "Wow. Since Porygon can teleport, every member of your team can help with transportation, hey?" Reedy sent him a cheeky smile. When it came to potential new team members, Drifblim was Sam's first and easiest thought. They were incredibly rare in Johto, but a few occasionally blew in from northern Sinnoh. The problem was, if Sam were to encounter one, he would have already seen one of those balloon Pokémon somewhere between Mahogany and Blackthorn. Alternatively, there was also Golurk for flight, at least, according to the new Pokédex, but Golurk were constrained to ruins only found in foreign regions. The likelihood of seeing one on this side of the globe was basically not. It wasn't just an option for Sam right now. "Well, there is one last species that can fly, but..." "But what?" Reedy asked. "The amount of effort I'd have to go through to get one would put you getting Dragonair to shame," Sam said. There was one ghost-type species that was also part dragon. However, like how most dragon types were fiercely territorial, the same was true for it. Where Indigo was Dragonite's territory, Hone Salamenkes and Sinogar Comps, the foreign region of Galar was the territory of the dual ghost and dragon type, Dragapult. Dragapult were pseudo-legendaries in their own right, so not only would members of its species only ever partner with the strongest of the strong, but they also weren't exactly single, individual Pokémon, either. Each Dragapult fought alongside two other Dreepy, its unevolved form, who served as its projectiles in battle. So enthralled by the concept of being launched out at high speeds, it took a rare Dreepy to actually be willing to evolve into a Dragapult. Even then, that meant Sam would need to catch not just one Pokémon but three if he desired to add a powerhouse like Dragapult to his team. Yet, Dragapult is impossible to get in Johto, no matter how much I want to train one. Even if a single Dreepy showed up, there'd be a bunch of trouble with the Blackthorn clan going insane. I probably have a higher chance of finding a Hisuian Zorua, and at this point, I'm practically confident that the species is completely extinct. I think, Sam let himself fall forward, crossing his arms atop the railing. I think my best bet is to trade for a new team member. Anything I'd want is super rare, and there's not anything new I can find in Johto. Give up one of your friends? Reedy asked, aghast. Sam shook his head with a laugh. Sorry, I meant more like I need to make a deal where I go out and catch something for another trainer, he said quickly. Hunt down a rare or specific Pokémon, give it a rundown of what's going on, and then convince it to come with me so I can trade it for either a Dryfluon or a ghost type that could use Surf. Honestly, while flight would be nice, Sam's focus was on the conference, but he could also recognize that he was also only in his first region, too. He could catch a flying Pokémon later if he really had to, and if he met any other ghost type that wanted to permanently stick around, he was willing to forego his need for transportation to bring along a new friend. His journey was only just starting. He would have plenty of other chances to catch a Pokémon for transportation in the future. But he was still pretty sure he'd need to trade for his last team member. Since he already planned to return to Olivine City to catch a boat to Kianwood, it made sense to look around there for a traveler interested in a trade. Sailors were probably his best bet given at least one likely had a surf-capable ghost type they were willing to trade. Yet, Sam sighed, standing and pushing away from the railing. I'm going to try to figure out a trade in Olivine. But that works out. I want to see if I can rematch Jasmine while I'm there, too. He still remembered the sight of her steel types at the start of the beginners tournament. After training for so long, he was itching to see how his team held up to her own. Olivine City, hey. Reedy mumbled. She cast her gaze out over the lake and spoke no more. The rest of the boat ride went smoothly, and they reached the other side of the lake easily enough. Completely bypassing Mount Mortar, they had no trouble heading down the rest of the route to reach Ekrutik itself. By the time Sam had walked past several city blocks in Ekrutik, he realized he had missed just how cold it was here the last time he visited. Except, the late summer air shouldn't have had that chill. The day lacked fog or mist or wind. No, a presence seemed to linger around him, one whose occasional, whispering tendrils threatened to make him shiver. It took no effort to conclude that the chill wasn't anything natural, but it wasn't anything important, either. It was likely a reminder, one that was both of the city's storied past and of the ghost types that lurked nearby. There it is again, Sam said quietly as he and Reedy walked down a Ekrutik street. On our left, this time. Another shadow. I'm confident at this point something's been following us. Out of the corners of his eyes, he kept seeing things flicker between the buildings. They weren't Haunter or Misdreavus, both of those Pokémon were in their Pokeballs, but something else was definitely keeping pace with them. And, the growing number of unseen eyes Sam felt on his back was making him feel as though he were leading a procession. Should we be worried? Reedy asked. Trying to feign nonchalance, she leaned back with her hands behind her head as they walked. I don't think so. Sam waited a moment. I think they might just be following us. And nothing else, weirdly enough. Weird? Reedy repeated. The growing number of presences didn't chase after them into the Pokémon Center, but when the local nurse warned them that the local gym was closed for the day, Sam felt Morty's invitation had become obvious enough. After a quick check-up, everyone was fine, save for perhaps the nurse who sent Sam a curious look after handing back Tiflosion's Pokeball. Sam and Reedy left the Pokémon Center to rush to Ekrutik's gym. There was no sense in waiting, after all, but they both did make sure to claim rooms for the period they planned to stay within the city. Look. There's a notice on its doors. Reedy pointed at a note taped to the front doors at the top of the staircase leading into Morty's gym. The place was the same as before, a dojo-like building styled after something right out of old Johto, positioned on top of a large raised platform of cobbled stone. Closed due to festivities, Sam read out loud. He looked over to Reedy. I'm pretty sure there isn't a festival scheduled today. It's unlocked, Reedy then added once she tested the handle of the door. Carefully, the two of them pushed open the entrance to step into an empty lobby. The lights were off, and no one sat in its darkened chairs. The same chill Sam had noticed outside seemed to double in intensity here. An open door in the back revealed a just as empty hallway, and at the end of that, a thin line of light shined out from beneath a set of double doors that Sam knew led to the gym's battlefield. Typhlosion, he said, naming his Pokémon as he held up her ball. Red light gave way to a cool, purple glow from a wisp Typhlosion conjured near her neck. I'm pretty sure he's just messing with us, but let's be careful just in case, yet. Typhlosion snorted to agree. Stepping inside, Sam found that the floors were somehow dusty. A single spider web hung loosely on a nearby wall. Sam and Reedy made sure the front door closed behind them, and with a click, they became sealed off from the outside world. Step by step, their small group moved through the lobby and into that empty hallway that led to the pair of lit-up doors. Slowly, cautiously, tensely, Sam took the lead. The closer he got to that interior entrance, the clearer he could hear some kind of beat echoing from the other side. Ba dump. Ba dump. It almost sounded like a heart to the point that the noise was on the nose. Something unnatural was going on, and the very moment Sam placed his hand on the door's handle, he took a deep breath and flung it open. He flinched. Surprise! Bright light, falling ribbons, and torn paper that mimicked confetti assaulted Sam with his entrance. Typhlosion went completely still next to him as cheers from a swarm of ghost-type Pokémon exploded through the room. Toward the front of that purplish mass, Morty clapped his hands and laughed. Congratulations! He said. Sam, Typhlosion. Amazing job with your evolution. Typhlosion sniffed as she tried to keep her expression level. Surprised as she was still a bit shy about praise. More than that, while the idea of a surprise party might have felt a bit silly, the view before them represented something else, too. Recognition of her efforts. You know, when you said you had a surprise prepared, I didn't think you meant a literal surprise, Sam said to Morty as he brought a hand through Typhlosion's fur. I didn't. It was their idea. They wanted to greet the newest member of their type, and what better way to do that than with a party? Morty said, chuckling. The gym's battlefield had been turned into the most generic party room possible to the utmost degree. Looking around, Sam could see that if a stereotype about parties existed, it rang true right here, right now. Balloons floated close to the ceiling. A banner with a dripping congratulations hung across a wall. Pokémon safe foods and even a punch bowl had been laid out on top of a long table. And, between it all, ghost types filled the space. Ghastly were present in by far the greatest numbers, forming clouds and cliques of chattering heads. A few mischievous zipped between them, and a pair of Jengar were already bouncing around Typhlosion's head. Sam could see others, too, hidden here and there. A Banet's yellow eyes peered out from the shadows beneath a tablecloth, and a driftblim blended into grey and purple balloons pressed against a wall. Seeing just how much effort had been put in here today, Typhlosion muttered something under her breath, and one group of Ghastly took that as an invitation. They rushed her, immediately pelting her with what were likely inane questions. Typhlosion was overwhelmed by the extreme amount of attention so suddenly flung her way. A flash at Sam's side saw a pair of his Pokémon releasing themselves. Both Haunter and Misdreavus came to the rescue. Where Misdreavus came out just to offer her support, Haunter took a more active role, immediately falling into the role of a bodyguard to keep all of the curious ghost types at bay. She deserves this, Sam thought as he watched his friend react. So, Reedy cleared her throat after a few seconds. I'm allowed to be here too, right? Of course. Morty replied. Any and all of Sam's friends are welcome. Really, these ones just wanted to celebrate Typhlosion, and they. He didn't need to explain it further than that. The sheer ridiculousness of this room was already a statement enough. Snorting, Reedy released her Pokémon into the swarm of ghost types, and one more member of Sam's team came out as well. Seeing so many excitable Ghastly, Ursaring, and Primeape began trying to show off, attempting to outdo one another by demonstrating just how hard they could flex. Dragonair herself waited for only a second before rushing toward that spread of food the very instant Reedy gave her permission. Porygon lingered at Reedy's side, and Trevenant only came out when Sam forcibly released him from his moon ball. He appeared with a grumble as if to say being sent out somewhere like this was beneath him. However, his attempt to stay off to the side was met with failure, as a shadow suddenly stretched out to catch him in its inky depths. He popped up in a corner of the room, barely regaining his balance in time. Before he could even think about escaping, Morty's Miss Magius had launched into a speech about the glory of tea ceremonies. Trevenant became trapped by her demonstration of a proper pour, and the way the Pokémon looked at him made it clear she would permit no attempts to escape. "This is a lot," Sam said, and he could finally identify the source of that beating from earlier. A grainy gramophone in the corner played old-fashioned music, and, occasionally, the record skipped in regular intervals to create that strange noise he had heard outside. "Really, I just wanted to talk to you about a few things related to the ghost type, but my Pokémon begged to throw a party for Typhlosion," Morty said, laughing. "And now that I'm seeing her... Man! You two really did it. Just thinking back to how she was as a Cyndaquil, I can clearly see just how much effort you've put into your training." Sam felt the heat rush to his face. "Thank you," he said, looking away. As his Pokémon began to spread throughout the room to enjoy the festivities, Reedy nudged his arm to say goodbye. She quickly slipped away to join Dragonair, who was in the process of devouring most of the food herself. Shadows left Sam's feet, and as the ghastly with him filtered away as well, Morty pushed through the crowd of ghost types to reach the star of the party. Typhlosion turned to him, a bit sheepish at the attention, but a supportive smile from Miss Drevis kept her upright. "I hope you enjoy this party. They put a lot of thought into it. Just for now, do you mind if I borrow your trainer? Sam and I need to have a quick, ghost-type specialist to ghost-type specialist talk." Typhlosion glanced over to Sam, almost as if trying to search for help, but she had plenty of support with both Miss Drevis and Haunter staying nearby. Breathing out, she finally let herself relax, and with a smile, she permitted Morty to take Sam away. "Thanks. I promise he won't get too hurt." She gasped, but she was unable to ask any further questions due to all of the swarming ghastly that filled the gap Morty left behind. "Follow me," and Morty began leading Sam toward a separate door out of the room. "What do we need to talk about?" Sam asked as he fell in pace with Morty. "Nothing just yet, not here, at least. The topics aren't serious, but it's not like they're unimportant. I'll start once we get somewhere quieter to make sure you can focus." Morty brought Sam through the battlefield's back door, leading him into the depths of Ecrutique's gym. These hallways were usually only ever passed through by official league staff, and their old, wooden architecture made Sam feel as if he were treading somewhere he shouldn't be. Just like the lobby, this section of the building felt unnaturally dark and empty. That chill re-entered the air. "Your gym trainers didn't come?" Sam asked in an attempt to break through the silence that had cropped up. "It wouldn't have been fair to you and Typhlosion," Morty answered calmly as he continued to stride forth. "I didn't want to force you to reveal her evolution if you didn't want to. So, I gave them the day off. Only a few of their Pokémon bothered to stick around, anyway." Sam sent Morty a curious look. The gym leader shrugged with a slight laugh. "Yeah, I'll admit, trainers talk. It's kind of what they do other than, you know, train. I couldn't promise they'd keep her evolution secret, as the more people who know, the easier it is for something to slip out. What I can promise you, however, is that their ghost types won't talk. These Pokémon are far too excited by the idea of having my permission to not share any details, and Typhlosion carries far too much respect between them for them to ever betray that trust." "Wait, respect?" Sam repeated. "Yes. Almost inherently," Morty said solemnly. "Typhlosion became a ghost type through dedicated effort, and ghost types don't tend to be that popular. It's rare for a Pokémon to be so willing to undergo that kind of change. So they respect that, and then there's also the weight of her species' role." Sam nodded in silence, though Morty's words caused a question to appear in his head. Are Hisuian Typhlosion ghost types because they help guide ghosts, or do they help guide ghosts because they're ghost types? At the end of the hallway, Morty opened the door of what Sam would have thought was a maintenance closet, instead exposing a metal staircase that plunged into the depths of the gym. This section was newer than everything else, and it went down, down, down into the black until emerging into a small room that overlooked an interior space filled with interlocking walls and open, twisting corridors. Reedy mentioned her gym trial here involved some kind of pitch-black maze. "This is probably where it took place. My gym trainers watch challengers from this room," Morty said once he noticed Sam staring. We have ghost types reveal trainers from above using illusions they can't see. And the entire trial is managed from here. Sam asked, staring out a tinted window and into the enormous room. We might not have any fancy cameras or a modern PA system, but ghost types can pass through walls. We give them directions on how to interact with challengers, and they conjure obstacles or shift the maze around once trainers are far enough away. Sam nodded as he took in the complexity of the room. He could imagine what it'd be like to be down there twisting, bewildering, and confusing. Inexperienced trainers would struggle with just the darkness alone, but stronger trainers would have to deal with ghost types harassing them, too. Also, the walls of the maze were thick and lacked a ceiling, so Sam could see some high-level trials taking place on top. Instead of being inside a maze, trainers would be subjected to a precarious, winding pathway they'd need to follow to reach the end. Ah! Almost forgot. Before we begin. Here. Morty pulled something out of his pocket, and Sam's breath caught in his throat when he saw what it was. Wait, you can't. You're a gym leader. You can't just give that much away without asking for anything in. It's fine, Morty said, interrupting Sam with a laugh. Think of it as part of your reward for discovering a new species, Like the party, my Pokémon came up with this idea. Miss Magius insisted I give you this opportunity, or, well, she insisted that I give this opportunity to Miss Drevis. Held in Morty's hand was a sliver of a deep purple crystal so dark that it resembled the night sky. Its edges lacked color, but they managed to shimmer regardless, and its center almost seemed to suck in all light. A dusk stone, Sam said quietly, naming the evolution stone Morty currently held. But what about your other Pokémon? I know I saw other Miss Drevis upstairs. Morty just shrugged. Dusk stones are honestly pretty common in Olivine thanks to all of the foreign ships that pass through. I'm just saving you a trip through its market stalls and a bit of cash, at that. You're getting this because this is the stone that Miss Magius used to evolve, so it's up to her to decide what to do with it. So, she decided your Miss Drevis would get it. You'll be able to use it to evolve the Miss Drevis on your team. Evolutionary stones only formed in areas that perfectly aligned with certain types. For dusk stones, that meant areas that hadn't seen light in at least a decade. Touching this shard of crystal would fill Miss Drevis with a surge of energy that'd initiate her evolution. She could become a Miss Magius right now. Sam felt just as overwhelmed as Typhlosion had, this was already so much more than he ever expected. Ah, but unfortunately, this stone has already helped a few other Pokémon evolve, so Miss Drevis's evolution will probably be its last use, Morty said after a bit. Whenever you decide to evolve her, make sure you trade whatever remains of it to a Pokemart. They'll know what to do with what's left. Depleted shards make great seeds for creating the next generation of evolution stones. It's essentially a form of recycling. And you're really just giving this to us? Sam asked again. Morty laughed once more. Yes. I already told you I am. Just, make sure to listen to what I'm about to say, and also, don't evolve Miss Drevis just yet. Certainly before your last gym, but let her train a bit more before bringing her into final form, yet. Sam slowly nodded, gingerly taking the offered stone from Morty's palm. In the past, he'd seen images of evolutionary stones, and all of them had looked much thicker. However, those were images of the highest quality stones that were absolutely brimming with energy. Some people thought the higher grades of stone allowed for stronger evolutions, but energy was energy. As long as something sparked the process, the Pokémon would evolve. The quality of their new form depended on the effort the newly evolved Pokémon was willing to expend in training rather than anything money could buy. Now then, Morty said once Sam finished carefully wrapping the stone and placing it into his backpack. Let's talk. He grabbed a chair from a stack in the corner and swung a leg over it to sit with its back faced around. Sam groaned. Grab one for yourself, Morty said, gesturing toward the stack. This might take a bit. Sam also grabbed a chair, but he made sure to sit like a normal person instead of a school teacher trying to look cool. To start things off, let me quickly congratulate you once again. Not just on Typhlosion's evolution, but also on everything else. You've earned 7 of 8 badges, won a major tournament, and you've been handling real ghosts for me, as well. Thank you, Sam said. Morty chuckled. No, thank you, he replied. But for this, we have a few topics to cover. Mainly, a few rules about ghost type carrying capacity, a quick discussion on managing the influences on your psyche, and a talk about what you'll be doing with that swarm of ghastly following you? You also mentioned wanting help with handling the knowledge of Typhlosion's evolution method, and I can help you with that, but there's also one thing I want to add in just for me. What's that? Sam asked. Morty smiled. Did you know that ghost-type trainers have a specific move that lets them win practically any battle? With the barest advantage, and with just it alone, you can guarantee yourself an overall victory no matter the fight. Sam scooted closer, staring Morty in the eyes. There was a glimmer of amusement in them as Morty stared back and met Sam's smile. Sam, Morty said, looking almost as excited as Sam had ever seen, there are a few caveats to its use, and I won't deny its risks. However, if you want to make it to the big leagues, I highly recommend learning how to properly use Destiny Bond. Chapter 117. Sam realized he must have been making a face because Morty chuckled at his reaction. Yeah, Destiny Bond, Morty said. I guess you don't need a description. Destiny Bond causes its target to faint if they knock out its user, Sam said. It's like a trade one knockout for another. Sam hadn't bothered to teach Destiny Bond to any member of his team just yet. Their strategy was about weakening their opponents, but the cost of Destiny Bond felt too high. Yes, it could allow for a quick takedown of a very tough foe, but it just wasn't worth the consequence most of the time. Sam would rather his Pokémon stay conscious than guarantee the knockout of another. Then again, that's only true in most situations. I've traded feints before. We took out Claire's Gyarados when Porygon used Discharge and fainted Haunter at the same time. Sam glanced up at Morty to see the gym leader smiling at him, amused. We can get into it later. With how well you've been doing, I figure it's time I introduce you to a few advanced strategies. However, we should probably talk about expectations and responsibilities, first. Sam grumbled, and Morty chuckled again, leaning forward against the back of his chair. He rested his head on his crossed arms as he looked over Sam. Noticeably, his eyes lingered on Sam's shadow, which Sam was pretty sure was empty at this point. How many ghastly do you have with you? Morty suddenly asked. None, I think. They all should be. The number of ghastly that have been following you, Morty said, interrupting Sam by raising a hand. How many are traveling with you without being a part of your team? Sam hummed. I want to say. A bit under 2 dozen? I started with just a couple after Violet City because of, Sam didn't finish the thought. And then more have been joining up since then, but they come and go pretty frequently so I can't really count. I can tell. I saw a lot of different reactions when they came out for the party, Morty said, nodding. Most of them seemed excited about my Pokémon and even seemed to expect them, so those were the ones that have stuck around the longest. Others seemed a bit more surprised and cautious new joiners, most likely. Probably, Sam said. Morty closed his eyes, rubbing his chin as he considered the situation. But you do understand what having so many ghastly with you means, right? He asked. That I'm a ghost-type specialist. Sam replied hopefully. Morty sent Sam a look. It means that since you're the one bringing them around, you're the one responsible for them. But also, that's a lot more than 6 Pokémon. You should know the rules on team limits by now, Sam. Sam immediately felt the blood drain from his face. He had never gone out of his way to recruit ghastly except for the few times he did, but he hadn't ever caught any of them. He hadn't ever tried to amass a swarm outside of that first encounter with Petrol, either. Stop. This time, Morty interrupted him right away. You aren't in trouble. I'm not trying to call you out. This is a big part of what I wanted to discuss. You can't just ignore those ghastly. Since you're bringing them around, you're also responsible for them, so they need to be trained. But really, I'm bringing this up because... He rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. Well, you should know that ghost-type specialists aren't really limited by team size restrictions, anyway, Morty said. Sam paused as he looked over the gym leader for any sign of this being a joke. Team size limits were hard limits set by the league, even the champion himself never brought more than 6 Pokémon with him. There were countless reasons for the league to limit the number to 6, both for safety, practicality, and tradition. For Morty to say ghost-type specialists weren't restricted by team size was ridiculous. To that, Sam responded with the only word he could. What? He stared at Morty and waited for the gym leader's reply. No, really. Morty chuckled with a small, awkward smile on his face. Well, it's not common knowledge, and it's only that we aren't technically limited. Obviously, trainers can't use more than 6 Pokémon at a time, but it's not like we can stop ghost types from doing what they want, either. The result is that ghost type trainers like you and me tend to have more than 6 Pokémon with them at once. Can't stop ghost types from doing what they want, Sam repeated. Isn't that your whole job? Morty looked away, scratching his cheek. Think of it like this, ghosts attract ghosts. If we scare some off now, is that a permanent solution? Or, given your team, are more just going to show up later? And even then, you've been carrying a cleanse tag with you. Tell me how much that's been keeping all of those extra ghastly away. Sam stayed silent. Exactly. Morty nodded. Between the ease with which ghost types can avoid detection and their ability to phase through most physical effects, they can't be captured or forced away unwillingly. So, you need to make sure that the Pokémon with you are trained. Not necessarily for battling, but just so they don't cause unwarranted chaos. But it's still against the League's rules, Sam said. Morty shrugged far too casually. You don't need to worry. This exception isn't anything explicit, but it's still a commonly accepted, unspoken rule among higher-level trainers. We aren't really supposed to spread that fact around, but you aren't going to be harassed by Pokémon Rangers or Ace trainers for having so many Pokémon with you. Well, as long as you keep those ghastly under control, Morty said, emphasizing the need for Sam to train those extra members of his team. As it stood, Haunter had already been making sure that the ghastly didn't get up to too much trouble, and Misdreavus had been helping him with that. However, if the difference in numbers ever got too large or if the ghastly decided they didn't like the setup anymore, Sam would no longer be followed. He'd be actively haunted. Thinking about it, I'm thankful I already started talking to them on the way to Blackthorn. If I'd been ignoring them. He shook his head. Ugh. I need to give them more attention soon. I never thought I'd need to train a swarm of ghastly when I first left home. As Sam tried his best to think of a plan to handle the growing number of ghost types, Morty suddenly stood up, swinging a leg back over his chair. The gym leader paused briefly to stretch before walking over to the room's back wall. There, he pulled open a previously hidden panel and exposed an old-fashioned breaker box with a radio hooked next to it. He grabbed the radio to speak a message into its crackling static. Can Jengar and Duslops come down here? Over. It clicked off with a final burst, and Morty walked back over to lean against his chair. Usually when I have this talk with up-and-coming ghost-type specialists, I tend to give a demonstration to show off just how hard it is to pin down a ghost type. Really get into their head just how difficult it is to pin down even just one ghost Pokémon, which is why specialists are so crucial. Enough ghastly can do whatever they want, so we have to instill at least a little bit of order. But you already know that. I can at least show off a few more advanced ideas before we continue. Morty's eyes flicked over to the window, and the shine in his eyes made him look genuinely excited. The maze-filled room below was large enough to support quite the fight. As he walked over to stand before the window and stare out into the room, Sam got up to join Morty, momentarily blinking when the gym leader glanced behind him with a smirk. When he checked where Morty was looking, he was met with a floating grin and red eyes hovering in the darkness. He didn't flinch, maybe only a little bit, and a Jengar pulled itself away, snickering to itself, to float over to Morty. There, Morty patted it fondly and whispered something into its ear. Now, off you go, Morty said once he was done whispering. Duslops should already be waiting for you out there. The Jengar phased right through the windows with a mid-air jump, plunging into that darkened room. Immediately, its body seemed to lose all coherence, appearing as nothing more than a purple-gray mist. As it moved into position, Morty walked back to the breaker box to flick on a switch, and something akin to UV lights turned on. Their glow revealed Jengar's true form rather than just the ghostly haze it mimicked. And, beneath the window itself, a pool of inky blackness spread out to allow a certain Duslops to rise onto the top of one of the walls. Given how strong this Duslops had been when Sam trained against it in Violet City, he knew he was about to witness a high-level fight. Alright, Jengar, Duslops. This is a demonstration for Sam here, so make sure to strut your stuff, Morty said into the radio, his voice echoing out into the room. Jengar, your goal is to come back here and reach us in this room. Duslops, you'll do everything in your power to stop Jengar from succeeding. Jengar saluted to the window, whereas Duslops didn't react at all. Morty glanced out to make sure his Pokémon were ready before slotting the radio back onto its hook and returning to Sam's side. Our system's a bit dated, but it's good enough for what we use it for. If you've noticed the lights, they help expose ghost types, but otherwise, the room is in total darkness, Morty said. If you haven't noticed it before, I'll point it out now. When a ghost type stands completely still, they're generally indistinguishable from a shadow. It's only when they move that they become more obvious, Morty continued. It's why ghost types are seen as flickering shadows in the corner of your eye more often than not. After all, it's only when they're moving from hiding spot to hiding spot that people tend to notice. Even the best ghost type specialists struggle to notice them when they're standing still. Sam could already think of several times in the past he'd noticed that kind of movement. He also remembered what had happened to his shadow when Agatha visited him in Mahogany. There, all the ghost types with him had done the equivalent of holding their breath. Staying completely still, his shadow had appeared completely normal. It was only when they resumed moving around again that he could tell he had more than just darkness beneath him. But it does make me wonder. How many times have I had ghost types watching me without me noticing? They're starting, Morty suddenly said. Watch closely. The demonstration began. Right away, Jengar seemed intent on moving forward, zipping through the air to try to use its impressive speed to slip past Duslops. Duslops, however, acted at that same moment. It might have been slow in general, but it had no intention to let Jengar win. For this, all it needed to do was draw back a hand and punch. With that basic attack, a hand left the side of its body to fly out in a shadow punch. However, it didn't stay as a simple missile like the shadow punches Sam had seen Haunter use. No, the ghost-type attack engorged itself on the room's darkness, quickly scaling up to become a massive wall of a fist to block Jengar's path. Jengar's expression flickered with surprise, and it immediately pulled away from the incoming fist. Shadow Punch tracked its target, however, and Jengar was forced into a hasty use of Shadow Ball to impact and disrupt the move. If it wasn't for Duslops, Jengar could have phased right through the window to return to us, as you've already seen, Morty said. Ghost types are exceptional at corralling ghost types, but pay attention. Ghosts can't be pinned down. As if reacting to Morty's words, Duslops's singular, burning eye suddenly increased in ferocity. Jengar was immediately consumed by a red glow that momentarily seemed to stick. Mean look? Sam asked. Correct. Normally, it prevents its target from fleeing or switching out, but it's unfortunately useless here. In the air, Jengar merely shivered to shake that red glow off of it as if the move had been nothing more than dyed water. It then responded to Duslops's attempt by sticking out its tongue with a teasing laugh. Keep this in mind, ghost types can never truly be trapped. Mean look prevents most Pokémon from escaping, but that's only true for untrained and unaware ghost types. Once they figure out the true strength of their type, all ghosts can easily shrug off any trapping effect. Unimpacted by that mean look, Jengar proceeded to fire off a confuse ray, but Duslops ignored the illusions. Its successive, repeated shadow punches tracked Jengar regardless of whatever Duslops saw. From there, the battle became one of two different defenses. Duslops's attacks forced Jengar away, and Jengar had to spend all of its energy disrupting those moves without managing to continue forward. Man, Sam said, seeing just how oppressive Duslops was against this Jengar. Duslops was holding back against us, wasn't he? Morty just smiled. In the room below, the Jengar grew more and more annoyed at its lack of progress. Disliking its situation and its lack of a trainer to help it strategize, Jengar glared at Duslops and seemed to decide that it had enough. It reached into the air, a hand disappearing into a shadow torn into nothing at all. From within that darkness, it then pulled out a cruel, jagged nail, cloaked from all forms of light. Jengar proceeded to use that nail to stab itself in the stomach. What was that? Sam asked, rubbing his eyes to make sure he hadn't been subjected to a confuse ray. Easy. That was curse, Morty answered with what felt like a completely incorrect amount of confidence. It's an interesting choice on Jengar's part. He's sacrificing his health to lay a damage over time effect on Duslops, which I suppose makes sense given Duslops's otherwise impenetrable defense. Sam looked on closely. This curse had been so different from every other time Typhlosion and Primeape had used the move in the past. Non-ghost types benefited from how the energy of curse boosted their physical power, but the same technique hadn't worked when Typhlosion used it after she evolved. The move was supposed to change when used by a true ghost type, so maybe Typhlosion needs to take that same energy and use it to hurt herself, Sam realized. Curse has always been internal, but maybe she needs a target to trigger a sympathetic effect? We need more practice, but this is a good hint. Though Jengar winced under the pain of the nail, its curse had succeeded. Dusclops's wrappings seemed to wither, and Jengar took advantage of the hesitation that came with it to conjure one last shadow ball. "There we go," Morty suddenly said. "Dusclops wins." Jengar released its attack, and at the same moment, a shadow snapped out of Dusclops's shadow to merge with Jengar's own. When Jengar's move hit Dusclops, it put up absolutely no defense and fell back, fainted. Yet, as it fell, Jengar went completely still. It then fell out of the air like a stone, its unconscious body falling from the sky. "Destiny Bond," Sam whispered. "A guaranteed win, like you said." Morty's expression was unreadable as he stared out at his two Pokémon with a surprising amount of intensity. "I told Dusclops he had to stop Jengar from reaching us, but I didn't limit him in any way. Jengar resorted to curse quickly enough, so why wouldn't he take advantage of that to secure himself a win?" Below, nothing stirred for several long seconds, but Jengar did soon wake up. Destiny Bond might have fainted the Pokémon, but rather than falling unconscious due to direct damage, the move had caused some sort of system shock that overwhelmed it with a sudden, drastic drain. Jengar looked annoyed, but it shook its head to cause a neutral-ish expression to return. Sluggishly, it floated over to Dusclops, where it grabbed one of those strips of fabric coming out of Dusclops's back, shaking with a wince. Something about touching that fabric allowed Dusclops to unconsciously use Pain Split. The remaining vitality between the two Pokémon was equalized, allowing Dusclops to wake up. "Thank you, you two. Feel free to get yourselves some citrus berries out of storage," Morty said into the radio. Jengar's smile returned and it waited no time to dive into the floor. Dusclops had no visible reaction, but Sam felt as though it sank back into its puddle of darkness faster than it would have otherwise. "The thing about Destiny Bond is that it's a victory at a cost," Morty said now that the demonstration was over. "I didn't expect it to be used here, but it lets me make a point." He cleared his throat. "The cost of Destiny Bond isn't that your Pokémon faints. Destiny Bond comes at the cost of the entire battle before it. Any moves that were exchanged become pointless, and the battlefield is effectively reset. Both sides lose any present advantage. It's great at maintaining a lead or allowing you to take out a troublesome opponent. However, all it does is trade knockouts. It does nothing to progress the status of either side of the battlefield, it only removes options from play." Sam went quiet as he sat on the idea. There'd been a lot of wisdom in Morty's words, more than just his thoughts on Destiny Bond. He talked about Destiny Bond's use in battle in reference to the state of the battle as a whole. When considering it as a move in a one-on-one fight, the obvious answer was that it guaranteed a trade of knockouts, but how did it affect the chances of victory overall? Any buffing moves would vanish. Any debuffs would no longer apply. Of course, that was true because both Pokémon fainted, but Sam knew that knocking out an opponent wasn't always the correct answer. In his battle against Price, he had won when Misdreavus swept most of the gym leader's team after Haunter put Price's Cloyster to sleep. It's not like an attacking move. It's not something to rely on all the time. So, Morty is trying to say there are specific situations where Destiny Bond is best. Otherwise, since it faints its user, using it would only hurt your team's chances to win the fight. Hold on. Earlier, you said that Destiny Bond could let you win a battle without fail as long as you had even the slightest of advantages, Sam said. So, then, if you have even one more conscious Pokémon than your opponent, you could use Destiny Bond to win you the rest of the match, right? Right, Morty said, though his proud smile seemed to carry mixed feelings behind it. That's definitely a strategy you could use to win an official fight, but only official fights. Destiny Bond can feint any Pokémon, but as you saw with Jengar, it's not the same as wearing them down in a battle. Pokémon recover quickly after fainting from Destiny Bond, so it's not as useful in the wild. Also, Morty sighed, and the man looked somewhat pained. As much as I enjoy that kind of strategy, it's not something we can use often. It's just not respected. Over-relying on Destiny Bond is against the spirit of a Pokémon battle, isn't it? What do you mean? Sam asked. Gathering his thoughts, Morty rocked his chair. Let's say every Pokémon on your team knows Destiny Bond. You use switches to make sure everyone stays conscious before the first of your opponent's Pokémon faints. From there, your Pokémon purposefully take hits to trade knockouts with every single Pokémon they face. At the end of the match, you'll have one Pokémon left, allowing you to win, but tell me. How much of that was an actual battle? All of it, Sam answered confidently. There's no way Destiny Bond can be used that much, that easily. It takes skill and careful planning to pull it off successfully 5 times over, especially since your team members are constantly fainting. You have to carefully choose who you send out to make sure you don't lose, instead. Morty smiled. You're smart, Sam, but you're overthinking it, he said. The battle isn't a battle because your Pokémon won't be fighting to cause a feint. Every knockout would only come from a trade caused by Destiny Bond, effectively making your victory come from solely tricks. We might recognize how much skill that strategy would take, but over-relying on Destiny Bond turns the match into a puzzle rather than a true fight. While it requires a skilled trainer, it isn't something that proves a team's strength. Destiny Bond can punch upwards, so to say, but without any direct knockouts, you're only showing off your skills to give commands instead of anything you and your Pokémon have developed together. So it's not popular, Sam grumbled. If you use that strategy in a gym battle, most gym leaders would refuse to give you your badge. If you use it in a major tournament or the conference, Morty laughed. It's happened before. People were not pleased. Sam went quiet, dwelling on the state of the move. It was useful, but it wasn't something to use too often in a match. So it's best kept to limited scenarios. Instead of basing a strategy around it, it's better to use Destiny Bond to turn a loss into a tie or take out a tough Pokémon on your opponent's team, Sam said. Morty nodded. You got it. Destiny Bond is probably the most powerful tool in a Ghost-type specialist's playbook, but we have to use it carefully. Not more than once or twice a battle, I'd say. Of course, I've mostly just discussed outside perception and reaction to the move, but also keep in mind that it becomes exponentially more difficult to pull off once your opponent is aware of it. Sam could see why Morty was both enthralled and disappointed by Destiny Bond. It was definitely key to advanced strategies, but there were too many small details that limited its usefulness. In a critical battle, Sam could trade his entire team to guarantee a win, but then his entire team would be down, and there was no telling what the reaction would be to that kind of a match. However, using it to guarantee a knockout against a specific opponent could make an entire battle easier. Though, even if a low-level Ghastly used Destiny Bond to knock out a fully evolved foe, it's not like anyone would suddenly think that Ghastly is stronger. They would just think it's capable of a neat trick it can use to win. So, the purpose of that demonstration, Sam started. Hey? Oh, sorry. I let myself be distracted. I really like Destiny Bond, but it's risky. The point of the match was just to show off how hard it was to stop a ghost type, but I didn't expect Duslips to use Destiny Bond like that. Morty finally sat back in his chair. Thankfully, he sat like a normal person this time around. Sam sat down, too. Gengar was only stopped when Duslips took a risk, but Gengar is only one Pokémon. Imagine trying to stop an entire swarm of Ghastly. Morty said with a laugh. Even outside of battle, ghost types can simply phase right through traps 9 times out of 10. That's why you need to train those Ghastly at least a little bit, Sam. Better to make sure they'll listen to you now instead of waiting too long and having them create a mess. Sam nodded as he leaned back in his chair. For some reason, all the talk about Destiny Bond had felt heavy. So, Morty continued. You also wanted help with Typhlosion's evolution, right? My advice on what to do about the knowledge of it and showing her off in general. Yeah. I know I need to share how she evolved eventually, but I don't want to put her at risk. I know we should and could share it, but there was already that trouble with Porygon, and I just don't want to encourage low-level trainers to head out to fight real ghosts. Morty hummed as he nodded along. Sam wrung his hands together while staring at the floor. We spent a lot of time trying to make sure we were successful, Sam said quietly. I like the idea of this evolution being ours and I want to use it as a surprise in the conference, but I'm just not sure if that's right. Back in Mahogany Town, Agatha said that we should. Morty shot up in his chair. Agatha, he repeated, eyes wide. Elite Four, Agatha. Why yes. Sam said, blinking. It was right after Typhlosion evolved. The nurse there didn't know how to treat her, so she sent a message that saw Agatha come in and talk to us. After looking Sam up and down and coming to the conclusion that he wasn't lying, Morty fell back into his chair, breathing out in what was likely reluctant acceptance. I wasn't informed of that, he said quietly. Come to think of it, I wasn't told Typhlosion had evolved from anyone other than you, either. Were you supposed to? Morty shrugged, but there was a slight hesitance to the motion. Most new evolutions aren't shared unwillingly. They're left to the discoverer to decide on how to handle that knowledge. Ghost types can cause problems, however, so I have to be informed just to make sure nothing related to ghosts goes wrong. The dragon and poison types have similar situations, but it's never the method that's shared, just the fact there's a new species of a type that can cause problems. But you didn't get a report on Typhlosion? Sam asked. I didn't, Morty answered, which is strange. Someone in the league should have told me, even though we felt. He hummed. What did Agatha say to you, anyway? Morty asked. Sam went on to walk him through Agatha's visit, speaking about her terrifying introduction and successive inspection of Typhlosion. He spoke of the advice she gave, bringing up how she mentioned handling ghost-type energy as an aside, as well as her short speech at the end, where she had advised him to not advertise Typhlosion just yet. I see. Morty didn't look away from Sam for even a second as he talked. Then, if all of that's true, I can't help you. Well, I can't give you advice that's better than hers. Sam said nothing. Morty attempted to re-enter a comfortable position in his chair. For all of her faults, Agatha is still a ghost-type master. If she thinks you should follow that path of action, then I'm going to have to agree. Do what she said, keep Typhlosion's evolution quiet. Don't advertise it until the conference. You'll be safe as long as word of her doesn't spread, and then once you show her off in such a widely watched public tournament, you can use that sudden popularity to keep you too safe. But what about until then? Sam asked. We can't guarantee she stays unseen. You're safe, Morty pinched his brow. I can't explain why, but if I didn't get information on Typhlosion's evolution, no one else will, either. Just don't go out of your way to tell a bunch of people about her, and you'll have no problems in the months until then. Sam breathed out in relief. And her advice on handling ghost-type energy. Morty blinked as if surprised he had completely skipped over that. Oh. I suppose her advice works, but dealing with ghost-type energy is something managed on a personal basis. I've never had a problem with it since I grew up surrounded by it. But Agatha's advice is at least a starting point. If you make a set of rules for yourself, I'll just add that it's worth remembering that you'll always be surrounded by friends. With that, Morty stood up, stretching once more. Sam followed his lead and left his chair. For now, we should probably stop here. I could spend hours and hours talking about the ghost type, but it's better for you to learn as much as you can on your own. Teaching your Pokémon Destiny Bond will give you a good trump card, but it'll also do you good to remember that every move can be useful. Until then. Morty smiled. How about we return to the party? I've been keeping you away from Typhlosion for long enough. When Sam and Morty returned upstairs, Typhlosion didn't wait to rush Sam, breaking away from a pair of the gym's haunter and looking utterly relieved. She sniffed him over to make sure he was okay, and he laughed at the ticklish feeling before falling forward to bring her into a hug. Sorry about that. Ghost-type specialist stuff, yeah? Neither of us thought it would take so long. You've been enjoying the party, right? He pulled back to look her over, and Typhlosion grinned, exposing her now much sharper teeth. I'm glad, Sam said. He scratched behind her ears, causing her to shake with a happy noise at the touch. The music was still playing from the gramophone in the corner, and the ghost types around the room were just as enthusiastic as before. The ceiling almost resembled the night sky with how many shadows from Ghastly flickered about, and Sam's team had split apart to mingle. Miss Drevis now had a certain Miss Magius lecturing her for a reason Sam had a feeling he knew, and Primeep was passed out from a food coma right in front of that long table. Even Trevenant seemed to be at ease in this room, though he was back to trying to hide in the corner. However, he was no longer alone. Morty's Dusclops had appeared at his side, and the two Pokémon stood in silence while watching the rest of the Pokémon celebrate. Where's Haunter? Sam asked. Typhlosion pointed down to her shadow, where Haunter peeked out from within. He waved to Sam before sinking back inside. Apparently, he was enjoying being on bodyguard duty for her. Sam laughed, and Typhlosion chuffed in amusement. She blushed somewhat when Sam sent her a smirk. She didn't often get big parties being thrown on her behalf, and as embarrassing as all this praise was, she did appreciate the recognition being sent her way. After a few more seconds of leaning against one another, she pulled back to give Sam a chance to stand on his own. From there, he looked around, but he quickly realized what was missing. Reedy's Pokémon were absent. The girl herself, however, was still here. Reedy stood in the dead center of the room, staring directly at Morty without looking away. For some reason, Typhlosion looked excited. Morty! Ecruteak's gym leader, Reedy called out, and her voice was a knife that cut through the noises of the ghostly festivities. Morty glanced over. The party seemed to stop. Reedy puffed up her chest, doing her best to appear brave despite all the shadowy eyes staring her way. I lost the last time I challenged your gym, but I've been training myself and my team ever since. Sam has 7 badges. I have 6. But that's not due to a difference in strength. We're just as strong, and now, we're going to prove that, she exclaimed. Oh, really? Morty turned away from a shadow he'd been whispering into to take a step closer. Reedy began to grin. We're not going to wait. My team and I have trained long enough. So. Morty, she shouted. We challenge you to a gym battle. Right here and now, let us prove ourselves. We're going to show everyone that we'll always win. At the end of her declaration, the room fell into a perfect silence as all of the ghost types, Typhlosion included, looked at Morty to see how he'd react. There was a pause, but a smile of his own appeared on his face. I accept, he said, earning him the cheers of every ghost type in the room. At least, if that's okay with you, Typhlosion. She huffed in response. Of course, it was okay with her. She and Reedy had already talked while Sam and Morty were out of the room. Hey! So it seems we'll be having a battle today, Morty said, properly facing Reedy. That's great. A party and entertainment. What better way to celebrate Typhlosion's evolution if not this? Chapter 118. The room became a flurry of activity when Morty stepped out to prepare for the fight. The various ghost types worked together to move everything out of the way, pushing the table to the side, adjusting the balloons so they wouldn't drift onto the field, and even switching which wall the banner was on. Sam didn't understand why they had done that, but they seemed to find it funny. The battlefield itself was swept clean of the torn paper confetti, and Reedy took up her spot within her trainer box on the challenger's side of the field. She stared at the door from which Morty had left with a look of pure determination on her face. Soon, the ghost Pokémon retreated into shadows or lingered at the side to watch. Sam stood next to Typhlosion and rubbed her back as she watched at the door just as intently as Reedy. She's trained hard for this, Sam said quietly. Typhlosion softly chuffed in reply. Moments later, a click marked the door opening up, and Reedy mumbled, "Here we go," to the sight of the gym leader himself striding into the room. So, Morty said in greeting, adjusting the purple headband holding back his blonde hair. I've managed to gather up the Pokémon I need for a challenge of this level. You said you have a team of 3. Reedy firmly nodded. I do. I also have a 4th, but they aren't with me right now. She'd be gathering her 4th and likely final Pokémon closer to the end of the season. Reedy had told Sam that she planned to go back for Stantler as soon as Porygon became strong enough to teleport greater distances. Great. Morty stepped into his trainer box and swiped a thumb under his nose. He looked around, taking in the adjustments made to the room while he was gone. I'll be using a team of 5, the standard for a 7th badge challenge. I'll also be using a few more unique strategies you may or may not be familiar with. I can't exactly test them out against anyone else. He sent a look to Sam, making his unspoken plans pretty obvious. Morty wanted to use Hex, a move he'd been keeping secret much in the same way Sam had been keeping the new Pokédex secret. However, Reedy already knew about Hex, so she was the perfect opponent to test it out against, albeit at a slightly lower level. It'd be difficult for him, though. Hex was a ghost-type move, and 2/3 of Reedy's team was the normal type. Next to Sam, Typhlosion shook out of excitement for the battle. The noise she made seemed to remind both Morty and Reedy that they had an audience. Oh, shoot. Hold on. We need a referee, Morty suddenly said. When he locked eyes with Sam, Sam froze in place. Me? Sam gaped at Morty. But I don't have any kind of training or certification or... You'll be fine. Morty interrupted. You're familiar enough with our Pokémon to know when to call if they've fainted. Reedy and I won't break any rules, so you don't need to worry about that. Just make sure the match keeps flowing properly, yet. Sam glanced over to Reedy, who gestured with her head to encourage him onto the field. Morty's core Pokémon, the ones too strong to use in this match, piled on more supporting shouts although it was mostly just his Mismagius. What really did him in were the snickers from Typhlosion. She was enjoying that she was no longer the only one receiving that kind of attention. With a paw on his back, she pushed him forward, sending Sam stumbling closer to the field. Fine then. Just gimme a moment to get into the right mindset. He cleared his throat while walking up to the battlefield's side. Adjusting his posture, he looked between Reedy and Morty before finally raising his voice. Trainers. And ghost types. We're about to witness Reedy take on Morty's gym. For this fight, it'll be a 3-on-5 challenge, where trainers will be permitted up to 5 Pokémon, and they'll have 4, Morty said, recognizing where Sam got stuck. 4 switches each. Sam finished. We'll be battling under the league's standard rules, which everyone already knows. And, since I don't have anything else to say, send out your Pokémon. Morty chuckled and flicked his wrist to toss a basic Pokeball into the air. Appearing above the field was a Misdreavus, one trained by Morty instead of Sam. Its appearance stirred a reaction off to the side. Morty's Mismagius shook Sam's Misdreavus excitedly and pointed to try to get her to pay attention regardless of how she would have done so anyway. Reedy took only a single moment to look over the Pokémon floating above the field. This Misdreavus was clearly one fit for a 7-star challenge, and the even ripples through its hair and cloth-like body hinted at its exceptional control of ghost-type energy. Last time we were here, we lost. I had to put off our challenge for later, Reedy said, looking down at a Pokeball she held in her hands. It's been a while, but we didn't let that time go to waste. We spent all of it practicing and training and preparing ourselves. She chuckled to herself. Well, I've realized that pure power isn't that great. At least, it's not that great without a strategy to support it. With a shout, Reedy thrust her Pokeball into the air, a beam of light striking the earth and coalescing into the shape of her latest team member. A few of the weaker ghost types off to the side oohed and awed at the mid-stage dragon type that took form above the field. Dragonair! Reedy yelled, her voice a roar to start the match. Get ready for your Twister Slam strategy. Misdreavus, Morty said in reply. You know the plan. I don't need to tell you what to do. With both Pokémon an instant away from throwing themselves into battle, Sam sliced through the air with an arm, waving an imaginary flag to start everything off. Begin. Dragonair lunged, her form blurring with an agility that accelerated her to incredible speeds. Morty's Misdreavus had no choice but to brace itself as Dragonair almost immediately reached it and pulled up to loom before it. Trap and spin. Reedy yelled. As Dragonair reared back her head, Sam flicked his eyes over to Morty, memories of their previous conversation still fresh in his mind. He watched closely as Dragonair used her move, no longer needing to coil up, only needing to call out her name to conjure whipping whines that caught Misdreavus inside. Twister was technically a trapping move, but it did not trap foes in the same manner as Fire Spin or Whirlpool. It captured its target within a harsh, windy spiral, and Morty's Misdreavus was forced to hunker down to stop the buffeting gale from making it flinch. Imprisoned in Twister's center, the Misdreavus would be in no place to avoid the incoming blue glow of Dragonair's aqua tail. Yet, Sam and Morty both knew that ghost-type Pokémon weren't Pokémon to be trapped. Despite the powerful combo, Morty looked unconcerned and uttered only a single, casual word. Now. Dark shadows overtook a full half of the field. Ominous Wind might not have been a flying-type move, but the strength of its gusts was still able to disrupt Dragonair's attack. She still managed to snap out her tail to complete her aqua tail, but Misdreavus faded away into a hazy pair of red eyes that dissipated when the move swiped through them. Bewildered, Dragonair hurriedly searched around her to find where her opponent had gone. She turned a second too late, coming face to face with Morty's Misdreavus, who had ridden its own breeze to reposition itself behind Dragonair's head. The successive shadow ball slammed into Dragonair's chin, sending her careening back. However, Reedy hadn't been slacking on her team's training, and Dragonair was able to catch herself before she fell out of the sky. Since she lacked any proper limbs, she didn't exactly need to orient herself normally, either. Thunder Wave! Reedy shouted. The impact of the shadow ball might have sent Dragonair recoiling back until she was upside down, but she was still able to unleash her attack without any issues. Electricity crackled off her scales to jump onto Morty's Misdreavus. It simply wasn't ready for such an incredibly fast retaliation. Sam hummed to himself as Dragonair used the delay caused by her inflicted paralysis to recover. So Morty used Ominous Wind as a way to both hide and move around. It's no shadow sneak, but it's definitely less obvious. It's also not as blatant as a sphere of darkness from Nightshade. Morty called for a psychic, his Pokémon's eyes glowing a blue similar to Dragonair's scales. However, as already demonstrated, Dragonair was no longer a Pokémon that needed to physically wind up her attacks. Another shout, and another twister tore into the Misdreavus. The shock disrupted the psychic before it could fully take hold, and Dragonair proceeded to use agility to dive right at the ghost type. It couldn't dodge due to its paralysis, but without the use of a directly offensive move, Dragonair phased right through the Misdreavus's ethereal body. However, when the tip of her tail was due to enter, a deep blue glow from Aquatail slammed right into and through the Misdreavus's face. That was more than enough to take out Morty's first team member. Yes. Reedy pumped a fist. Whew. There we go. That's the kind of power we need. Dragonair looked a bit worse for wear, but her species carried the potential to become a pseudo-legendary for a reason. She brought up her head to cry out her name, pushing past all the damage she'd taken so far. Practically radiating pride at her victory, she cast her gaze down at Morty as if challenging him for more. I see. A quick knockout on your part, and you have an agility set up to increase your Pokémon's speed. Morty looked over Dragonair. Well, that's on me for sending out a species you were so familiar with. Have you sparred with Misdreavus before? Or have you just watched Sam train? Ursaring and Porygon have sparred with Misdreavus a few times, but Dragonair only got a handful of fights. Sam spent, 2 weeks camping outside a city pretty soon after she joined me. Reedy shrugged. But honestly, after traveling with Misdreavus for so long, it's pretty easy to figure out what her species can do. Any ghost type on Sam's team, we have a strategy. And the last time I checked, there aren't too many more ghost types from Johto you can choose from, right? Her smile exposed her teeth, and Morty chuckled at her cheeky expression. He plucked a Pokeball from his waist, still maintaining a confident smile. I better get this one out of the way, then, he said as he tossed the Pokeball forward. His second Pokémon was another species from Sam's team, a Haunter. Off to the side, Sam's Haunter cheered. Reedy might have looked amused at the familiarity, but Sam couldn't help but frown. I've trained Haunter to focus on speed and hypnosis more than anything else. His species is fast, but Haunter can be better special attackers than even Misdreavus. Does Reedy have a counter strategy for a more offensive Haunter? Or is she going to expect this one to fight like my Pokémon? He watched the field closely, only briefly flushing red when he realized everyone was waiting for him to call for the match to continue. Keep going, Sam mumbled as he tried to hide his embarrassment. This time around, Morty's Pokémon was the one to attack first. Shadow Punch. With a look much unlike one from Sam's Haunter, Morty's Pokémon carried an extremely serious expression as it punched with its two floating hands. Both fists left the sides of its body to rocket toward Dragonair, chasing it like missiles she'd be forced to dodge. Dragonair tried to escape through the speed granted by agility, but the persistence of the dual Shadow Punch meant that the fists chased her across the field no matter what. They might not have increased in size like what Sam had seen for Dusclops's attacks. No, instead of being an unavoidable wall, they were unavoidable in that they never let up. Lick, Morty ordered. We can't keep doing this. Take everything, Dragonair. Reedy shouted. Dragonair twisted in the air to rush Morty's Haunter. The Pokémon took advantage of that, charging right back at her before peeling to the side to swipe its tongue across her side. The attack left a silver sheen on her scales, and she shivered, undoubtedly affected by Lick's paralysis. Immediately after, both Shadow Punches then smashed into her from behind, bouncing off her body with a pair of solid impacts before rejoining the Haunter at its side. Perfect, Morty said. Briefly, his gaze sharpened. Surprising Sam, Morty's grin became one that could have fit Reedy's face. Well, I guess anyone who becomes a gym leader has to be someone who loves Pokémon battles. Here we go. Morty shouted. Haunter. Use Hex. Clapping its hands and then pulling them apart, Morty's Haunter formed a chain of flames that solidified and reshaped themselves into burning needles. The difference in form of Hex shocked Sam, but Reedy looked unbothered. When the needles stabbed forward through the few feet needed to reach Dragonair's body, that same, silvery sheen glinted off of her from the ceiling's lights. It was then that Sam realized that while Lick had paralyzed Dragonair, it had only done so for a single instant. The silvery sheen was not from Lick's residue but from the very surface layer of Dragonair's scales peeling away thanks to shed skin. As she was no longer paralyzed, Hex didn't carry its additional effect. It landed weaker than a shadow ball, and Dragonair was in the perfect position to retaliate with a move of her own. Dragon Rush! Reedy all but screamed, her volume matching Morty's own. In an attack straight out of the new Pokédex, Dragonair reared back to completely surprise Haunter. It had not expected this move, nor had it expected its hex to fail to pierce Dragonair's scaly hide. Blue, dragon-type flames wreathed Dragonair's head, and she wasted no time to dive down and smash through the Haunter before her. To that, Morty breathed out, his energy from before disappearing as he calmed down. "All right," he said. "You can go now, Haunter." The dragon-type crash sent Haunter slamming into the floor. In the same instant, Dragonair's eyes rolled up into her head as she fell from the sky. "When I mentioned Destiny Bond earlier, Sam, I didn't think I'd get to show it off so soon. In a proper battle, I mean, not a demonstration. Like I said, it's not worth relying on too frequently, but in a situation like this where both Pokémon gave it their all, it's a good way to force a tie." Reedy's mouth hung open from where she had stopped herself mid-shout. Whatever follow-up plan she had for Dragonair was now pointless given that the Haunter's Destiny Bond meant both Pokémon had been taken out. Dragonair and Haunter are unable to battle. It took Sam a full second to announce the tie. "Sorry, Reedy. If Haunter was a bit further away, you might have been able to see their shadows connect. That close, all it had to do was send its move out about a foot ahead to make Dragonair faint, too." Reedy huffed as she returned her Pokémon. "It's fine," she lied. "Dragonair got 2 knockouts. I mean, I wanted 3, but there's no fighting against that." Morty frowned. Wait. Hold on. "No, there's absolutely a counter," he immediately interjected. "Destiny Bond only triggers on direct damage, so a status condition or lingering effect warrants a safe knockout. Also, Destiny Bond only lasts so long. You can ignore most uses of it by just waiting it out." Reedy hummed. Sam did his best not to glare. "Why teach her the counter to the move you just taught me?" But when he recognized he was getting angry over something pointless, Sam breathed in. It was today that Morty told him to listen to Agatha's advice. And she hadn't been the only one to warn him of the effects of ghost-type energy in the past. As a gym leader, it was Morty's job to both protect and teach newer trainers. There was nothing wrong with telling Reedy how to handle Destiny Bond. It just meant Sam would need to be more clever when his team eventually picked up the move. So, he breathed out. "Next Pokémon," he said. "Both of you." Morty plucked a Pokeball from his waist and smiled at Reedy. She tried to wait for him to release his team member first, but when it became clear he intended to have them both release their next Pokémon at the same time, she growled and snapped up a Pokeball of her own. "Porygon!" Reedy called out. Morty let his Pokémon remain nameless, unwilling to ruin its entrance. Appearing from the ball's light, his next team member collapsed into a heap of unmoving cloth and did nothing more. While waiting for it to do something, Sam looked over to Reedy. "Do you always save Ursaring for last?" he asked. "Shut up. Ursaring's just not the best against ghost types. I thought Morty was going to send out a Jengar or something like that. Psybeam is pretty good against poison types, you know." Sam shrugged. He didn't call for the battle to resume since Morty's Pokémon was yet to stand up. 5, then 10 seconds passed without it moving. The Pokémon possessed such a lack of life that it seemed to resemble nothing more than a lump of fabric or an old, dusty doll. Yet, the features of its species were still recognizable enough, and right before Sam's patience reached its limits, the Pokémon's eyes sparked to life as it unzipped its mouth to let out a cackle. Bayonet, Morty named as his third team member, finally pushed to its feet. Sam hadn't expected to see a Pokémon from Hone in the match, yet it had been Morty himself who had warned Sam that Johto's gym leaders began to use out-of-region Pokémon in high-level matches. The Bayonet looked like a grey doll of aged cloth, but it was hard to tell if that age came from being well-loved or being left to rot. "Continue," Sam called out. This was his first time seeing a Bayonet fight in person, so he kept a close eye on Morty's Pokémon. But, just like it had done when first released, Bayonet did nothing but stand there, motionless. On Reedy's side of the field, Porygon's body twitched with a constant, clockwork-like motion, and Bayonet stood and tilted its head to the side while silently observing its opponent. "Aren't you going to attack?" Morty asked. "You first," Reedy said. The gym leader just chuckled, and when nothing else happened, Sam let out a groan. "I'm the ref, right? I can set the rules. Let's say that one of you has to do something in the next 10 seconds. I'll count down." He held up his hands, pulling down his fingers to emphasize each second of the time limit. Morty smiled at Reedy as the numbers grew smaller, and her frown grew deeper and deeper with each one that passed. With only 3 seconds left, someone finally did something, and Reedy clenched her fists out of annoyance. "Fine," she shouted, stomping a foot. "Magnet rise. Go up 24 feet. Electricity crackled around Porygon as it rocketed off the ground. It was true that Reedy had made a lot of developments on her own, and Sam had helped by providing information. He didn't know every new move her team had learned, but he knew many of them were straight out of the new Pokédex. Normally, Porygon couldn't levitate. It could hover above the ground, but its flight was limited to a few feet at best. With Magnet Rise, however, it could break through that limit. Far above the battlefield, the occasional zap toward the earth from Porygon's body told Sam that a strange form of magnetism was actively being maintained. Importantly, there was now a vast divide between where Porygon floated and where Banette stood beneath it. Reedy's Pokémon was 24 feet off the ground, far above anywhere Banette could reach. "Take this!" Reedy's orbital Porygon space cannon. Reedy shouted. Sam snorted. Reedy's face turned bright red. Still, calling out the name of her strategy had Porygon shift in place. Its entire body rotated and aimed itself like a hovering cannon pointed Banette's way. Interesting. Morty watched as Porygon analytically adjusted its aim. That high up, most Pokémon wouldn't be able to reach your Porygon. At the very end of his statement, Porygon finished building itself up to release a charge beam, and Sam saw something unexpected. The very bottom of Banette's feet sunk into the floor, allowing it to lurch backward in a dodge that mimicked the smooth motion of a pair of roller skates. However, Morty continued. You should know better than to create distances like this when fighting ghost types. Magnet Rise is meaningless to us. Banette seemed to get the hint as it suddenly took off toward Porygon's projected position over the field. Reedy seemed to choke on her next breath at the sudden, unnatural way Banette slid across the floor. Feint attack, Morty then ordered. Shame Porygon is a normal type, but type advantage isn't everything. The very instant Banette reached a point directly beneath Porygon, it sank into the floor, disappearing into the small, faint shadow from Reedy's Pokémon. Porygon repeatedly used Charge Beam all along the way, each attack missing but still allowing it to gather up a charge with every use. Yet, this isn't a good matchup for Reedy. Even though conversion can make Porygon an electric type, Reedy can't call for it. Being a normal type is too great of a defense for this battle. Right now, Porygon is immune to all of Banette's ghost type attacks, but that means they can't change Porygon to the electric type to get that same type damage boost. Sam and Reedy both waited to see where Banette would emerge, and Sam had to control his reaction when he saw eyes open up on the bottom of Porygon's body. Morty had been telling the truth when he said that distance was meaningless, and Sam felt like a fool for never making this connection. All things cast shadows. Specifically, if a shadow was on the floor, it had to have been sourced from somewhere. Having used the strange dimensions of that shadow to reach Porygon, Banette peeled out of Porygon's shrouded underside. With an arm cloaked in darkness, Feint attack disguised the origin of its move to allow it to hit without fail. Back up and wait it out. Stall with recover. Reedy shouted as the smash left a nasty, scuffed dent on Porygon's side. Oh, so Porygon is that kind of Pokémon. Morty clicked his tongue. You're unlucky. Banette is exactly the wrong opponent for you in this fight. Banette cackled and threw out its arms, lingering in the air where it appeared. Porygon, under the effects of Magnet Rise, slid away from it while completely ignoring the effects of friction. The same moment Porygon glowed for a recover, Banette reached into the air to pull out a jagged nail that it then stabbed into its chest. Curse, Sam whispered, and even through the pain, Banette smirked. It's injured. Perfect for you, Porygon. Get ready to finish it off with Spite. Lock on. Banette was faster, and Porygon's most recent move hadn't been Reedy's called for attack. With a flash in Banette's eyes, all of the energy reserved for recover was drained away. Still, Porygon's endlessly clicking head stopped its jerking rotation to begin perfectly tracking Banette. However, recover wasn't exactly a move that could be used frequently, and Spite eliminated the few potential uses Porygon had available. Porygon no longer had a way to heal, which meant the ongoing effect of Curse now dealt unrecoverable damage. If she has 3 Pokémon. Banette, I don't want to deal with electric-type moves, Morty said. His Pokémon nodded and kept its arms held out to its sides. While drifting downwards, it floated side to dodge, but any such movement was pointless in the face of Porygon's lock-on. Zap Cannon! Reedy roared. Sam wanted to laugh. It was so like Reedy to have gone out of her way to teach Porygon the strongest electric-type move before it ever learned Thunderbolt. From Porygon's polygonal beak, electricity crackled and coiled, and all of the energy gathered from the previous charge beam gathered into this one attack. A sphere not unlike a shadow ball formed, but closer to a hyper beam. Sam had to squint to avoid being blinded by its light. Bayonet stopped moving. It could see that this attack was coming and that nothing it do would let it dodge. So it did just that, nothing. As the attack built, Bayonet scowled. Something about its expression changed to that of pure malice. The Pokémon built up a grudge. When the Zap Cannon hit, it exploded. The orb slowly floated through the air to burst into a flash that briefly blinded Sam and made the world sound as though it had been consumed by thousands of chittering beetles. When Sam's vision returned, it quickly became clear that the single Zap Cannon had taken out Bayonet. While it had remained standing, its unmoving body was covered in far too many latticed scorch marks for it to be faking its unconsciousness. With how even the earth around it was charred beneath its feet, it was pretty clear that no Pokémon save for a ground type could have withstood that attack. Yet, though Bayonet had fainted, it continued to stand up. Slowly, shakily, and with eyes unfocused, Bayonet lifted an arm to point at Porygon. The action was completely unconscious and came out as if the Pokémon was possessed. It was only after a strange silence filled the room that Bayonet finally collapsed. Sam raised a hand to announce the outcome of this part of the match. Bayonet is unable to battle. Morty, please send out your next. Sam, Reedy interrupted. What was that attack? Sam looked over to Morty for permission to break his referee's neutrality, and the gym leader sent him a quiet nod. It took him a few seconds to work out everything in his head, but the move became pretty obvious in retrospect once he identified what it was. Grudge, Sam answered. The move was Grudge. Porygon won't be able to use Zap Cannon anymore because of it. Why not? It's because, well, Grudge creates a grudge. It's like Spite, except instead of just removing some energy reserved for a move, it completely eliminates any leftover energy for the attack used to knock out that Pokémon. Reedy clenched her fists. Sam could tell her strategy for Porygon had hinged on this setup. Magnet Rise to leave the ground and gain a field-wide angle. Charge Beam to empower Porygon while maintaining an offense. Then, Recover would keep Porygon healthy, and Zap Cannon and Lock On together would allow them to eliminate any foe with an impossible-to-dodge attack. Yet, with Bayonet's actions, the two most important pieces of that strategy were gone. Subjected to curse, Porygon only had a limited amount of time until it fainted, and it couldn't exactly use Recover to extend that period. Also, thanks to Grudge, Zap Cannon was no longer possible, leaving Porygon with only Charge Beam and Discharge at best. When Morty sent out a Drifblim, not his personal Drifblim, thankfully enough Sam knew Reedy had an upward battle from here. Porygon could only do so much before Curse took it out, and then it would just be Ursaring left against that flying Pokémon as well as whatever final team member Morty still had in his pocket. Chapter 119. Curse had always been a buffing move on Sam's team. Its energy required its user to focus, slowing them down, but it otherwise increased a Pokémon's physical capabilities. Typhlosion, as a Quilava, had made great use of it when paired with her Flame Wheel. Similarly, its energy was what let Primeape figure out Rage Fist in the first place. Yet, Curse's effects changed when used by a Ghost type, no longer serving as an enhancement and changing into a targeted, damage over time effect. Though Porygon continued to look as emotionless as always, Curse had inflicted a sort of lethargy to its clockwork-like movements. Its clicks would stall here and there, and an occasional Wind-CE would crop up and cause it to pause. Pain, Sam realized. Curse inflicts pain. He could see no other visible effects or injuries. Though Bayonet had fainted, its curse remained. Porygon would only grow more and more exhausted until its eventual faint. Get ready, Reedy said, though Sam wasn't sure how much Porygon would benefit from that assurance. As Morty maintained a polite smile, Bayonet's replacement, Drifblim, lazily drifted over the field. Each side had two Pokémon left at this point, but Reedy was at a severe disadvantage due to Porygon's injuries and Ursaring's likely poor match UPS. Sam could at least recognize Porygon's limited time left conscious, so he quickly fulfilled his role as referee to call for the battle to continue. Resume, he called out. Reedy wasted no time, as well. Charge Beam. Around Porygon, motes of electric-type energy sparked up only to be sucked in and absorbed by the artificial Pokémon. Charge beam built up Porygon's power before being released, and Porygon's impeccable aim meant it was due to hit. But Morty was prepared. He had no plans to let Porygon do anything but suffer from its curse. Minimize, he said calmly, and that command let Drifblim easily dodge. As a balloon-like Pokémon, Drifblim didn't exactly have set dimensions. Charge beam tore through the air toward the dead center of its body, but it suddenly pulled into itself, shrinking and cutting its size in half. Doing so saw its center of mass be pulled down, and the top of its head moved to be just barely under the launched beam. Charge beam completely missed, sailing past Drifblim to strike an invisible barrier that was being maintained by the various ghost types in the room. "You," Reedy grumbled to herself. "Fine. Whatever. Porygon, return." Before Porygon fell to the curse, she withdrew her Pokémon back into its ball. Curse didn't linger after a switch, but it was far more effective than a burn or base poison when it came to dealing damage. If Curse couldn't faint a Pokémon, it could at least force a switch. Unfortunately, it had done its job, and Porygon was a hair's breadth away from falling unconscious. At least, because Reedy switched here, if Ursaring tied to Morty's final Pokémon, Reedy would win thanks to still having Porygon left. But she needed to faint Drifblim first if she wanted to even think about Morty's final Pokémon. "I'm looking forward to seeing how your team handles Drifblim," Morty commented. "Yeah? I didn't expect you to be so excited about losing," Reedy replied with a smirk. Morty laughed as Reedy tossed forward a Pokeball, bringing her expected Ursaring onto the field. "I don't understand how she can be so confident here. Ursaring only has Rock Slide and Hyper Beam to deal with flying opponents. Except, Drifblim is immune to Hyper Beam, and Rock Slide can't do much with Minimize letting Drifblim dodge. But she's not bothered. Why?" Sam quickly realized that, yet again, both Reedy and Morty were waiting on him. "Continue," he shouted. Weirdly, Drifblim suddenly expanded back to its normal size. Minimize was dropped as if maintaining it required an exertion similar to constantly flexing an arm. "Ominous Wind," Morty ordered. "Focus on reacting with Minimize." "Swords Dance!" Reedy yelled. She said nothing more than that, smiling as if her victory was now assured. Rather than immediately dealing with Drifblim, Ursaring reared back to stand on his hind legs, beginning to regularly stomp back and forth. His claws clashed against one another in the air, echoing with ringing clangs that sent his fur standing on its ends. The pressure conjured by the move caused him to visibly bulk up. Swords Dance increased his physical power. Morty tilted his head to the side. "I think I get it. Your strategy is something similar to the law of large numbers," he asked. "Even if Drifblim avoids most of your attacks, something will eventually hit, and with Swords Dance, you're making sure it'll hit hard enough to knock him out with just that." Reedy maintained her grin. "Am I really that obvious?" "Well, you got it in one," she said. "Sometimes, you don't need a complicated strategy when brute strength is good enough." Morty seemed to enjoy her answer, as he chuckled at her response. He didn't adjust the orders he had given to his Pokémon, and both sides of the field built themselves up. Sure, Ominous Wind was an attack, but the Ghost-type move could never affect the normal-type Ursaring, anyway. No, as Drifblim's tendrils vibrated from the force of the ghostly wind it generated around it, the effect served to enhance its every capability thanks to the move's energy priming Drifblim for a fight. Both Pokémon had the same core strategy to build themselves up so that their opponent would be unable to withstand any attack. Sam would have said Drifblim had the advantage since Ominous Wind boosted every capability including defense, but Ominous Wind's boost only occurred rarely. Morty was already fortunate enough that it had happened once. However, Reedy seemed to recognize Ominous Wind's limitation. Rather than waiting for Ursaring to completely maximize his strength, she called out for Ursaring to attack now, before Drifblim managed to enhance itself a second time. Rock Slide. As an attack learned solely to take on Walker's flying-type gym, Ursaring knew how to use this move to target a Pokémon in the air. He stabbed his claws into the ground and tore up the floor, using rock-type energy to send an absolute barrage of stones hurtling toward Drifblim. But while Drifblim was in the air, it was no bird. Most importantly, it could shrink. Using Minimize combined with the speed gained from its Ominous Wind boost, it was able to maneuver through even the smallest of gaps, and as a balloon Pokémon, it was able to perfectly move up and down unlike any Pokémon with wings. "All right, Drifblim," Morty called out. "We'll be finishing off Ursaring here." He might not have given an explicit order, but his Drifblim seemed to understand the gym leader's command. It replied with a voice that reminded Sam of some kind of kazoo, a very excited kazoo, which made the response that much more worrying. Continuing its nimble movements, it slipped right through the onslaught of rock slide to rush Ursaring, which caused Ursaring to grin. Rather than stay in the air, where it was hard to hit, Drifblim was moving right into his melee range. Unfortunately, even as Reedy yelled out a command, Drifblim's ribbons lashed out. Something akin to darkness sparked up around Ursaring's claws in reaction, but before he could unleash any move, Drifblim had already managed to tie him up with a constrict that limited his movements. The strength granted by Swords Dance should have been enough to let Ursaring break free. Drifblim countered that by giving Ursaring just the slightest amount of leeway he could flail about, but he couldn't exactly reach back to swipe where it maintained its constrict behind him. Gritting her teeth, Reedy momentarily looked overcome with annoyance before she suddenly blinked and slapped herself on the head. "Wait. I'm stupid," she said. "Just use Ice Punch." "Not going to work," Morty countered. They were both partially right. Yes, Ursaring wasn't able to land the Ice Punch, but as freezing energies crackled up his arms, they left a sharp frost on the tendrils actively wrapping him up. As a flying type, Drifblim was especially vulnerable to the ice-type energy and reflexively pulled back. Doing so freed Ursaring from its grip. "There we go. Take it out!" Reedy yelled. Morty let out a sigh. "Looks like we're doing this sooner rather than expected." Explosion, Drifblim. "End this match now." Reedy's smile fell from her face as Drifblim cheered its name and glowed a bright orange. Ursaring had already dedicated himself to his attack and was stuck mid-Ice Punch when all of that energy was released. Smoke, dirt, and heat exploded outwards, completely covering the field and warping the air with a thick obscuration. Sam narrowed his eyes without saying anything. Though Drifblim was guaranteed to faint from a sacrificial move like Explosion, the fate of Ursaring was still left unknown. Morty spoke up in the meantime. "Our strategy usually involves payback. Each time Drifblim is damaged, the move lets him return it twofold. But in the case of your Ursaring, it wouldn't have been possible to use it more than once. You saw how Swords Dance would cause even a single hit to knock Drifblim out." "Yet," Reedy said. She seemed more focused on trying to see through the smoke than listening to Morty's words. "The answer to that, of course, would be Aftermath. Drifblim's ability means that he doesn't need to use Explosion to deal damage when he faints. But since Explosion is more powerful, and since you have only one Pokémon left, it made more sense to take Ursaring out here." Morty shrugged. "Like I said at the start of the battle, I had no plans to hold back." Reedy nodded along, and her eyes lit up when she noticed something in the smoke. Her smile returned to her face as she replied, staring at a shadow on her side of the field. "Yeah, that's no problem. I totally get why you called for that," Reedy said far too casually. "You're missing something, though." "What?" "There's no way Ursaring would fall to a single move like that." Her shout was punctuated by a roar in the center of the field, and the sheer ferocity of the noise pushed all the smoke away. The suddenly clear field revealed an unconscious Drifblim on the floor. However, Ursaring, blackened and breathing heavily, stood tall on his hind legs. He was more injured than he'd ever been before, but Reedy's Pokémon were strong. He was far too determined to allow himself to faint just like that. "Good." Morty smiled. "Your Pokémon are doing well, even with the disadvantage you're at. You really thought we'd fight 3-on-5 if we couldn't withstand something as simple as an explosion? Please. We've been fighting at a disadvantage since the start. Every gym battle, my Pokémon are always outnumbered." As Reedy bragged to Morty, Sam considered the match so far. All of Reedy's previous team members had only been defeated by proportional effects. Destiny Bond had knocked out Dragonair, but Destiny Bond was a move that took out any foe regardless of a difference in strength. Similarly, the pain caused by Curse scaled with a Pokémon's health. So far, Morty had only managed knockouts when not relying on direct attacks. However, Sam was still confused. Calling for Drifblim to faint here felt like a waste. I don't get why he called for an explosion. Did he really think Reedy's rock slide strategy was that much of a threat? His command is the reason Drifblim fainted, but then again, payback isn't the strongest move in the world, and Drifblim probably doesn't have too many other options against normal types. Morty probably figured that the sheer damage potential of Explosion was worth the trade-off. Which means this is him setting up Ursaring for the final Pokémon on his team. "I appreciate your confidence, Reedy, but like you said, this is still a 3-on-5 match. Morty called out as he returned his fainted Drifblim. I still have one Pokémon left, and Ursaring is in no state to take them out. Bring it on, Reedy growled without even an ounce of fear. Morty regained that same grin from before, looking over the field with the expression of a trainer enthralled by a match. Tossing up the last Pokeball he had brought for this battle, his final team member appeared on the field. It was as threatening as it seemed. Morty released a fully evolved Gengar. Seeing that Pokémon, Reedy frowned. Not necessarily because it represented a threat, but because she'd commented about wanting to save Porygon's Psybeam for a poison type. She had expected this Pokémon, just not necessarily in this order. Ursaring. Be careful, she said slowly. We don't know how it fights. This Gengar wasn't one Sam had seen before, but it looked just as mischievous as the Gengar that had fought Dusclops, staring at Ursaring with a wide, gleaming smile. Resume the battle, Sam said. Both trainers pointed forward. Shadow Claw! Reedy shouted. Agatha! Morty ordered. Sam blinked at the gym leader's strange command. Agatha? As in Elite Four Agatha? Despite it being the weirdest order Sam had ever heard, Morty's command seemed to carry a meaning to the Gengar. Its grin grew wide enough to almost split its head in half. Ursaring roared and charged, and the Gengar zipped over to meet him on the field. They would reach one another in the center, and both Pokémon looked excited for the clash. Ursaring let his front claws hang. They gathered shadows that stretched from his paws and left grooves in the dirt floor. While it was heartening to see that Reedy had taken Sam's ghost-type lessons to heart, Sam still couldn't help but be worried when the Gengar got close. Thanks to Swords Dance and Gengar's frail body, Ursaring's Shadow Claw would undoubtedly feint his foe, but the same was true for Gengar's attacks thanks to the sheer amount of damage Ursaring had taken from that explosion. He remained standing through sheer willpower alone, something Reedy's team possessed in spades. Without any worry, Ursaring met Gengar in the middle of the field and reared up to try to use the motion to cleave right through his foe. The energy of his Shadow Claw left reverberations behind it, but the Gengar carried enough speed to pull back and dodge, bouncing away as the shadowy attack tore through the air an inch away. Ursaring clearly expected Gengar to respond with an attack of its own. He followed up his swipe by pulling that same attack down, intending to cleave Gengar from above instead of from below. He made a mistake here. So focused on attacking, he met Gengar's gaze as he brought his claws down. Gengar didn't move to dodge, it didn't need to. Instead, Ursaring utterly froze. Close your eyes! Reedy shouted desperately. While her call could have been helpful, it was already too late. Trapped by the sudden hypnosis, Ursaring collapsed. The thud of his heavy body shook the floor, and his snores shook the air. Ugh! How did we fall for that? That's, like, Sam's every battle, Reedy grumbled. Morty got you used to fighting with direct attacks against Drifblim. He put you in a certain mindset that he then took advantage of with Gengar. Sam was in awe of the gym leader's subtle manipulations. Morty, far too focused on the battle to notice Sam's reaction, went ahead to share some of his thoughts with Reedy. Gengar are powerful and speedy special attackers. Most trainers use them solely for offense, he explained. However, there's one trainer that uses the Gengar line differently, and I'm not talking about Sam. Agatha's primary strategy almost singularly relies on sleep. Her Pokémon are so incredible at sending opponents to sleep that few can even counter. Of course, we took inspiration here. As Morty spoke, his Gengar floated down with a movement that mimicked a cocky strut through the air. Each step brought it lower as it approached the sleeping Ursaring's head. My call for Agatha wasn't a call for a specific attack, but it was a call to direct Gengar toward a specific strategy, even if that's not how my team usually fights. At this level, trainers are expected to have a counter for status effects, but not usually when there's such a surprise. Honestly, with your travels with Sam, I'm surprised that you had Ursaring go in so. Ugh! Reedy's sudden groan interrupted Morty. Are you really going to make us do this? I mean, come on. That's not fair. Morty paused. Gengar stopped preparing its next move to look up. Sorry, what? Morty said. Do you mean taking on the gym again? Sam asked. Reedy shot Sam a glare before looking over to Morty. The gym leader frowned as he tried to think of what Reedy was referring to. I'm not talking about that. Reedy shouted. We're not losing here. No, it's just. This sucks. Do you even realize what you've done? No. Morty offered. At this point, Ursaring was far too soundly asleep to do anything. Even though Jengar was watching Reedy, its species far too curious to do anything else, it wasn't exactly concerned about its opponent right now. This was supposed to be our trump card. Our secret strategy. Our surprise against Sam when we eventually fight in the conference, she whined. She stomped a foot against the ground and let out a huff. Her vague words had captured the attention of every single watcher in this room as everyone tried to figure out her plan. Can't really ask you to turn around if you're the referee, she grumbled to Sam. Whatever. There was no pause after that word, but it sure felt like there was one. Ursaring, Reedy said, use sleep talk. Reedy's command came out frustrated, but Morty's eyes immediately went as wide as they could go. For once in this battle, he seemed to be genuinely caught off foot. This move wasn't anything that relied on a strategy of brute strength. Except, in a strange way, it absolutely was. Still completely asleep, Ursaring stirred. He didn't wake up or unleash a direct attack, but he did grumble and flip around. He seemed to be in some sort of hibernation-like state, which helped to explain why Reedy didn't bother to call out for him to wake up. No, rolling to his side, he threw out an arm as if tossing and turning in his sleep. With how sudden and unexpected that movement came, Jengar was in no position to dodge when the attack hit. A shadow claw tore right through it, disrupting its body and launching it far back. Ursaring remained asleep, but he had also remained under the effects of Sword's Dance. Jengar's cockiness and Reedy's distraction had given him plenty of room for this final blow. Jengar is, Sam had to swallow once he realized what Reedy had done. Jengar is unable to battle. Reedy wins. You don't have to act so surprised. Reedy snapped. I'm allowed to develop my own tricks. At the end of her shout, the reality of that knockout seemed to settle in. Reedy looked to the unmoving Jengar and then dragged her stare over to the motionless gym leader. Morty was still in the process of taking her strategy in. Several long seconds passed before he finally reacted. Morty slapped a hand to his forehead and drew himself back for a laugh. Of course. It all makes sense, he practically shouted. Guts activates under any status condition. Sleep talk is even better while asleep, every attack is enhanced. There was a slight pause. Oh. Yeah. Absolutely. I definitely thought of that, Reedy lied. Still standing at the side of the field, Sam stared at Reedy, who seemed to purposefully not look his way. She returned Ursaring before immediately releasing him at her side, and she pushed her shoulder against him to try to wake up. She taught Ursaring that move just for me? Just so she could counter my team? She's been preparing for a battle in the conference all this time, which means... Sam breathed out. Which means Reedy is more prepared to defeat us than we're prepared to defeat her. At this point, her entire team had some sort of counter against status effects, and when Sam had been training his team, he'd been training for general opponents rather than anyone specific. He thought he'd be able to pick up the gaps once he earned his 8th gym badge, but now he could only worry about how many more strategies Reedy had prepared, and there was more to that. Xavier had also told Sam he planned to win, and how many specific counters would Xavier have once they faced one another in the conference. As Ursaring slowly came to, he smacked his lips before glancing over to Reedy. She sent him a look, causing him to shoot up, and she used the opportunity to fall forward into his stomach, pressing herself into his fur for a hug. We did it, she said quietly. Still waking up, Ursaring drowsily grinned and let his arms fall around her to hug back. As the moment passed, Morty finally returned his Pokémon and walked over to join her. She looked up at him, and he smiled. He reached into his pocket to take out a certain ghost-shaped badge and place it into her palm. Congratulations, he said. I can tell you and your team worked hard for this. Reedy's grin was as bright as the sun. She'd been training for this ever since her loss to Ecruteak's gym trial, and this badge was proof of more than just a victory, it was proof of her genuine growth as a trainer. One left, she whispered, staring at the pin in her hand. Only one badge left for us to obtain before we take on the conference. Ursaring let out a roar to express his confidence. I also want to thank you for this match, by the way, Morty said, and Reedy looked up at him as Sam walked over. Given what you already know, I had the freedom to try out a few new strategies, though your normal types made the lack of Hex a pain. Still, your Pokémon are independently strong enough that you fight similarly enough. You were the perfect opponent to help me practice for my challenge against Lance. Reedy's jaw dropped open. Sam stumbled where he was walking over. Lance, Sam repeated as he arrived, keeping his voice low. Champion Lance, you mean? You're training for a match against him? Yes. Morty's voice contained nothing but the truth. Hex's power contains the edge we need. Honestly, my team could win on Destiny Bond alone, but I already told you that kind of fight isn't really a fight. No, my Pokémon and I have been training for a proper battle for quite some time. While we have our tricks, we plan to win with our own strength no matter how powerful our opponent might be. At Morty's side, a haze caused the air to waver, and he brought up a hand to pat his Miss Magius as she appeared next to him. Moves like Spite, Curse, and even Minimize and Ominous Wind are going to be key. I won't be surprised if Lance has something like Sleep Talk in his pocket, which is one of the reasons I appreciate this battle so much. Unfortunately, we won't be able to use moves like Grudge and Destiny Bond or even Explosion. I can't let any of my Pokémon faint too early against someone like the champion, but I also have to admit that I might have pushed against the limits of what I'm allowed to do in a gym battle. He chuckled, scratching a cheek. Sorry about that. We still won, Reedy mumbled. Regardless, my match against Lance is scheduled to take place between seasons in a public showing. Demand will probably make tickets hard to get, but as long as you two promise to cheer me on, I can make sure some are passed your way, yet. He grinned, and his expression was once again one that wouldn't have been out of place on Reedy's face. Sam was only able to slowly nod due to his shock. As a gym leader, Morty had the right to challenge Lance every so often, but people just didn't do something like that right out of the blue. But why? Reedy asked. Why challenge Lance? To prove myself, Morty answered, a strange look entering his eyes. Fighting the champion is more than just a battle for me. There's a Pokémon I have to meet. But the only way I can ever do that is if I prove myself a worthy enough trainer for it to accept me. Silence lingered after his declaration, and Morty shook his head to snap himself out of the strange mood that had overtaken him. But that's for the future. Right now, you two are rapidly becoming amazing trainers in your own right, he said excitedly. Yeah, Reedy's pretty great, Sam said. Reedy's face turned bright red as she looked away. Well, in the meantime, I highly encourage you two to take some time to relax. Your journeys have been going on for a while, and you still have over a full month and a half to earn your final gym badge. Morty said. Stick around for a bit. Hang out in Ecruteak. Sam, I noticed you two tend to leave cities immediately after earning the local gym badge. The Kimono Girls are hosting a festival within the next few days. At least wait to experience that, yet. Sam breathed out, getting over his shock to nod once again. He didn't plan to battle Morty himself, but he was fine with lingering in the city, especially if it meant he could watch some of the strong ghost-type trainers here fight. The festival was a bonus, too. That's fine with me, Sam said. We have time until the conference, and it shouldn't take too long to get to Kianwood. I want to rematch Jasmine in Olivine and get a 6th Pokémon first, but we need to catch a boat in Olivine to reach Kianwood, anyway. I'm fine with staying in Ecruteak for a few more days, at least, if it's okay with you, Ree. He stopped himself when he saw Reedy had frozen where she stood. She had gone utterly still upon mention of Olivine, and her happy expression had vanished from her face. Almost hurriedly, she looked between Sam and Morty before taking a step back. Sure, she said quickly. We can do that. I just need to heal my Pokémon. Excuse me. Very uncharacteristically, she threw herself into a bow before running out of the room, briefly turning around to return Ursaring when she remembered. As she vanished through the battlefield's doors, Sam turned to Morty to see if the gym leader knew why that had happened, but Morty was just as confused as him. The ghost types in the room murmured among themselves, and Tiflosian walked over to stand at Sam's side. They stared at the entrance, watching the swinging doors that marked Reedy's sudden exit. Neither of them understood what just happened, but they could tell it had been important. It had happened so suddenly that it caught them off guard, but it was still blatantly obvious that something was going on with their friend. Chapter 120. No matter how many times Sam tried to approach Reedy, she always found some excuse to slip away. Oh, sorry, Ursaring got one of his claws chipped, so I have to go fix that. Dragonair got a little dirty, so I have to go polish her scales. Porygon was super interested in something else, so I'm definitely going to go do that right now. She ran off every time, avoiding Sam, not answering his questions, and, quite frequently, she'd be gone from the Pokémon Center before the sun was even up. Sam's Pokémon were just as concerned as he was, and they tried several times to approach Reedy and ask her what was wrong. However, she'd been traveling with them for a while. She knew their tricks and knew when to run away. They never had a proper chance to have a real conversation since Reedy always knew how to avoid everything. There was only one solution to this problem, and that solution came in the form of an opportunity Morty presented to them a few days ago. Though Reedy might have been avoiding Sam, he knew there'd be one place she was guaranteed to be. The upcoming festival. Specifically, she'd be at the entire reason they agreed to stay in town. If Sam couldn't reach Reedy anywhere else, he would reach her there. If not, then, well, no. He would reach Reedy. He just needed a proper plan. The festival itself was hosted by the Kimono Girls, a group of skilled performers named after the clothes they always wore. Their performances were always in the style of old Johto, and they performed with such authenticity that they were known region-wide. Although, they weren't technically an independent group but a cross-section of the Ekrutique Theatre Company and the Jotanian Historical Society. However, they carried enough influence and renown to be known separately from those two. Even Mr. Pokémon had connections to them, and they were so well regarded that festivals tended to spring up whenever they had a major performance scheduled. That was the story behind today, and that was the story of this festival that occurred every few months. Booths and stalls were constructed along the road as several city blocks became closed to anyone but pedestrians. Bright lanterns with text painted onto their sides were thrown onto strings that crisscrossed the growing night sky. Though the festival was yet to fully enter its most populated time, it had already started. From where he stood in the shadows, Sam could already smell the spice in the air and hear the music begin to play. People laughed and pointed as they took in the sights, and in front of the Kimono Girls' very own theatre, an espion draped in rainbow fabric and an Umbreon dressed in whirlpool-themed robes sat on a pair of cushions placed at the sides of the door. The two Pokémon welcomed everyone who stepped inside. Though a crowd was building, people had only just started to show up. There were enough gaps in the throng that Sam could still see down the road, but there were also enough people that no one paid him any mind. They didn't notice the boy leaning against the wall, nor did they notice how his old-fashioned robes let him blend in with the outfits of so many others here. They didn't hear his sandals scuff against the ground, and they certainly didn't hear the many ghost types floating above them in the night sky. While most of the floating Pokémon were curious, wild individuals, many more belonged to the gym. Sam's team had their own positions, however, with Misdreavus lingering in the shadows beneath his feet, Haunter sending him a thumbs up from a gap between two stalls, and various ghastly positioning themselves to form a grid to keep watch. "Sorry for not sending you all out, too," Sam whispered to the three full Pokeballs still at his waist. "I know you'd want to explore this place yourselves, but it'd cause too much trouble. Still, this gives us plenty of reasons to come back here again in the future. I promise you all that we'll return to Ekrutique to experience this properly once we get the chance." Typhlosion was stuck in her Pokeball due to her species. Her unique evolution meant she'd attract far too much attention if Sam sent her out in a public place like this. He could feel her Pokeball shake as she expressed her agreement, but the other two Pokémon, Primeape and Trevenant, didn't bother to respond. Those two had been kept back because they weren't sneaky when it came to subtly moving around a human city. A big, angry monkey and a spooky, haunted tree were pretty obvious even in the middle of a crowd. Thankfully, the festival hadn't appealed to them that much anyway, so they were content to use this time to rest, instead. Sam fell back into silence as his eyes scanned the crowd, and no one sent him a second glance as they passed by. Children ran to and fro, men and women took in all of the sights, and Sam finally found his target cautiously entering this closed-off city street. Though he and so many others had dressed up in the style of old Johto, Reedy hadn't bothered to dress up. She'd rather jump off a cliff than put on something like a kimono. Still, even in modern clothes, she wasn't out of place. She fit in right with the crowd as she took in the sights and looked for somewhere spacious enough for her to send out her team. But there was more than that. Her gaze seemed to possess a barely suppressed edge, as if she had some gut feeling about what was yet to happen. It was when she stopped in front of a booth containing a pond full of Magikarp that Sam made his move. Too occupied with watching a child use an enormous spoon made of rice paper to fish out a Magikarp, she didn't see Sam push off from the wall. She didn't notice the shadows move in behind her either, but with an almost unnatural perception, she did notice when Sam took a single step forward. Without any delay whatsoever, Reedy turned on a dime and immediately ran. She'd been traveling with Sam for long enough to detect when even the smallest details were off, and it seemed his barely started approach had been far too targeted for her to not notice what he'd done. Sam cursed under his breath before quickly taking off after her. He was not wearing the right outfit for a run, but he kicked off his sandals to have them be caught by a ghost type lingering in the wall. The only thing he had on were socks as he ran across the ground, but he didn't care because he knew this was his chance to finally reach Reedy and get her to talk. Not yet. Reedy shouted as Sam ran after her. Not now. Desperately, she zigzagged through the crowded street, weaving through groups, between couples, and even unintentionally pushing several people to the side. For Sam, a certain shadow helped to guide his path. Mischievous left a dark circle on the ground that most people avoided, and she was fast enough to direct him to easy gaps he could use to slip through. Look, everyone! It's the gym leader! Wow, Morty's here! Reedy shouted in an outright lie. She looked over her shoulder to send Sam a smirk as she withdrew her hands from where she had cupped her mouth. All around her, people gasped and looked around for that famous man who wasn't actually there. The crowd's movement slowed, and in her shadow, Mischievous pulled back. The gaps in the crowd had all but disappeared, and she didn't exactly want to get trampled by strangers. Though Mischievous wasn't sure how to deal with the sudden change in the crowd, Sam pushed through. He started to squeeze through whatever gap he could find to get past the clamor and not lose Reedy. Fine. If you want to play it like that, then we have plans, too. Haunter! Sam shouted. Like what he had done with his sandals, Sam withdrew a sack of coins from his pocket and tossed them into a shadow on the wall. They sank into the darkness like disappearing into a puddle of water. Ahead, a tired-looking vendor jerked awake when the large sum was dumped onto his table, and then Haunter and a few ghastly burst out from behind to spill several baskets of fruits and berries onto the street. People gasped and pulled away, but Reedy didn't even slow. Though the variety of fruits should have blocked her path, she just took a deep breath and picked up speed. A single push off the ground. She leaped across. Completely clearing the obstruction, she landed on the other side and stuck her tongue out at Sam. Her smug grin made it seem as though she planned to walk away from here, but when Sam prepared himself to jump as well, she gasped and turned to keep running away as fast as she could. Come on! Sam shouted as his feet entered the air, and a sea of heads turned to track his leap through the air. He didn't make it. A large grip of berry burst when one of his feet came down hard. Thankfully, as he flailed and began to topple backward, a hand left a shadow to grab his robes and help stabilize him before he collapsed. Thanks, Haunter, Sam mumbled before continuing his mad dash forward. He did his best to ignore his now soaked socks. Sam finally saw Reedy try for one last thing as she grabbed a certain pokeball with an almost guilty expression. Whispering to it as fast as she could, she then tossed it into the air with a single, final yell. Check out how cool my Pokémon is, she shouted. And that sealed the fate of this chase. There, in the direct middle of the road, Dragonair appeared with a loud, melodic cry. The crowd of people taking in the festival fell into a hush before crying out in amazement at the incredibly rare species. Dragonair preened under the attention, and people started to gather around her. Some of Morty's Pokémon dipped down from above the lanterns to maintain a perimeter around the potentially dangerous dragon type, but that only added to the show. They might have been scary ghost types, but they also clearly belonged to the local gym. The scene was far too attractive to the average festival goer to do anything but stare. Sam was forced to come to a stop. There was no way forward. Dragonair's regal presence was far too effective. Reedy got away. And then, almost as an insult on top of that, a hand was placed on Sam's shoulder. Cringing, he looked up to see an ace trainer staring right back at him. You're cleaning up all of that fruit, the woman said, her voice leaving no room for arguments. Sam hung his head, knowing he had no choice but to agree. Though Sam had been defeated, it was only Sam who hadn't been able to follow. He might have been stuck in the festival for a bit longer, but he didn't miss Mischievous's shadow leaving the safety of his own to chase after Reedy even as she ran further and further away. So he cleaned up the fruit, and Dragonair eventually flew off. The festival went back to normal, save for the short period he had to walk around and apologize to everyone he bothered while causing such a massive disturbance. But, the ace trainer eventually determined he'd been punished enough, and he was able to leave with a promise to not do anything similar again. He immediately left the festival to meet up with a ghastly waiting for him, and the Pokémon led him to others in a trail that followed Mischievous and Reedy all the way out of town. He also made sure to put on his shoes. Sam soon found his friend on a grassy hillside that overlooked all of Ecruteak. The night was deep at this point, and the bright lights of the city were distinct from the few visible stars in the sky. Dragonair coiled behind Reedy, who had her arms crossed on top of her knees. Mischievous floated over to Sam, looking pleased with herself, and Sam patted her head in thanks before bringing her back into her friend ball. Finally, he reached his friend. I only realized Mischievous was following me when I was halfway here, Reedy said quietly as she stared out over the city. In the distance, the sounds of the festival were faint, but they were audible from even this far away. I didn't really have a way to escape, so I figured I'd just wait for you, instead. Sam nodded, saying nothing, and sat down next to her. Dragonair briefly brought her head up to check on the two of them before letting it fall back down so she could return to her rest. You've been avoiding me, Sam said after sitting there for a while. Why? Is there something wrong? Is there anything I can do to help? He didn't expect it, but to his question, Reedy let out a short laugh. That's the problem. You're already helping me too much. He sent her a questioning look, but she looked away from him, rubbing her eyes out of something that was only partially frustration. After taking a moment to get herself back in order, Reedy breathed out and returned to staring out over the town. You're always helping. Constantly. It's not that I'm not grateful, it's just that. How am I supposed to pay you back? You helped me learn about Pokémon. You got me that Hyper Beam trademark. You're the reason I knew I could seek out Porygon, and then there's everything with the new Pokédex. Without that, I would have never got my sponsorship, and then I would have never got as far as I did without you, either. But you sold your beginner's tournament medal to get Typhlosion her curse trademark, Sam replied. Without that, she would have never gotten so familiar with the ghost type and she would have never evolved. Reedy shook her head. That's just one thing. What else have I done? You helped me figure out how to actually train my team. You gave Primeape the perfect sparring partner in the form of Ursaring. You're constantly breaking me out of dumb ideas and downward spirals. And you're always there to support my plans, no matter how stupid I might be. She went quiet. It took her a long time to reply. That's all stuff anyone would have done anyway. It still doesn't match everything you've done for me, she mumbled. Doesn't it? Sam said, immediately countering her words. Because it definitely feels like it's enough, but that doesn't even matter. Reedy, I don't help you because I want to be repaid. I help you because we're friends. There was a pause, an almost infinitesimally small pause. Sam didn't know what was going on with Reedy, but he wanted his friend to be okay. That's not going to change, he continued. It's not going to change, right? Right, Reedy answered, but her voice was kept uncomfortably low. I don't get it. What's going on? Wanting to help more can't be why you've been avoiding me so much, Sam said as he turned to face her. Reedy slumped. She took a deep breath. No. That's not why, she said reluctantly. It's just that. Ugh. She furiously scratched the sides of her head. It's just that I don't want to say goodbye. For an instant, Sam felt the world grind to a halt. Reedy didn't look away from the city, and he didn't look away from his friend. Yet, no matter how hard he stared, he couldn't find any hint that'd reveal her words to be a lie. Say goodbye, he repeated. Where are you going next? Reedy asked, her voice flat as she turned to look at him. I know your plans, but I want to hear them. What city do you want to head to next? Olivine, Sam answered carefully. I want to rematch Jasmine, and I want to see if the sailors there can help me get a 6th Pokémon, too. To that, Reedy just sighed, leaning back and stretching out her legs. The sudden seriousness that had overtaken her vanished. She stared up at the night sky. I can't do that, she said, almost in a whisper. Not because I'm banned from Olivine or anything like that, but just because there's somewhere else I need to go. Mr. Pokémon called me, she continued, still leaning back. He gives me updates a lot, and I talk about my team. Right before we left Mahogany Town, he called me about Porygon. There, he told me he managed to get me a meeting with Bill about Porygon's evolution. Sam froze. Bill? The Bill? That's great. He's an expert with computers. He can help Porygon evolve, right? Yeah. Maybe, Reedy said solemnly, but a slight smile did appear on her face. The thing is, we don't know for sure. Everything he's going to do is experimental, and we're volunteering to help him just as much as he's volunteering to help us. But... She breathed out again, her faint smile fading alongside the mist formed by her breath. But Bill lives in Goldenrod. Not Olivine. We won't be able to go to two places at once. Sam immediately found fault in that. He didn't hesitate to counter. I don't see how that means a goodbye, he said. We just go to Goldenrod first, and then we catch a boat to reach Kianwood. Once we both earn our 8th badge, we can then swing back around to Olivine so I can face Jasmine's core team, and then we'll still have time before the conference to do what we want. Reedy glanced over at Sam out of the corner of her eye. The expression on her face said everything. It wouldn't work. I need to catch Stantler before going to Kianwood if I want to earn my 8th badge. And I don't know how long I'll have to stay in Goldenrod to get Porygon to evolve so we can teleport further. And there are also a few people Mr. Pokémon wants me to visit to maybe help with Ursaring's evolution, so when I account for all of that. Sam fell back down. The plans he had for his team didn't line up with any of that. We really have to split up here, don't we? He said quietly. Reedy unhappily nodded her head. For a while, they said nothing, choosing to just sit there and stare out over the city. At one point, fireworks were launched from the rooftops surrounding the festival, and Dragonair's eyes sparkled as she took in the show. Sam didn't enjoy it. He couldn't enjoy it. He felt like he'd just been punched. He never considered that he and Reedy might need to split up before the conference. They'd been taking on the entire gym challenge together every moment before now. We would have gone to Olivine, then Kianwood, and then taken a boat back down to Goldenrod before going to Ilex Forest. It could have worked out so well, but that's only if we prioritized what I want. Reedy is right. For her team, she has to go to Goldenrod as soon as possible if she wants them to succeed. And the same is true for me when it comes to Olivine and my team. When it came to Porygon, Reedy desperately wanted them to evolve. Sam knew she prayed that an evolution would help them become more independent. And then when it came to Sam's journey, rebattling Jasmine was only a loose desire, but he had promised himself he'd do it. Also, Typhlosion deserved to visit her grandfather again, who lived along the way, and Sam had a gut feeling that traveling back toward Olivine was something Primeape needed to do. It felt as though they could have made it work if anything was ever so slightly different. But it wasn't. And that meant they couldn't keep traveling together once they left Ecruteak. Well, Sam started, but he stopped himself as he made his expression serious. Well, whatever. Who cares if we won't be traveling together for the last bit of the season? The conference is coming up no matter what. We're absolutely going to earn our last badges, and we're absolutely going to compete. So. We just need to promise to meet back up in Silver Town, and we'll both be there when the time comes. Sam pushed to his feet, now properly facing Reedy. Dragonair watched him as he stood up, and he could feel the eyes of a few of his ghost types staring at his back. Agatha, and then Morty, both told me that I need to get better at managing how ghost type energy affects me, he said, talking quickly. I know I can get angry or annoyed or bothered easily, but to stop that, they said I should make some kind of rules for myself so I always have something to fall back to. I might have been avoiding it because I didn't want to think about it, but let me make my first rule here right here and now. He held out his hand. I will never betray my friends, and I will never break my promises, he declared. And I promise to you that we'll meet back up in the conference. You'll promise me that too, right? Reedy stared at his offered palm before finally letting out a snort. A sharp grin of her own appeared across her face. Of course. Gah, why am I acting like this? It's like I'm becoming you or something. She clasped his hand, and Sam yanked her to her feet. Their eyes then met in what could only be a challenge between trainers. Their eyes met in a challenge between friends. We'll face each other in the conference, Reedy promised. We'll face each other in the conference, Sam promised right back. Some trainers would have a battle to say goodbye or even exchange gifts. Sometimes, in rare scenarios, trainers would even trade a Pokémon to encourage one another to meet back up in the future. But Sam didn't need to say or do anything else, and the same was true for Reedy. Both were only one badge away from their goals with future schedules that saw little potential for an overlap. They both had the same goals, but they both had different paths. Yet, eventually, they'd be in the same place no matter what. The Silver League conference was a mere month and a half away, so for now, they'd be parting. However, they both knew they'd meet back up soon enough.